Chapter 205, Chapter 205, Intimidation. Teacher Shen's outstretched hand froze midair. The moment he saw Su Sheng and Zhu Zhu, he had already guessed what had happened. But he never expected this new student wearing provisional attire to be so audacious as to strangle his own student right before his eyes. At this point, the situation was no longer a simple private skirmish. Not only did it involve a life, but it also concerned his own dignity as a mentor. If word of today's events spread, he might never be able to hold his head high in Spider God Academy again. Taking a deep breath, his aura surged relentlessly, his soul power pressure rising alongside it. Beside him, Zhu Zhu was pressed down by the pressure, barely able to straighten her back. She stared in shock at her fellow soul beast, Feng Chang. Her true form was also a spider-type soul beast. Though she had taken human shape, the inherent cold-bloodedness and bloodlust of her nature remained unchanged. Seeing Feng Chang kill Su Sheng actually gave her a twisted sense of satisfaction. But she was more rational. Now, she worried for Feng Chang, afraid he might suffer for helping her, and even more afraid that his identity as a soul beast would be exposed and implicate her. Yet, faced with Su Sheng's oppressive aura, Feng Chang stood unshaken, his posture straight and unwavering. He even responded with a mocking smirk. A mere soul Douluo. 10,000 years ago, he wouldn't have spared such a weakling a glance. And now, this man thought he could intimidate him with pressure alone. Seeing his intimidation fail, Teacher Shen frowned and took slow, deliberate steps toward Feng Chang. With each step, the pressure emanating from him intensified. Even students on both shores of the lake felt their hair stand on end, their bodies trembling slightly. Save your energy. Someone of your level can't scare me, Feng Chang retorted, refusing to yield. Instead, he stepped over Su Sheng's corpse and walked toward Teacher Shen. One by one, soul rings lit up around him, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, and finally, red. 6 soul rings in total. He had been hiding one all along. The students on the shore, who had been puzzled by his earlier victory over Su Sheng, now understood. No wonder, he was a soul emperor. But then their gazes froze as they noticed something else. That glaring red soul ring on Feng Chang's body stood out like a blazing sun. 100,000-year soul ring. This time, even Teacher Shen was stunned. As an academy instructor and a soul Douluo level powerhouse, he knew exactly what this meant. A soul emperor with 100,000-year soul ring? Such a treasure was the dream of every soul master on the continent. Yet this youngster actually possessed one. Moreover, if he had a 100,000-year soul ring, it was highly likely he also had a matching 100,000-year soul bone. With these two treasures combined, even though he was only a soul emperor, Teacher Shen wasn't confident he could easily defeat him. Zhu Zhu's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Unlike the others, she wasn't as shocked. Soul beasts who took human form could generate soul rings most suited to themselves. If their original strength was immense, surpassing certain limits wasn't unusual. They could also hunt other soul beasts like humans did, though most 100,000-year soul beasts who transformed avoided doing so. Either of these reasons could explain Feng Chang's current situation. She cursed inwardly. This idiot. Couldn't he at least hide some of his power? The more you reveal, the more suspicious you become. The standoff between the two attracted even more students. Soon, 2 more teachers flew in from the inner academy, one of them being Teacher Han. His gaze first fell on the corpse beneath Feng Chang's feet, then on the red soul ring around him. His expression was a mix of delight and worry. This kid, causing such a huge mess on his very first day. What happened? One of the teachers asked, though he already knew the answer. Ask him, Teacher Shen spat, knowing he couldn't act now that these two had arrived. Old Han, look at the person you brought back. As an inner academy instructor, he was well aware of Feng Chang's background, so he hadn't been surprised earlier. The other teacher who had come with Teacher Han was also one of those who had interviewed Feng Chang. Right now, most of his attention was fixed on that red soul ring. He was hiding this during the assessment. Explain yourself. What is this? He demanded, pointing at Su Sheng's corpse. Deaths due to private duels weren't unheard of in Soul Master academies. Every few years, 1 or 2 incidents occurred. If the fights happened outside the academy discreetly, the institution usually turned a blind eye. But this had happened within the academy, in full view of everyone. And the deceased was a member of the Sun Moon Empire's royal family. This put the academy in an extremely difficult position. Nothing much. Just slaughtered a filthy dog, Feng Chang replied nonchalantly, as if he owned the place. You. The teacher's eyes widened in unison. Even Teacher Han, who had been favorable toward him, now wore a dark expression. Come with us to the Academy's disciplinary hall. With that, the three teachers escorted Fang Chang like a prisoner toward the Academy's depths, leaving Zhu Zhu behind, gnashing her teeth in frustration. The disciplinary hall was located in the Academy's old grounds, a grand marble hall that stood as a relic of the past. Over the past 10,000 years, Spider God Academy had expanded countless times. The old site had long become an insignificant corner of the institution. Two teachers flanked Fang Chang, while the third followed behind, forming a tight formation as they led him inside. At the center of the hall, an elderly man with white hair and beard turned around, his gaze settling on Fang Chang. What has this student done? Those brought before him were never involved in minor offenses. Yet, he found this young man strangely likable, hardly the face of a villain. He publicly murdered my student within the academy, Teacher Shen declared, placing Su Xing's corpse on the ground. Then, as an afterthought, he added, the deceased was a member of the Sun Moon Empire's royal family. The white-bearded elder's brows furrowed. His soul power was likely around rank 95, making him one of the Academy's top-tier experts. Do you have anything to say for yourself? He asked Fang Chang. I don't owe any of you an explanation. Spider God Academy has truly fallen far from its former glory, Fang Chang sneered. Any random royal can bully others within these walls. If it were a crown prince or the heir of a major power, would you all kneel and kowtow to them? Fang Qi, watch your words. This is an academy elder, Teacher Han warned. The white-bearded elder's frown deepened. In his century of life, he had never encountered such a defiant student. Then tell me, how should the academy deal with you? His tone gave no hint of emotion. Simple. Make me the academy head, Fang Chang said lazily, stretching before striding to the center of the hall, his demeanor haughty. Preposterous. This time, even the elder lost his composure. His soul power pressure erupted, several times stronger than Teacher Shen's earlier display. Fortunately, he didn't direct it solely at Fang Chang, instead letting it permeate the hall, as if to make Fang Chang understand his place. You think I'm joking? Fang Chang stomped his foot. The old academy grounds trembled as beams of light shot up from the ground. An overwhelming killing intent spread through the air. This was the protective formation he had personally established 10,000 years ago. Despite the passage of time, it still retained some of its power. Chapter 206, Chapter 206, I am the Spider God. What are you trying to do? The four remaining people in the hall, aside from Fang Chang, all exclaimed in shock. Given their experience, they could naturally tell that this formation had been set up within the academy long ago. Yet, for thousands of years, there had been no hint of its existence within the academy. What was even more astonishing was that this student, who appeared to be no older than his 20s, could actually control this formation. Judging by the soul power fluctuations emanating from the formation, even a title Douluo would be completely suppressed within it, utterly powerless to resist. Could something like this really have been built by human hands? Fang Chang's sneer deepened. I don't know which unlucky descendant dared to rewrite the history of my Spider God sect, even daring to change my name. But today, I'm going to correct this unhealthy trend in the Spider God Academy. Let's see which of you dares to stop me. At first, he had worried that the historical alterations in the academy might be related to the slime race. But now, after learning some information from Zhu Zhu, his approach naturally had to change. If this matter was truly connected to the so-called Tang sect, then he needed to quickly uncover the mastermind behind it. Otherwise, it would remain like a thorn in his heart, making him deeply uncomfortable. Who exactly are you? How can you control the academy's grand formation? The white-bearded elder, after all, was the most experienced and had already regained his composure. I am the Spider God you speak of, Fang Chang said, enunciating each word slowly, leaving everyone present dumbfounded. As he spoke, he transformed this avatar into his true form. A dark golden spider soul beast over 10 meters long appeared in the hall, nearly filling the entire space. This. At the sight of this scene, the worldviews of those present instantly shattered. The Spider God? Wasn't the Spider God in the legends a certain Lord Slime? How had it become a giant spider? But then again, the Spider God sect, spiders. There did seem to be some logic to it. They also recalled that in recent years, some unearthed artifacts from the Spider God sect showed that people back then had also worshipped spiders. This had even sparked some controversy, but in the end, under the interference of the spider god sect's higher-ups, the matter had been quietly dropped. The more they thought about it, the more their long-held beliefs wavered, and they began to vaguely believe the words of this giant spider before them. Due to the asymmetry of information, conspiracy theorists would always make up the majority of the world. At this point, the hall fell into silence. The four instructors didn't know how to respond to Feng Chang, and Feng Chang simply stood there. After reverting to his true form, his aura also underwent a change. Though not as vast as his main body, the pressure he exuded now far surpassed that of an ordinary limit Douluo. Feng Chang looked down at the four of them, the oppressive force amplified by the formation making it impossible for them to even consider resistance. Now, I'll ask questions, and you'll answer. If I find out you've hidden anything. Feng Chang raised one of his razor-sharp spider legs, a glint of light flashing across it. The four didn't dare make a sound, neither agreeing nor refusing. Feng Chang glanced at them and began his interrogation. Do you know of an organization called the Tang sect? He started with the question he cared about most. The three teachers all shook their heads, indicating they had never heard of it. Only the white-bearded elder, a titled Douluo, hesitated before speaking slowly. I've heard a little about it. He seemed to be recalling something from the distant past. Legend has it that among the first-generation elders of the Spider God sect, there was one who came from this Tang sect you speak of. They seem to be exceptionally skilled in something called hidden weapons and once held some prominence on the continent. But later, after the Douluo Continent collided with the Sun-Moon Continent, the latter brought more powerful soul tools, and the Tang sect quickly faded into history. It's likely been thousands of years since they last appeared. Oh. Feng Chang's eyes flickered slightly. So, the rewriting of the Spider God sect's history might also be connected to this Tang sect. Feng Chang carefully reviewed his memories again, who among those related to Tang San hadn't been completely eradicated. But for the moment, he couldn't think of anyone. The Clear Sky sect and the four single attribute clans had all been personally wiped out by him. The Shrek Academy had also been destroyed because of him. Almost everyone close to Tang San had been exterminated. Who could have used his name to establish this Tang sect? And they could even craft hidden weapons. This was even stranger. Could it be that Tang San, who had long since turned to fertilizer, had somehow come back to life? Next question, where is the headquarters of the current Spider God sect? Feng Chang asked again. Back then, the Spider God sect had been nothing more than a fabrication he used to deceive people. The branch churches across the land had all been donated by local wealthy families, there had never been a true headquarters. If one had to name a headquarters, it would have been the Great Nest beneath the Star Do Great Forest. But now, the four in the hall answered in unison. In Sun Moon City. Feng Chang let out another sound of surprise. Sun Moon City should have been the capital of the Sun Moon Empire. Why would they place the Spider God sect's headquarters there? After these two questions, Feng Chang pondered for a moment before asking his third. How strong is the Spider God sect's current influence? How many peak douluos do they have? Given the power this avatar could wield, as long as he didn't encounter an opponent with strength surpassing a peak douluo, there would almost certainly be no danger. The instructors exchanged glances. This giant spider might really be the Spider God, to ask such a question right off the bat, as if peak douluos were nothing special in his eyes. Probably, maybe, one or two. The middle-aged teacher who had been with Teacher Han answered uncertainly. Such matters are likely only known to the higher-ups of the Spider God sect. We're just a nominally affiliated academy under them. In reality, by now, our interactions with them aren't that frequent. Based on the rumors circulating on the continent, the current sect master of the Spider God sect, Lord Blood sect, is likely one of the top experts in the world today. Presumably, he would be a peak douluo. After hearing this, Feng Chang frowned. The fact that the Spider God sect only had this level of strength made him even more concerned. Given that they had been able to block his perception, preventing him from noticing the changes in the Douluo plane until now, there must undoubtedly be a god-level expert among them. But under these circumstances, this suggested that the Spider God sect was likely just a facade, someone else was truly pulling the strings behind it. This was troublesome. With an inward sigh, he planted divine sense marks on all four individuals in the hall to prevent them from speaking of today's events. At the same time, as long as these marks remained, he could monitor them at any time to see if they were hiding anything else. As for the matter involving Su Sheng of the Sun Moon Empire's royal family, it naturally ended anticlimactically. Even if the disciplinary office had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare trouble Feng Chang now. Chapter 207, Chapter 207, A Long-Awaited Feast. After revealing his true identity, Feng Chang swiftly regained control over the upper echelons of the Spider God Academy, re-establishing his authority over the institution. Even the Sun Moon Imperial family found themselves forcefully rebuffed by the Academy. Despite the recent upheaval, the Academy imposed no punishment on Feng Chang, a fact that left many astonished. Once the turmoil had settled, Feng Chang returned to Sunset Forest. The blood-winged demon spider he had rescued in the Great Star Do Forest had followed his orders, gathering other spider-type soul beasts within this forest. Over the days, it had managed to rally nearly 20 of its kin, forming a considerable force in Sunset Forest. Feng Chang surveyed the assembled spider soul beasts, his expression darkening slightly. The number was far fewer than he had anticipated. "Is this all?" he asked through telepathy, directing the question at the blood-winged demon spider he had saved. The spider nodded in a disturbingly human-like manner, replying, "The spider kin are weak now. Even gathering these few was difficult, they were scattered and hiding throughout the forest." Feng Chang scoffed but didn't press further. For those among the spiders who showed even slight potential, he bestowed blessings to accelerate their evolution. The rest were given divine herbs and fruits cultivated in the God realm, significantly boosting their overall strength. Next, he turned to a local of Sunset Forest, a Shadowfang evil spider with roughly 50,000 years of cultivation. "Which creatures in this forest pose the greatest threat to your kind?" The spider froze for a moment before excitement surged through it. The implication was clear: Feng Chang intended to eliminate their enemies. Relying on memory, the spider quickly listed several dominant soul beasts in Sunset Forest, particularly those with whom it had personal grudges. Not a single rival was spared. Among the names, one stood out to Feng Chang: 100,000-year Wailing Vine Emperor. He had once fought a similar soul beast in a bloody battle, only narrowly surviving by relying on his blood drain ability to exhaust it. Now, another had appeared in Sunset Forest, and this one had reached the 100,000-year threshold. Interesting. With a sweep of his divine sense, Feng Chang pinpointed its location and led the spider army toward it. As they approached the Wailing Vine's territory, the smaller spiders hesitated, unwilling to advance further. 100,000-year Wailing Vine Emperor had the power to wipe them all out. Feng Chang cursed inwardly at their cowardice before levitating into the air just outside the vine's domain. With a flick of his left hand, flames descended from the sky, igniting the wailing vines in the area. Fire was the bane of plant-type soul beasts. The Wailing Vine Emperor let out a piercing shriek as its burning tendrils flailed wildly, attempting to smother the flames. But the more it thrashed, the fiercer the fire grew. Embers scattered, setting more vines ablaze. Realizing the danger, the vine acted decisively. It severed the burning tendrils, cutting off their connection to its main body to prevent the flames from spreading. Feng Chang strode forward along the path cleared by the fire, his spider followers hesitantly trailing behind. His divine sense soon locked onto the Wailing Vine Emperor's main body. Sensing the threat, the vine turned toward them, countless tendrils surging like a tidal wave. Yet any vine that entered a 10-meter radius around Feng Chang's group spontaneously combusted, forming an impenetrable barrier of flame. The current ruler of Sunset Forest, 100,000-year Wailing Vine Emperor, found itself utterly helpless against even a mere projection of Feng Chang's power. Realizing the disparity, the vine did something unprecedented: it uprooted itself, using its tangled roots like stubby legs to flee. A plant-type soul beast had learned to run away. Feng Chang almost laughed. But even with mobility, the vine's speed was laughable. Feng Chang caught up in mere strides. "Who are you? We have no enmity. Why hunt me to extinction?" The vine's shrieks now carried discernible human speech. "The soul beast world operates on strength alone," Feng Chang sneered. "When the spider kin were weak, you preyed on them. That was fair, they were inferior. But now, you are my prey, and you are inferior. Why should I spare you?" As he spoke, he unleashed another wave of flames, this time directed at the vine's main body. The Wailing Vine Emperor despaired. It understood now, this being sought vengeance for the spiders. No words would save it. Abandoning escape, it turned and attacked with everything, tendrils lashing out recklessly despite the flames. If it was doomed, it would at least make Feng Chang pay. Now this is how a 100,000-year soul beast should act. Feng Chang smirked, raising both hands before clapping them together. A frostflame demon spear materialized, a crystalline blue shaft wreathed in golden fire. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the spear. It streaked through the air like a comet, piercing straight through the Wailing Vine Emperor's core. Ryup! Every tendril went limp simultaneously, lifeless. Seizing the moment, Fong Chang reverted to his true form, a gargantuan spider. His maw split open, revealing a black hole-like vortex that sucked the Wailing Vine Emperor's main body whole. Next came its severed tendrils and uprooted remains. Nothing escaped. With the feast concluded, Fong Chang licked his lips, savoring the taste. It had been so long since he'd enjoyed a meal from his homeland. Under the awestruck gazes of the spider kin, Fong Chang lifted his head, peering toward a distant valley. That was the former site of the Icefire Yin-Yang Well, though without the Dragon King's bones he had long since devoured, it no longer held its miraculous properties. Yet his divine sense detected something unexpected, the valley still housed numerous treasures. And a powerful individual residing among them. Chapter 208, The Icefire Yin-Yang Well 10,000 years later. Fong Chang continued chewing the main vine of the Wailing Vine Emperor while turning his attention to the nearby Icefire Yin-Yang Well. Though this place wasn't listed among the threats identified by the little spiders, it held special significance for Fong Chang. After all, in the original story, this was Tang Sect's territory and their most important medicinal resource site. After scanning with his divine sense, a look of pleasant surprise appeared in Fong Chang's eyes. Although he had previously consumed all the immortal herbs and the 2 dragon bones at the bottom of the lake, draining the Icefire Yin-Yang Well of its former spiritual energy. Now he actually discovered traces of numerous immortal herbs here again, beautiful silk tulip, infernal delicate apricot, octagonal mysterious ice grass. These precious herbs that Fong Chang knew so well had actually reappeared, some even showing faint signs of transforming into soul beasts. If not for losing the unique climate effects of the Icefire Yin-Yang Well, they might have already become soul beasts of considerable age by now. These things weren't very useful to Fong Chang in his current state, but they could be quite valuable for the little spiders. His primary task now was to revitalize the spider race in the Douluo world, which was the most effective long-term method to control this plane. What concerned him more was the faint human presence he detected within the Icefire Yin-Yang Well, likely a guardian with soul power estimated at over rank 95. That an expert of this level would willingly remain here as a guard proved the formidable strength of the organization behind him. Fong Chang had the little spider stay behind to consume the Wailing Vine Emperor's secondary vines while he activated his Night Walker skill and headed toward the Icefire Yin-Yang Well. He first carefully inspected the newly grown immortal herbs to confirm there were no issues, then quietly approached where the faint human presence was located. The Icefire Yin-Yang Well had now become an ordinary pool of water, though it still retained traces of the 2 Dragon King's essence, making the surrounding area slightly more spirit-rich than the outside world. By the lakeside, inside an inconspicuous thatched hut, a gray-haired, heavily bearded man sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion with his eyes closed. With soul power estimated at rank 95 to 96, he still hadn't detected Fong Chang's avatar presence. Fong Chang's gaze turned icy as he carefully calculated his approach, circling around the hut toward the man's position. Then he raised one spider leg, its tip oozing pale purple venom, and stabbed through the hut's outer wall toward the man's back. The man, being a titled Douluo after all, instinctively rolled forward upon hearing the wall being pierced. But Fong Chang's spider leg was faster, slicing a roughly 20-centimeter gash on his back, with venom seeping into his flesh through the wound. The man shuddered in pain, his gaze fixed ahead at the spider leg withdrawing from the hut wall. Immediately, he summoned his martial soul, which turned out to be an exaggeratedly large black long-handled hammer. Clear Sky Hammer. Fong Chang's expression darkened instantly upon scanning the man's martial soul with his divine sense. He had destroyed the Clear Sky clan long ago, yet remnants apparently still survived. Finding a titled Douluo with a Clear Sky Hammer guarding immortal herbs in such a place was definitely not good news. How bold of a soul beast. I'll capture you today. The middle-aged man naturally couldn't discern Fong Chang's true nature, mistaking him for just another soul beast that had wandered into the herb garden. He immediately gripped his hammer, smashed through the hut, and charged at Fong Chang. Facing the charging opponent, all 8 of Fong Chang's eyes flashed red simultaneously. Instead of retreating, he simply raised a shield-like foreleg to meet the incoming Clear Sky Hammer head-on. With a thud, the impact sent the middle-aged man staggering back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, nearly losing grip of his Clear Sky Hammer. After taking 2 deep breaths, his gaze flickered uncertainly as he studied the dark golden spider soul beast before him, as if contemplating something. Soon after, he pulled out a small vial of red liquid from his robe and drank it in one gulp. After consuming the liquid, his eyes gradually took on a fanatical glow, and his aura surged dramatically, likely reaching rank 97 or 98. But with this power boost, his attacks became completely disorganized. At this moment, he resembled more of a human-shaped beast than Feng Chang did. Is this some kind of berserk effect? With Feng Chang's knowledge, recognizing this wasn't difficult. While fending off the man's attacks, he observed with interest. It seemed that during his absence, the Douluo world had indeed undergone significant changes. A titled Douluo with a clear sky hammer and this berserk potion were both unexpected developments. Under the influence of the berserk potion, the middle-aged man seemed tireless and impervious to pain, mechanically swinging his hammer repeatedly at Feng Chang's shield-like foreleg. Dull thuds sounded one after another, each accompanied by the man spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yet he persisted, as if there was something here worth protecting with his life. This assault lasted about 10 minutes before the middle-aged man finally collapsed to his knees, unable to withstand his accumulating injuries after delivering one final hammer blow, his aura significantly weakened. Only then did Feng Chang use a spider leg to lift the man's chin, noting his still bloodshot eyes indicating the berserk potion's effects hadn't worn off. Deciding to leave him there for now, Feng Chang turned to harvest the immortal herbs. These already mature immortal herbs were quickly uprooted under Feng Chang's harvesting, most being familiar varieties. Beyond these immortal herbs, there were still many well-growing precious medicines in the area. Naturally, Feng Chang wouldn't waste these either, summoning the little spiders waiting outside the valley to come in and consume all the medicinal plants. Witnessing all this, the anger in the titled Douluo Guardian's eyes kept intensifying, yet he showed no signs of panic. There must be something else hidden here that he cares about, Feng Chang thought as he carefully scanned the valley again with his divine sense. Finally, beneath the thatched hut where the middle-aged soul master lived, he discovered something peculiar, a place his divine sense couldn't penetrate. Curious, Feng Chang swept a spider leg to overturn the hut, revealing a cellar beneath. At this point, the titled Douluo finally showed signs of panic, scrambling desperately across the ground toward the cellar as if trying to stop Feng Chang. Feng Chang frowned as he detected traces of divine power on the cellar, energy only attainable after becoming a god. Then he kicked open the cellar door, revealing inside, a thriving blue-silver emperor with soul power equivalent to 20 to 30,000 years. A blue-silver emperor of this level clearly had developed some consciousness, immediately launching a counterattack with numerous vines upon seeing the spider's soul beast suddenly appear. But Feng Chang's gaze turned ruthless as he directly opened his massive maw and devoured the blue-silver emperor whole. When he had killed Tang Hao back then, he hadn't found one crucial item on him, Yin seed. Who would have thought that 10,000 years later, she would appear here? Seeing this scene, the titled Douluo Guardian's face turned ashen, instantly losing all will to resist. Meanwhile, in an undersea cave far, far away from this location, a middle-aged looking man suddenly seemed to sense something, his eyes bulging with rage as he glared westward. Chapter 209, New Nest. After devouring the blue-silver emperor, Feng Chang naturally wouldn't leave the titled Douluo who was guarding it. He also devoured the soul beast's martial soul and gave its body to the little spiders that had accompanied him. After that, he conducted a thorough sweep of the Sunset Forest, eliminating all of the spider clan's natural enemies in the forest. Looking at the now much safer Sunset Forest, Feng Chang finally felt satisfied. He turned his gaze to the two little spiders with digging abilities among the nearly 20 little spiders behind him and ordered them to start digging a nest at a location he had chosen. The chosen spot happened to be where the large underground nest used to be in the Sunset Forest, though it had long been abandoned for nearly 10,000 years. However, even so, the foundation of the nest remained, and these two little spiders essentially just had to clear away the accumulated dirt and debris from the original structure. After about 2 or 3 hours, the nest had regained some of its former appearance. A passage with a diameter of 5 to 6 meters ran through the entire nest, with a spacious room that could easily accommodate Feng Chang's body, which was several meters long, without feeling cramped. The little spiders followed Feng Chang into the interior of the nest, their curious eyes scanning this way and that. They had lived in the Sunset Forest for hundreds or even thousands of years, yet this was the first time they had learned of such a place in the forest. Afterward, Feng Chang carefully took out some materials and set up a large formation at the entrance of the nest to protect its internal safety. He had already made plans. The Star Doe Forest had been taken over by the Slime Clan, and even though it was difficult for him to reclaim the territory from them for now, the Sunset Forest, located in the heart of the kingdom with a relatively closed environment, was the best place for him to develop the Spider Clan's forces. In the following days, Feng Chang brought out the methods he had previously used to train the little spiders, organizing them into teams and training them according to their characteristics. After a period of training, they finally gained some self-defense capabilities, and even when encountering powerful opponents in the forest, they were able to defeat them through teamwork. Only after this did Feng Chang feel at ease and return to the Spider God Academy. "Hey, where have you been these days?" Not long after he arrived at the academy, Zhu Zhu came to his dorm to find him. With her popularity among the students, it wasn't surprising. "I went to the Sunset Forest," Feng Chang didn't hide it. While speaking, he took a light yellow flower from the soul tool on his waist and handed it to her. "You arrived just in time. Eat this first." Zhu Zhu frowned as she looked at the soul power swirling on the flower, her expression a mixture of joy and hesitation. Why is he giving me a flower all of a sudden, and not just giving it to me, but asking me to eat it? The last time on the lake, Feng Chang had helped her by eliminating the troublesome Su Sheng, which had made her feel some gratitude towards him. Moreover, since both of them were transformed spider soul beasts, this connection naturally deepened. But, they had only just met not long ago, and they hadn't even exchanged many words. Feng Chang, seeing her expression, secretly smiled. "Don't think too much. This is a precious medicine that can boost your cultivation, and it will even greatly increase your future potential. I'm giving this to you for the future of the Spider Clan." "For the future of the Spider Clan?" Zhu Zhu's face flushed slightly, and her expression became a little reproachful. Did he already have this in mind? Feng Chang quickly realized that his words could be misinterpreted. His intention was truly to give the best medicine to the most suitable person for the development of the Spider Clan. Zhu Zhu's ability to cultivate to the 100,000-year level already demonstrated her excellent talent. Although she had transformed into a human, she was still fundamentally a member of the Spider Clan. If he could help her increase her strength, she would surely become a great asset to the Spider Clan in the future. "Well, I'll trust you this time." Zhu Zhu blushed, biting down on the flower of the exquisite tulip and swallowing it after a slight chew. A pure energy then rose from her lower abdomen, spreading through her limbs, and the feeling of comfort was indescribable. Zhu Zhu couldn't help but let out a soft moan, quickly closing her eyes and sitting cross-legged on Feng Chang's bed, guiding the pure soul power from the medicine through her meridians. At that moment, Feng Chang's roommate, a man named Wei Li, opened the door and walked in. Upon seeing Feng Chang and Zhu Zhu inside, his face gradually turned awkward, and he quickly stepped back, not forgetting to close the door behind him. The power of the exquisite tulip continued to spread within Zhu Zhu, and her soul power steadily climbed. Within moments, she broke through from level 56 to level 57. But that was just the beginning, her soul power continued to rise steadily. Feng Chang watched her with interest, standing by to protect her. Up close, she wasn't bad looking at all. Compared to other humans like Qianren Xue and Bibi Dong, she had a touch of wildness. Compared to Xiao Bai, Guyu, and the others, she carried a certain intellectual beauty unique to humans. If not for the fact that he was already extremely busy in the divine realm, it wouldn't be impossible. Wait a minute, what am I thinking? Feng Chang quickly dismissed this thought from his mind. With Xiao Bai, Xiao Jin, and Guyu already in his life, he couldn't afford to start a harem. Zhu Zhu's transformation continued through the night, and by the next morning, she had completely absorbed the medicine's power. She let out a breath of air, checked her soul power, and found that she had jumped from level 56 to level 60. Moreover, she had the distinct feeling that if it weren't for the restriction of her soul rings, she might have been able to improve even further. Even her martial soul, the dragon spider, had become stronger after absorbing the medicine. Just as she was feeling pleased, Feng Chang's voice once again reached her ears. "Aren't you going to take the opportunity to condense your soul ring? I can protect you here, hiding your aura so that the old men in the academy won't detect it." "Oh." Zhu Zhu's voice was much more obedient now. She nodded at Feng Chang, then crossed her arms over her small abdomen and began to condense her sixth soul ring. At that moment, Feng Chang's door was opened again, and Wei Li, with dark circles under his eyes, walked in. Seeing Zhu Zhu still there, he hurriedly stepped back, saying as he left, "Senior Feng, you're really in good health." Feng Chang didn't bother responding to him. With all the battles he'd fought, including against spiders and even a dragon king, how could his body not be in top condition? Zhu Zhu, whose face had turned red when interrupted, continued to condense her soul ring after Wei Li left. However, she couldn't help but become a little distracted. A black light ring slowly appeared around her and solidified, eventually turning into a tangible soul ring that joined the 5 existing ones. In one night, using the medicine Feng Chang had given her, she had crossed the threshold to become a soul emperor. Chapter 210, Team Selection Trials. By the way, why were you so urgent to find me? Fang Chang finally asked after Zhu Zhu completed her soul ring formation. She froze momentarily, her gaze vacant, before suddenly slapping her forehead. Right. I almost forgot the main thing. In just a few days, the Academy will select participants for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament. You've been absent this whole time, don't you want to compete? So that was it. Fang Chang had heard about this during his initial enrollment, but held little interest. In his view, this so-called tournament amounted to children playing house. Given his true status, participating would feel like bullying toddlers. He was about to decline when a question occurred to him. Where is this tournament being held? At Shrek Academy in the Sun Moon Empire, Zhu Zhu answered, a trace of hostility coloring her tone. They're our Academy's sworn rivals, we've had numerous clashes with them. At that name, Fang Chang's eyelid twitched. Their current location should have been where Shrek Academy originally stood in the storyline. He'd assumed that name had vanished completely, yet it had somehow resurrected. His initial disinterest evaporated instantly. When are the selection trials? I'll attend. Huh. Zhu Zhu's eyes filled with exasperation. This guy didn't even know the basics. It's Tomo, no, today. She'd nearly forgotten a night had passed during her breakthrough. Today then. I'll be there. Fang Chang's response was casual, though his gaze drifted upward thoughtfully. Alright, I'll fetch you tomorrow, I mean later, and explain the rules. With that, Zhu Zhu departed his dorm. Wei Li, who'd been waiting outside, finally shuffled in leaning against the wall. Boss, I didn't interrupt anything, right? Despite being somewhat spineless, his roommate wasn't truly malicious, at least his social awareness pleased Fang Chang. Considering the boy had floated outside all night, Fang Chang tossed him a medicinal fruit scavenged from the ice-fire yin-yang well. While no immortal herb, it would still benefit a soul master of his level. The next morning, Zhu Zhu arrived at Fang Chang's dorm at dawn. We're heading to the inner academy now, that's where selections occur. She eyed his provisional student uniform with slight discomfort. Still, given his strength, easily top 3 even among inner academy students, she doubted anyone would bar his participation. Let me explain the selection rules, she began as they walked. The trials are open to all academy students above Soul King level. Essentially a tournament format. First, inner academy teachers nominate 7 challengers. Then other students choose whom to challenge. But note, if you register as a power attack type, you can only challenge power attack. Same for support types, they can only challenge support. Support trials are more complex though, testing team buffs and auxiliary effects. Not relevant to us anyway. As they spoke, they reached a lakeside. Zhu Zhu produced a palm-sized boat from her robes and tossed it onto the water. It expanded instantly to accommodate them both. Boarding solemnly, Zhu Zhu grew serious. You're registering as power attack type, right? There are specific opponents you should. Fang Chang raised a hand, cutting her off. No need. I can handle it. He recognized her intention, to brief him on adversaries and potential weaknesses. Most might value such intelligence. But with his overwhelming true strength, such concerns were meaningless. Humph. Fine, reject my help then. Zhu Zhu pouted adorably, equal parts annoyed and concerned. Don't come crying if you get hurt. Tell me about your situation instead, Fang Chang redirected. As his sole trusted kin here, he'd gladly assist her. Her irritation faded at his concern. With my strength? My chances are excellent. A frown surfaced. But control-type slots may fluctuate, either 1 or 2 positions. 2 slots would be fine. But if only 1. Her soul power fluctuated unconsciously before steadying. Though now it shouldn't matter. Her post-breakthrough level 61 soul power should overwhelm any competitor. Satisfied, Fang Chang nodded, she needed no further intervention. Their boat soon reached the opposite shore. The inner academy's architecture appeared more sparse than the outer's, where the latter blended modern and traditional styles, the former resembled an ancient town preserved for millennia. After several turns, Zhu Zhu led him to a bluestone plaza already crowded with spectators. Mixed reactions greeted Fang Chang and Zhu Zhu's arrival. Some were Zhu Zhu's admirers, but most knew of Fang Chang killing Su Sheng without consequence. His notoriety had spread academy-wide. Many now regarded him with palpable wariness. The faculty panel's expressions turned particularly strained upon spotting him. They exchanged helpless glances. If this deity participated, what chance had others? Noticing their looks, Fang Chang signaled discreetly to proceed normally without revealing his identity. One elderly instructor sighed deeply. After confirming no further arrivals, he announced plainly. Selection trials begin now. Chapter 211, 7 slots. The surrounding students had also noticed that the academy executive seemed to be treating Fang Chang a little differently than usual, which immediately made them more wary of him. The old instructor glanced at Fang Chang and continued his announcement. According to the arrangement for this tournament, we have a total of 7 slots for the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament. After discussion among us elders, we've decided on the following allocation: 1 slot for the support branch, 2 for the power attack branch, 2 for the agility attack branch, 1 for the control branch, and the final slot will be contested by all remaining students. The students had little objection to this arrangement. For one, there were indeed more students from the power attack and agility attack branches, and they were also more easily countered by others. If a team only had 1 or 2 firepower points and those were completely restrained by the opposing team, then the match would essentially be a guaranteed loss. So giving those 2 branches more slots was reasonable. It was standard lineup planning. The only contentious part was the final slot. At first glance, having everyone compete for the last spot seemed fair. But in reality, support branch students would basically be ruled out immediately. And unless the power or agility attack students had an overwhelming advantage, they were easily countered by control branch students. Looking at it from this perspective, the final slot was almost certainly going to end up with the control branch. Seeing no objections, the old instructor continued: Power Attack Branch Ring Masters, Fang Chang, Yunnan Tian. Agility Attack Branch Ring Masters, Lu Wuchang, Su Qing. Control Branch Ring Master, Tang Jiu. Support Branch Ring Master, Ning Waner. Final Ring Master, Chen Hong. The 7 of you, step up to the rings. Following his gesture, Fang Chang looked over to the bluestone square, where 7 circular arenas had been marked out. Each had a diameter of about 10 meters and was reinforced with a protective soul power barrier by the instructors. Clearly, these were the designated rings. Fang Chang shrugged toward Zhu Zhu. You're not one of the ring masters? Yeah. She didn't seem surprised at all, as if she had expected this outcome. There was even a rare glint of fighting spirit on her face. Seeing her expression, Fang Chang didn't say anything more and simply walked to the first ring as instructed. Once all 7 had taken their positions, the old instructor spoke again. The selection trials begin now. You may challenge any of the ring masters. Keep it to sparring, no excessive injuries. You have unlimited chances. If you fail, you can challenge someone else. That being said, the ring masters chosen were already some of the top students in the inner courtyard. Most of the students were familiar with each other's strengths from daily interactions, so no one wanted to be the first to step up. This stalemate lasted for about 10 seconds before a burly man stepped forward with a bitter expression. I challenge Fang Chang. He stepped into the ring and released his martial soul first, a purple-furred wild boar. 5 soul rings glowed around him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Not a bad combination. Su Zhu, rank 53 Battle Soul King. Please give me your guidance. Fang Chang, rank 61 Battle Soul Emperor. Fang Chang cupped his hands in salute and released 6 simulated soul rings. You'd best step down now, he added, kindly warning him. Hiss, at the sight of Fang Chang's soul rings, a collective gasp swept across the arena. 1 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 1 red, this configuration was terrifying. Especially that red 100,000-year soul ring at the top, it was truly shocking. They had heard rumors before, but now that they saw it with their own eyes, the impact was entirely different. Su Zhu was decisive. Seeing Fang Chang's overwhelming strength, he immediately conceded and stepped down. Since each challenger could face multiple ring masters, naturally they would start by challenging the weakest, increasing their chances of winning. But now that Fang Chang had exposed his power, no one dared to approach his ring again. The pressure shifted to the other rings. Next to Fang Chang was Yunnan Tian, another battle soul master whose martial soul turned out to be the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, piquing Fang Chang's interest. Back when he and Little Spider had destroyed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, a few members had managed to escape. He hadn't expected them to have held on this long. Yunnan Tian was at rank 58, but due to his powerful martial soul, his combat strength was comparable to a typical soul emperor. Moreover, he was also skilled in using soul tools like Su Sheng, which further boosted his battle ability. In no time, he defeated 2 challengers in a row. Meanwhile, in the support branch, Ringmaster Ning Wanner's martial soul was the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, clearly a scion of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan, and she was currently in a match. However, their competition was different. Each participant enhanced the same instructor, and that instructor would decide the winner based on performance. Surprisingly, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, widely regarded as the strongest support-type martial soul, actually lost the first round. Her opponent's martial soul was called the 8-Faced Umbrella. It looked like a pale green umbrella, each of its 8 panels depicting a different avian soul beast. In battle, these birds could be projected for use. It not only matched the 7 Treasure Pagoda in support ability but also had self-defense and even offensive functions. Its owner was a rarely seen inner courtyard student who clearly seized the spotlight with this performance. Just then, a commotion erupted on the field. Following the crowd's gaze, Fang Chong saw that 2 beautiful girls were about to face off in the control branch ring. One of them was Zhu Zhu, while her opponent was a control-type soul master named Tang Jiu. Tang. And a control type. Fang Chong furrowed his brow as soon as he heard that. What are you staring at? Since you're up here, let's get started. Tang Jiu, who had a long-standing rivalry with Zhu Zhu, immediately taunted her upon stepping into the ring. As she spoke, a wave of blue-silver grass surged up from the ground behind her. Her soul power was at rank 59. Tang Jiu, rank 59 control-type Soul King. As soon as she introduced herself, she launched an attack on Zhu Zhu. Zhu Zhu let out a cold chuckle. If this had been 3 days ago, she might have indeed lost. But now, Tang Jiu's soul power had always surpassed hers, and her martial soul also happened to counter Zhu Zhu's, so she had lost most of their past duels. But now, it was time to turn the tables. Zhu Zhu released her martial soul, a pale golden spider. It resembled a spider, but with several distinct differences. Its 8 legs were much thicker, it had wings on its back, and even a pair of horns on its head, giving it a fierce and majestic appearance. Most importantly, 6 soul rings glowed around her, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, proving her strength. Zhu Zhu, rank 61 control-type Soul Emperor. Requesting battle. Tang Jiu looked at her in utter disbelief. No, impossible. How could you already be at rank 61? She remembered clearly, just last month Zhu Zhu was only at rank 56. How could she have jumped 5 levels in a single month? But Zhu Zhu gave her no time to recover. She immediately fused with her martial soul and launched her attack. Chapter 212, Chapter 212, the lineup is set. As Zhu Zhu launched her attack, Tang Jiu dared not be careless. She immediately activated her martial soul, summoning the blue-silver grass on the ground to coil toward her. But now that Zhu Zhu had her martial soul attached, her speed had increased significantly. She deftly slipped through the gaps between the blue-silver grass, steadily closing the distance to Tang Jiu. At this point, she resembled not so much a control-type soul master as an assault-type one. No wonder Tang Jiu had the advantage over her. Faced with the threat, Tang Jiu clenched her silver teeth. Her 3rd soul ring lit up, and the blue-silver grass transformed into a large net, sweeping toward Zhu Zhu. Seeing this move, Zhu Zhu sneered disdainfully. Her 1st soul ring lit up as well, and she spat out a web larger than herself. When it came to webbing, she, a soul beast of spider origin, was confident she would never lose to a human. The 2 nets collided in midair, entangling together, but in the end were blasted backward in Tang Jiu's direction. Clearly, Zhu Zhu's spiderweb had the advantage in size and force. Tang Jiu's eyes turned cold. In past matches, she always had a stronger soul power than Zhu Zhu, so this kind of outcome had never happened. But now, with her soul power suppressed, the situation had turned against her. She leapt back while activating her 5th soul skill, Blue-Silver Overlord Spear. The surrounding blue-silver grass twisted together into a long spear that pierced through the spiderweb and shot toward Zhu Zhu behind it. The watching soul masters were all in an uproar. They had only exchanged a few moves, yet Tang Jiu had already used her strongest technique. She clearly intended to go all out against Zhu Zhu. Seeing her unleash this move, Zhu Zhu didn't dare slack off. She had been defeated by this technique several times before, but this time was different. Her second and third soul rings lit up at the same time. Threads of spider silk shot out from her abdomen, aiming to bind Tangjio, while her eyes flashed red. Everything around her seemed to slow by half a beat. These were her second and third soul skills, spider silk bind and gaze of darkness. Under the effects of both control skills, Tangjio's offensive momentum was significantly reduced. Still, her blue-silver overlord spear pressed forward, shattering several threads of spider silk along the way. Just as she was about to reach Zhu Zhu, the latter let out a cold laugh. Patterns of light appeared on the ground beneath her, interlocking until they formed a trapping array. At the same time, her newly acquired sixth soul ring lit up. Countless spider threads erupted from the ground, engulfing Tangjio. These threads were not only tough but seemingly endless. No matter how Tangjio struggled, she was quickly entangled, unable to break free. This was Zhu Zhu's first time using her sixth soul skill, spiderweb killing formation, and she was quite satisfied with the results. Though the skill had a limited range, once an enemy entered it, it could be considered one of the most powerful control skills among soul masters of the same level, and it was an area of effect control as well, making its value clear. Centered around her body, a white cylindrical zone about 3 meters in radius took shape. Tangjio was trapped within, unable to move. She still struggled furiously, unwilling to accept such a crushing defeat, but the referee had already called the outcome. This match, Zhu Zhu wins, Tangjio loses. Zhu Zhu is now the reigning champion of the control-type Soul Master category. Are there any more challengers? Silence fell over the entire plaza. Control-type Soul Masters were already few in number, and Zhu Zhu and Tangjio were recognized among the top 5 strongest in the inner courtyard. Now that even Tangjio had lost, who else could stand a chance? Only then did Tangjio shoot a venomous glare at Zhu Zhu before leaving the field. Instead of heading to rest, she marched toward another battle ring. Clearly, she intended to fight for the last unrestricted slot, one that didn't limit a contestant's Soul Master type. Unlike the intense competition in the assault and control categories, the 2 agility-type champions remained completely unchallenged. After another round of fierce battles, Tangjio astonishingly rose from the fray and successfully claimed that final position. Seeing that everything was mostly settled, the lead examiner swept his gaze across the field and asked, anyone else wishing to issue a challenge? The arena remained silent. Very well. I hereby declare today's qualification challenge concluded. The 7 representatives who will go to the Sun Moon Empire to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament have been decided. They are, for the Assault category, Fang Chang and Yunnan Tian, for the Agility category, Lu Wuchang and Su Qing, for the Control category, Zhu Zhu and Tangjio, and for the Auxiliary category, Nan Gongyu. In addition to these 7, Ning Wan'er and Su Zhu will accompany them as alternates. Departure is tentatively scheduled for 1 month from now. Use this time to cultivate diligently and strive for further breakthroughs. And lastly, stay safe. As he spoke these words, the examiner glanced at Fang Chang with a somewhat helpless expression. Who knew whether having this man along would be a blessing or a curse? If anyone on the team got on Fang Chang's bad side, not even the instructors would dare to intervene if he got serious. Especially since he had just killed a member of the Sun Moon Empire's royal family, and now, he was going to the Empire to compete openly. Something was almost certain to happen. With the lineup finalized, the crowd dispersed. A few old instructors, seeing Fang Chang, fled in the opposite direction like mice avoiding a cat. This time, I really have to thank you, Zhu Zhu said softly. If not for that immortal herb you gave me, I might not have been able to defeat Tangjio. Seeing how carefree she was, Fang Chang couldn't help but warn her, you're really that eager to compete? That kind of event draws a lot of powerful people. If your identity is exposed, you'll become a target instantly. I've got ways to handle that. She confidently patted her slender waist, apparently hiding something there that could suppress her aura. Don't just talk about me. You're going too, aren't you? If something happens to you, don't expect me to help you. She still stubbornly believed Fang Chang, like her, was a transformed soul beast who had taken human form. There was a faint concern in her eyes as she spoke. My situation isn't something you need to worry about, Fang Chang replied, spreading his hands indifferently. Even if they do find out, it's not a big deal. After all, this body was only an avatar. Even if it was destroyed, the worst that would happen was some spiritual backlash to his true body. It wouldn't be fatal. You really are a handful, Zhu Zhu grumbled playfully, then turned and walked toward the inner section of the academy. Fong Chang watched her retreating figure for a while, then shifted his gaze to Tang Jiu, who stood in another direction. The surname Tang, and a martial soul of blue-silver grass. Even if it was just coincidence, there had to be some deeper connection. Chapter 213, The Return of the Tang Sect. Tang Jiu was still unaware of the danger looming over her as she gloomily returned to her room in the inner court. Damn it! What the hell did that bitch Zhu Zhu do? How could her soul power increase so much in just 1 month? She still couldn't accept the fact that she had lost to Zhu Zhu. What made it even worse was that Zhu Zhu, whose soul power had always been lower than hers, had now surpassed her. Just then, the door she had left slightly ajar creaked open as if something had bumped into it, startling her. With a pout, she walked over and slammed the door shut hard. But she didn't notice that Fong Chang had already activated his stealth ability and silently slipped into her room. In her palm, a short strand of blue-silver grass appeared. I wonder how those other two are doing. If I can't stand out during this tournament, then. Her murmuring was suddenly cut off by a strange voice that echoed in her mind. What is Tang-san to you? Who are you? Tang Jiu's hairs stood on end. She asked warily, What Tang-san? I don't know anyone by that name. You don't? Are you sure? Fong Chang pressed. I really don't know anyone named Tang-san. Who even has such a lame name, she said with an aggrieved expression, seemingly not pretending. Huh? Fong Chang furrowed his brows. In his stealth state, he sat down on her bed. The noise from the bed made Tang Jiu jump back in fear, shrinking against the wall, too scared to move. Who are you? What are you doing in my room? A voice was speaking directly into her mind, from an invisible presence right in her room, interrogating her. Anyone would be creeped out by such a situation. Fong Chang had no intention of answering her. Instead, he slowly approached, releasing faint traces of soul power pressure, gradually breaking down her psychological defenses. Then, do you know of an organization called the Tang Sect? He asked again. How do you know about that? When she heard the words, Tang Sect, Tang Jiu's expression shifted visibly, a mix of fear and surprise. So you do know. This time, Fong Chang abandoned telepathy and leaned in close, speaking directly into her ear. At this close distance, his breath brushed against her cheek as he spoke, making her already frayed nerves nearly snap. Tang Jiu dropped to her knees. Yes, I know. Please don't kill me, sir. I'll tell you everything I know. That easy. Fong Chang hadn't expected her resolve to crumble so quickly. Go on. I'm listening. If I find out you're hiding anything, don't blame me for. He lifted a lock of her hair with his finger, subtly revealing his presence while remaining in stealth. I'll talk, I'll tell you everything. Tang Jiu cried out, eyes red with panic. The Tang sect is an ancient sect. It used to thrive for a time, but after the Soul Tool revolution brought by the Sun-Moon continent, we declined. Now the Tang sect is weak. There are probably fewer than 100 members left, scattered across the continent. Tang sect members seek out people whose martial soul is blue-silver grass and who show a certain level of talent to serve as potential successors to the sect. She spoke quickly and without pause, and what she said wasn't too far off from what Fong Chang had speculated. And what is your relationship with the Tang sect? Are you the current sect master? Fong Chang's tone sharpened, laced with killing intent. Tang Jiu burst into tears. And no, I'm not. I swear I'm not the sect master. She quickly explained, this generation of the Tang sect chose 3 people as candidates. I'm just one of them. They'll select the final sect master before we turn 25, based on our strength, talent, and influence. Until then, I'm just a low-ranking member. Please don't kill me. Fong Chang couldn't help but be amused by how terrified this so-called Tang sect successor looked. Then, do you know where the Tang sect is located? The Tang sect's location. Tang Jiu hesitated. I only know that the current headquarters is in the Sun-Moon Empire. I don't know the exact location. Are you lying to me? Fong Chang's voice grew slightly colder, naturally exuding an intimidating aura. Then how do you usually contact Tang sect members? I'm not lying, I swear, sir. Tang Jiu said desperately. There's a Tang sect contact point not far from the academy, near the Star Doe forest. I communicate with them through that location. I see. At least you're being sensible. Feng Chang now had a rough understanding of the Tang sect's current state. Compared to the version in DOLOU DALU 2, this one seemed to be faring slightly better, but not by much. As for Tang Jiu, she probably didn't have any direct connection to Tang San. She just happened to have the same surname and the same martial soul. What Feng Chang really wanted to know was, who revived the Tang sect? Where were they now? How strong were they? But judging by the clueless girl in front of him, she wouldn't have those answers. This current Tang sect seemed to be operating with extreme caution, as if constantly guarding against a powerful enemy. Feng Chang had a gut feeling, that enemy might very well be him. He had no intention of letting this so-called Tang sect heir live. After forcing her to draw a rough map of the contact point, he killed her with poison. Then he staged the scene to make it look like she had committed suicide. Only after doing all this did Feng Chang calmly leave and return to his quarters in the outer court. The next day, using the map Tang Jiu had provided, he easily located the Tang sect's contact point. There, he found an elderly Soul King, probably in his 60s or 70s. It didn't take much effort to force a critical piece of information from him. Tang sect members scattered across the continent would be gathering in the Sun Moon Empire in a few months, coinciding with the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament, for a grand assembly. At that time, they would likely decide the next sect master. Feng Chang did not destroy the contact point. He merely crippled the Soul King's soul power and threw him deep into the Star Do forest. He also left behind a tracking mark, so he would immediately know if someone came to deliver a message. After this, the Academy kept Tang Jiu's death strictly confidential. She even remained on the official list of tournament participants. The Academy simply claimed there had been a tactical adjustment, promoting Ning Wanner to the main team and placing Tang Jiu as a substitute. Only a few top-level inner court officials knew the truth, that the Academy was acting under duress, helping cover something up. Chapter 214, Setting Out for the Tournament. A month later, a group of 8 students followed 2 instructors as they set out for Shrek Academy in the Sun and Moon Empire. One of the instructors produced a flying soul tool that resembled a magic carpet. It billowed out in the wind, quickly expanding to over 5 meters in length and more than 3 meters in width, just large enough to carry 10 people. One after another, they boarded the magic carpet and sat cross-legged in pairs. Feng Chang naturally sat with Zhu Zhu, as they had been walking together the whole time. The 2 instructors boarded last, taking positions at the front and back flanks to act as escorts. At the instructor's command, the carpet slowly rose into the air. Once it reached a height of about 100 meters, it transformed into a streak of light and shot westward. The scenery below blurred as it rapidly swept past. On the magic carpet, the expressions of the Soul Masters varied, but most of their eyes shone with anticipation. "This your first time going to the Sun and Moon Empire?" Zhu Zhu tilted her head toward Feng Chang and asked. "More or less," Feng Chang said with a yawn. 10,000 years ago, he had visited nearly every place in this realm, and the Sun and Moon Continent was no exception. Back then, though, the Sun and Moon Continent hadn't yet collided with the Douluo Continent. While they already had offensive-type soul tools, they were nowhere near as advanced as now. At most, their level of technology had just been a bit ahead of Douluo Continents at the time. "What do you mean, more or less?" Zhu Zhu clearly wasn't satisfied with his answer. "It's very different over there. They put a lot of value on soul tools and have made far greater advancements in the field than we have. The Sun and Moon Continent could be considered her home turf, so she explained with ease and confidence. They're at least a few decades ahead of the 3 empires of Douluo Continent in soul tool research. Plus, they have entire legions of soul engineers, which makes them even harder to deal with. It's precisely because of their accomplishments in soul tool development that the soul beasts in the demonic forest over there are in a passive position, almost entirely on the receiving end of attacks." As she said this, her eyes filled with hatred, suggesting a deeper backstory. But the more they do this, the worse the quality of their soul beasts becomes. That also leads to a drop in the quality of soul rings among their soul masters. So now, they've set their sights on the Star Do forest to get better soul rings. Feng Chang nodded. The advancement of human technology would inevitably affect the survival of soul beasts. That was something he had to consider. However, he wasn't thinking about establishing any kind of soul beast sanctuary or campaigning for beast rights. Wouldn't it be easier to just mass-produce soul tools specifically for the Spider Clan? Feng Chang's mind raced with ideas. A mechanized spider army, that alone sounded ridiculously cool. As they chatted, the magic carpet picked up speed. The scenery below turned into streaks of light, no longer discernible. Several hours passed before they finally reached the outskirts of Sun and Moon City, where the carpet began to slow. "We're here," Zhu Zhu said, her gaze toward the city tinged with a complex mix of affection and resentment. Compared to the cities of the Douluo Continent, Sun and Moon City felt far more modern and expansive in both architecture and layout. This impression was even more obvious from the air. The instructor at the front controlled the carpet to land outside the city. After putting it away, he turned to the group. "The tournament will begin in a month. We've come early so that you can get used to the local combat styles." Seeing that it was still early, he added, "For now, feel free to explore the city, but don't go too far. We'll meet back here in 2 hours." Hearing this, the students cheered. Having the chance to explore a new city on their own was naturally exciting. They broke into small groups and headed off in different directions throughout Sun and Moon City. Feng Chang, however, was pulled away by Zhu Zhu, her hand gripping his like a couple out on a date. "Where are you taking me, Zhu Zhu?" Feng Chang asked, noticing that her direction was different from the others. "You'll see," she replied mysteriously, pulling him toward a more secluded part of the city. They passed through a modern-looking avenue, then turned into an older, more run-down alley. But Zhu Zhu didn't stop, walking deeper in like she knew the place well. Eventually, they reached what looked like a junkyard. Only then did she finally stop. "We're here." She gently pushed open an iron door and dragged Feng Chang inside. The space within was large, resembling an abandoned factory or perhaps a hidden slum. Several pairs of eyes suddenly lit up from the shadows, glaring at the newcomers with hostility, until they saw Zhu Zhu. Only then did the tension ease slightly. Feng Chang glanced around, and his interest was immediately piqued. Everyone here was a recultivated, human-shaped soul beast, and most of them were spider-type soul beasts. Some were even his own descendants. "Who's this?" A burly man stepped forward into the light. His soul power was nearly at level 80, making him the second strongest person here. "A friend of mine." "Don't worry, he's also a recultivated soul beast," Zhu Zhu said. At her words, the man's expression softened. "There aren't many like us left these days," he said with a self-deprecating chuckle, clapping Feng Chang on the shoulder. At the same time, a device in his hand lit up and scanned Feng Chang's body. Feng Chang felt a chill on his shoulder, but the man nodded in satisfaction and said to the others, "It's fine, he's one of us." Zhu Zhu also let out a breath of relief. She had been worried something might go wrong. At the man's words, the others who had been hiding in the shadows began stepping out and greeting Feng Chang. Counting himself and Zhu Zhu, there were 10 people here. That meant 9 were recultivated soul beasts with 100,000-year origins. Even Feng Chang found the number a bit surprising. "Big bro, what species are you from?" a little girl asked, approaching him. Though she looked only 8 or 9 years old, Feng Chang knew she was probably at least several hundred years old. "Same as you," Feng Chang said fondly, ruffling her hair. Her true form was a dark-side demon spider, a direct descendant of him and Xiao Bai. As he patted her head, the girl's eyes grew puzzled. From this man, she somehow felt a faint, familial sense of warmth. She couldn't help leaning in closer. It wasn't just her. Among the 900,000-year soul beasts here, 7 were spider-type beasts. Aside from Zhu Zhu, all of them were Feng Chang's descendants. So the former glory of the spider clan had indeed left a legacy. Chapter 215, Beast Alliance. "Welcome to the Beast Alliance, Feng Qi." Zhu Zhu suddenly stepped forward, offering Feng Chang a friendly handshake. "Huh?" Feng Chang's mind froze for a moment before he realized that the so-called Beast Alliance must be the organization they were currently in. He reached out, shook her hand twice, and said, "Why didn't you tell me about this place earlier?" "Well, I was worried you weren't trustworthy." Zhu Zhu sounded a bit helpless. "Our Beast Alliance prioritizes secrecy above all. Even if we have to give up potential members, we absolutely can't risk exposure." Feng Chang blinked and immediately understood what she meant. A group of 100,000-year soul beasts in human form, if their existence were exposed to the human soul master world, it would undoubtedly provoke intense jealousy. After all, 100,000-year soul rings were something all soul masters dreamed of. Not to mention, these beasts would also drop 100,000-year soul bones upon death. Zhu Zhu explained that this organization, known as the Beast Alliance, was formed by several 100,000-year soul beasts who had taken human form. It existed to protect their kind. At the same time, they shared a common dream, that one day, they could resist human soul masters and carve out a safe habitat where soul beasts could live without fear. Their goal filled Feng Chang with a sense of admiration. If he could leverage this force, it would undoubtedly become a powerful ally. Just then, a graceful figure slowly descended from the upper floor. The soul beasts in the room all bowed respectfully. No need for that. We're all one of a kind. Her voice was crisp and clear. As she spoke, she turned her gaze toward Feng Chang, a look of contemplation surfacing in her eyes. A Sea Emperor Spider. Feng Chang's expression unexpectedly softened. This young one was likely the closest to him by blood in the room. Probably only 100 generations apart or so. That's odd, who are you? She walked up to him and studied him for a long while. Why do I feel something strange about you? It's like, a sense of instinctive submission from deep within my blood. The entire room froze in shock. This lady Zhu Jing had already reached the level of title Douluo and was a guardian of soul beasts. And now she claimed to feel a bloodline-level submission to this mysterious man Zhu Zhu brought back. Could his bloodline surpass even Lady Zhu Jing's? Feng Chang didn't say much. He simply shook his head and said, "Don't overthink it. You must be mistaken. I'm just a soul emperor. How could I make a title Douluo submit?" Though he said that, he was very clear in his heart, as the progenitor of these spider-type soul beasts, he naturally exerted a form of bloodline suppression over them. This suppression would weaken over generations, and most of the other spider soul beasts here were separated from him by over 1,000 generations, so the effect was minimal. But Zhu Jing's bloodline was much closer to his, which made the effect far more noticeable. Is that so? Zhu Jing pursed her lips, half convinced. Then how about becoming my husband? I happen to be short one. Pfft. Her words nearly made Feng Chang spit blood. Zhu Zhu immediately grew tense, and a rare flash of killing intent appeared in her eyes. Even the other soul beasts in the room were stunned. The ever-distant Lady Zhu Jing had actually just said something like that. That's probably not appropriate. Feng Chang replied awkwardly. Lady Zhu Jing, you're already a title Douluo, and I'm just a lowly soul emperor. I wouldn't dare presume to be your equal. Ugh, can't even take a joke. Zhu Jing said, though a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. With her strength far surpassing everyone else present, she could tell that Feng Chang was different. He clearly had many secrets, and his potential went far beyond what it seemed. She turned to Zhu Zhu. By the way, Zhu Zhu, you're in Sun Moon City this time to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament, right? Yes. Zhu Zhu nodded and, rather possessively, looped her arm through Feng Chang's. Feng Qi is too. We're in the same academy now, representing Spider God Academy in the tournament. Caught between the two, Feng Chang felt a little helpless. Compared to Zhu Jing, Zhu Zhu definitely seemed more reliable. At least she shared no blood relation with him. Zhu Jing, whether playing dumb or unwilling to lose, brushed up next to Feng Chang and reminded them, you two better be careful during this tournament. A lot of big names will show up. And I've spotted traces of the spider hunters in the city lately. They might have a way of seeing through your disguises. Spider hunters? Feng Chang and Zhu Zhu gasped simultaneously. Yes, them. Zhu Jing's expression turned dark. The ones I've seen so far are just small fry, but I don't know if there'll be any big fish coming later. But don't worry. If I get the chance, I'll try to be at the tournament grounds. If something really happens, I'll help you escape. Her eyes flicked toward Feng Chang, as if trying to score favor with a subordinate. Then we'll count on you, Sister Zhu Jing. Zhu Zhu clasped her hands in thanks. Having a title Douluo like her as backup would definitely reduce the risks they faced. After some conversation, Feng Chang was officially inducted into the Beast Alliance and gained a general understanding of their situation. Surprisingly, this organization housed more than 300,000-year soul beasts in human form, scattered across the new continent. Sun Moon City was their largest sanctuary. Aside from Zhu Jing and Zhu Zhu, most of the others spent their time hiding within it. About an hour later, Feng Chang and Zhu Zhu bid farewell to the others and returned to Sun Moon City, heading back toward their rendezvous point outside the city. They were a little late. By the time they arrived, the rest of the group was already there. The academy instructor in charge was about to scold them when he saw it was Feng Chang and promptly swallowed his words. He did a quick head count, then said, in a bit, Teacher Jian and I will take you to your accommodations in the city. You'll rest tonight. Tomorrow morning, we'll visit the Great Soul Arena. His meaning was clear. Since they had arrived in Sun Moon City a month early, the host, Shrek Academy, was likely still preparing, so they would stay in the city for now. In the meantime, they would probably use the Great Spirit Arena to train, as a way to acclimate to the local combat environment. It was clear that Spider God Academy placed great importance on this tournament. Yes, the 8 students responded in unison. Then, they followed the 2 instructors back into the city and checked into a hotel near the Great Spirit Arena, awaiting the battles that would begin the next day. Chapter 216, Sun Moon Grand Spirit Arena. The next morning after breakfast, the 2 instructors led the group into the Sun Moon City Star Do Grand Spirit Arena. The arena had an ancient Roman style, structured like a circular coliseum. The center was an open area where soul masters battled, surrounded by rows of spectator stands. The 2 instructors had clearly made prior arrangements. After leading the group into the arena, they went through a simple soul power verification and were quickly guided into the waiting area. Your opponents today are a local team from the Sun Moon Empire. Their soul power is about the same as yours, so be especially careful with their soul tools. That's the biggest difference between them and us, the leading instructor reminded them. Although Spider God Academy now offered soul tool courses and provided some soul tools to students, they were still far behind the Sun Moon Empire in this area. It was precisely for this reason that they had brought the students here early, to get used to the combat style of this region. The students all nodded earnestly. In fact, they already had some understanding of soul tools, more or less. Even Fong Chong had fought Su Xing before. About half an hour later, the match began, and both teams entered the field in order. On Fong Chang's side were him, Zhu Zhu, and 5 other team members. Since Tang Jiu's death, their lineup now consisted of 2 power attack types, 2 agility attack types, 2 support types, and 1 control type. Other than Fong Chang, the rest were equipped with basic soul tools, making their lineup fairly strong. Their opponents, however, were all power attack types, 7 figures wrapped in what looked like iron shells. It was vaguely visible that their soul power levels were around Soul King, but with the enhancement of their battle armor, they were nearly comparable to weaker Soul Emperors. As soon as they entered the arena, the 7 Sun Moon Empire Soul Masters, clad in identical armor, launched a synchronized barrage using their arm-mounted soul tools. All at once, they raised their transformed arms, which morphed into small cannons, and under the infusion of soul power, fired blazing beams of light straight at Fong Chang's team. Having spent most of their time inside the academy, the students had never seen such an assault before. Panic immediately set in, and they hurriedly used their own abilities to block the attack. Ning Wanner from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect summoned her 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, sending 5 beams of light to empower 5 members, deliberately excluding the girl wielding the 8 avian umbrella. That girl responded in kind. Her umbrella manifested 5 phantom avian figures that provided boosts to everyone except Ning Wanner, before moving to guard her flanks. The augmentations from the 2 support-type Soul Masters were effective, though not perfectly synchronized. Still, it was a little stronger than what a single support-type Soul Master could offer alone. At the very front, Yunantian from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan roared furiously, electricity crackling over his body as he rushed toward the incoming barrage. With the aid of the support types, his soul power temporarily broke through the 60th level, allowing him to intercept nearly half the incoming blasts. The 2 agility attack types also leapt into action. One wielded a flying sword as his martial soul, while the other's was a spirit crane. Weaving through the battlefield, they blocked several more beams. By then, only 3 of the original 14 beams remained. Zhu Zhu instantly activated her 4th soul skill, Web Wall. A massive shield-like barrier of spiderweb formed out of thin air in front of Fong Chang's group. The remaining fire blasts struck it, burning the web wall to ashes, but were successfully blocked in the process. Before the team could celebrate, their opponents unleashed another round of attacks in the exact same posture. Roars of boom, boom, boom filled the arena as waves of fire rained down, turning the battlefield crimson. The crowd outside the arena erupted in cheers. This was the true might of the Sun Moon Empire. They wanted these outsiders to get a taste of it. Facing such overwhelming firepower, everyone on Fong Chang's team except for him looked grim, especially the 2 support types, who instinctively retreated to the rear of the group. This isn't going to work. Yunantian, hold them off. The 2 of us will flank and try to take 1 or 2 down, that'll ease the pressure, one of the agility attackers called to Yunantian. He glanced at Fong Chang, wanting to bring him along too, but seeing him standing idle without any intention of moving, he could only shake his head helplessly. With that, he and his companion dashed along the flanks, targeting the weakest-looking opponent. Yunnan roared again, his clothes bursting as he activated his martial soul possession. Thunderbolts exploded outward, intercepting as many blasts as he could to protect the rear. Zhu decisively activated her sixth soul skill, forming a deadly web array, not to entrap but to defend. Endless threads of spider silk blocked most of the fire blasts aimed at the backline, though a few slipped through. That's when the girl wielding the 8 avian umbrella truly shined. The 5 avian phantoms swept around like a storm, momentarily bursting with the power of a high-tier power attack soul master. In contrast, Ning Wan'er and Fong Chang simply stood idle. The attacks from the two agility attackers reached their target, but only resulted in a string of clanging metal sounds. Their rhythm wasn't disturbed in the slightest. Clearly, the battle armor not only enhanced offensive power but significantly boosted defense. These 7 were practically emotionless war machines. Hey, Fang Qi, are you going to make a move or not? If you don't hurry, I won't be able to hold on anymore. Zhu's web array was disintegrating quickly, unable to regenerate fast enough to compensate for the destruction. She turned to Fong Chang with a face full of frustration. All right, I got it. I was just analyzing their weaknesses. Fong Chang waved his hand casually, stepping out from the silk barrier. He raised his right hand and punched toward the distance. A wave of compressed air surged across the battlefield, striking the central opponent in the spot where the chest and abdominal plates met, exactly where the armor was weakest. With a dull bang, the man was sent flying 5 or 6 meters, his battle armor shattering into pieces mid-air. Seeing Fong Chang's success, the two observant agility attackers quickly recognized the same weakness and shifted their attacks toward the chest-abdomen joint areas. Soon after, they dismantled 2 more sets of armor and began assaulting the bodies beneath. That's enough, we surrender, the opposing team's leader quickly shouted, stepping forward. If the fight continued, defeat was inevitable, and they'd lose several expensive suits of armor as well. No one needed to do the math to see that wasn't worth it. Chapter 217, The Sun and Moon Auction House. The result of the first match came as a surprise to both mentors. However, upon seeing Fong Chang again, they quickly relaxed. With such a powerhouse on their side, the opposing team had little chance of winning no matter what. Still, wasn't this approach just a bit too much? Wasn't it borderline bullying? For some reason, Fong Chang coughed a few times, then led his victorious team back to the resting area. At that moment, the audience sat in stunned silence. In the minds of the citizens of the Sun and Moon Empire, a victory without relying on soul tools in a match between opponents of equal level was simply unthinkable. Yet this very team had just taught them a harsh lesson. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the stands, 2 men whispered a few words to each other before quietly leaving the soul dueling arena. You all, did well, one of the mentors said, even though they knew that at least half of the victory could be attributed to Fong Chang alone. Still, the students' performance was commendable. Besides, their primary goal had been achieved, getting the students used to combat in the soul tool-heavy environment of the Sun and Moon Empire. Teacher, will there be another match? If there is, let me give it a try too, Su Zhu interjected from the side. Not today. Tomorrow, you can switch in for Ning Wan'er and give it a shot, one of the mentors replied somewhat awkwardly. At those words, a shadow flickered in Ning Wan'er's eyes. She was well aware that she had been practically a burden in today's battle. So, teacher, what should we do next? Yunnan asked, stepping forward. If there's nothing else, I'd like to check out the auction house. Maybe I can get my hands on a suitable soul tool. His suggestion was met with immediate enthusiasm from the others. The Sun and Moon Empire's auction houses were renowned across the entire continent, especially for their soul tools, unequaled anywhere else. With only a month left until the tournament, breakthroughs through training were becoming unlikely. However, acquiring a suitable soul tool could significantly boost their combat strength. The 2 mentors exchanged uncertain glances. Seeing the students' eager expressions, they eventually relented and agreed. One of the mentors accompanied the group to the auction house, while the other went off to handle other affairs, more or less allowing the students their way. The Sun and Moon City's auction house was located in the city center's busiest district. It took the group nearly an hour of walking before they finally arrived. From the outside, the building looked much like a sports stadium from Fong Chang's past life, grand and imposing. Inside, a wave of heat hit them, not due to the weather, but simply from the sheer number of people inside, raising the ambient temperature noticeably. After paying a hefty registration fee, they were guided by a hostess to the second floor of the auction hall. From there, they had a clear view of the entire venue, evidently one of the better seats in the house. The auction had already started before they arrived, and it didn't pause for them. 100,000 gold soul coins, first call, the auctioneer, a woman in a red dress, announced, her voice amplified by soul power as it echoed throughout the hall. 100,000, second call. Any more bids, she coaxed skillfully, targeting the thousands present. This is a Gale-class flying soul tool, an unprecedented low price. Her words must have stirred someone, as a voice from somewhere in the crowd called out, 110,000. Excellent. This gentleman bids 110,000. Any higher offers? Her tone rose slightly, lifting the energy in the room. Wow, that's cheap, one of the agility-type soul masters in Feng Chang's group murmured in amazement. A flying soul tool like this would easily sell for 200,000 gold soul coins in the Star Luo Empire. If I had more money on me, I'd buy it just to flip it for a profit. Give it a rest, Lu Wuchang, his partner Su Qing muttered. If your pea-brain can think of it, you think these people haven't already? The auction's just started. I guarantee the final price won't be under 150,000. Yeah, I knew you'd take a dig at me, Lu Wuchang replied, clearly used to their back and forth. Sure enough, Su Qing's prediction was spot on, the flying soul tool eventually sold for 168,000 gold soul coins. Although still much cheaper than in other parts of the continent, once the auction house's commission and fees were factored in, the actual profit margin was minimal. Next, the second auction item after they entered was brought out, a purple, heart-shaped defensive soul tool, clearly designed for female soul masters. The auctioneer's voice rang out again, a level 6 soul tool, Purple Moon Heartguard Mirror. Increases defense by 50%, especially suitable for support-type soul masters. Starting bid, 100,000 gold soul coins. No sooner had she finished than someone called out a bid of 120,000, followed quickly by 140,000, then 150,000. Clearly, defensive soul tools garnered more attention than ordinary flying ones. After all, in critical moments, such tools could save lives. For support-type soul masters, they were especially precious. 200,000 gold soul coins. The voice came from Feng Chang's group. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the bidder was none other than Ning Wanner. As a member of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, she likely held a fairly high position within the sect and certainly didn't lack money. More importantly, compared to Nan Gongyu, who held the same team position, she lagged significantly in terms of defense and support capability, making her role increasingly awkward. As a young lady from a major sect, she couldn't accept that. 300,000, before her voice even faded, Nan Gongyu, seated in front of her, immediately raised the bid, jumping straight to 300,000 gold soul coins. This soul tool was only a level 6 item, typically used by soul emperors, though soul kings nearing that level could also make good use of it. But 300,000 was already well beyond its actual value. 350,000 gold soul coins. Ning Wanner glared at Nan Gongyu and shouted her next bid. No one expected her to keep bidding, clearly, this had become a personal battle between the two. 400,000, Nan Gongyu said flatly, not bothering to waste words, dropping a price that silenced the entire room. This soul tool's actual value was estimated between 150,000 and 200,000 gold soul coins, and yet she had just doubled it. 500,000. Ning Wanner could no longer endure her rival's provocations. From the very beginning of the selection trials, Nan Gongyu had always overshadowed her. This time, she was determined to win, no matter what. But just then, Nan Gongyu turned around and said courteously, "Congratulations, Miss Ning, on purchasing a level 6 soul tool for 500,000 gold soul coins." Only then did Ning Wanner realize she had been played from the start. She was so furious she couldn't even speak. Meanwhile, a smug smirk formed on Nan Gongyu's face. Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, aren't you supposed to be the strongest support-type martial soul in the world? I'll make sure everyone sees just how useless you really are. Chapter 218, Ambushed. The auction was still underway. On Feng Chang's side, the bidding war between Ning Wanner and Nan Gongyu had already drawn quite a bit of attention, causing many in the crowd to turn their eyes toward them. The next auction item, fragrant silk armor. Another 6th grade defensive soul tool, the host announced, and as she said this, she couldn't help but glance at Ning Wanner. This piece of fragrant silk armor offers defensive capabilities similar to the previous item, but with a more refined design. I imagine it'll be more popular among female soul masters. As she spoke, she held up the armor. Clearly crafted for female soul masters, the armor had a soft texture and intricate patterns, significantly more elegant than the previous item. Fragrant silk armor, starting bid at 120,000 gold soul coins. As expected, its price was slightly higher than that of the Purple Moon Heartguard mirror that Ning Wanner had just won. 200,000 gold soul coins, Nangong Yu called out without hesitation, instantly driving the price high. Ning Wanner wanted to compete again, but the money she brought was already running low. Worried Nangong Yu might trap her again with a sudden withdrawal, she ultimately chose to stay silent. A voice from the crowd called out, 220,000 gold soul coins. That price was already approaching the item's actual value. Unless someone desperately needed it or had money to burn, few would offer much more. 250,000 gold soul coins, Nangong Yu bid again. While still a bit of a loss at that price, it was a far better deal compared to the 500,000 gold soul coins Ning Wanner had spent earlier. 250,000 going once. 250,000 going twice. Any more bids? The host glanced over at Ning Wanner. She took a deep breath, raised her arm halfway, then let it drop. If Nangong Yu tricked her again, she really would be crying for real. Sold for 250,000 gold soul coins. Congratulations to this young lady for winning the fragrant silk armor. Although this item didn't fetch as high a price as the Purple Moon Heartguard mirror, we still thank this young lady for her contribution to our auction. Hearing that, Ning Wanner couldn't hold it in any longer. Furious, she stood up and left. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qin got up and followed to comfort her. The next item was a piece of withered bone vine, used for crafting high-level soul tools, something that didn't interest Fong Chang and the others. The following few auction items drew only mild reactions, until the venue suddenly erupted once again. This item is called the Soul Ascending Fruit. It can raise a soul master's soul power with no side effects, the host announced, lifting a jade tray. Fong Chang only gave it a glance before turning away. It was indeed a soul-ascending fruit, but unfortunately, it was under 1,000 years old. For low-level soul masters, it might be somewhat helpful, but for those at the Soul King or Soul Emperor level, it would likely only grant a 1 or 2 level increase at most. The starting bid is 500,000 gold soul coins, the host declared. Hiss, the price drew a sharp intake of breath from many in the audience. A fruit that could directly increase soul power without side effects naturally came with a hefty price tag. 600,000 gold soul coins. Despite the cost, someone immediately raised the bid by 100,000. 680,000 gold soul coins. This time, the bid came from Yunnan Tian. After calculating all the funds he could muster, he decided to stake everything on this item. He had originally planned to purchase a few reliable soul tools with this money, but upon seeing this item, he immediately changed his mind. His soul power was already at level 59, just one level short of the breakthrough to level 60. With normal cultivation, it would be impossible to make it in time for the tournament. But with this item, there was still hope. Compared to soul tools, an increase in strength was far more valuable. As the auction continued, good items occasionally appeared, and each member of Fong Chang's group made their own gains. Even Fong Chang bought 2 items during the auction. One was a basic tactical mecha, which he intended to study and see if it could be modified for use by the Spider Clan. The other was a trap-type offensive soul tool. Zhu Zhu had originally planned to buy it, but she didn't have enough money. Seeing her give up, Fong Chang raised the bid and won it, gifting it to her afterward. By the time the auction ended, it was already evening. The group left the venue feeling satisfied. Su Qing and Ning Wanner had left a little earlier, and no one knew where they'd gone. The instructors and Yunnan Tian decided to split up to look for the two, while Fong Chang took the opportunity to leave alone with Zhu Zhu. According to her, she had lived in Sunmoon City for 2 years, and now she mysteriously claimed she wanted to take Fong Chang somewhere special. They turned into several quiet streets, and just as they entered a secluded alleyway, Fong Chang's expression suddenly changed. "You've been tailing us for long enough. Come out already," he growled toward the alley entrance. As his voice fell, over a dozen black-clad figures emerged from the shadows, surrounding the two of them. "Who are they?" Zhu Zhu asked nervously. She could tell that these people were all at the Soul King or Soul Emperor level, no weaker than they were. And with so many of them, if they were hostile, this could easily be a death trap. Fong Chang shook his head. No idea. But they've been following us since we left the soul fighting arena. They tailed us all the way from the auction house too. There's even that. Her heart sank further. If they'd been following them since the Great Spirit Arena, their intentions definitely weren't good. Were they from the arena? Or a faction in Sun Moon City? Anyone who could dispatch this many Soul Kings and Soul Emperors must be quite powerful. The group closed in, trapping the two in the center. The leader pulled a portrait from his robe and compared it to Fong Chang. No mistake, it's him. Prepare to move, the man said hoarsely, voice thick with killing intent. The others responded by releasing their martial souls. A wave of soul power burst forth from all directions. Who are you? Fong Chang asked calmly, unshaken. We're about to be killed, can't we at least know why? The leader glared at him with venom. Who we are doesn't matter. What matters is that you've offended someone you shouldn't have. With those words, the group launched their attack from both sides, blades aimed to take Fong Chang and Zhu Zhu's lives. Zhu Zhu's heart sank as she summoned her martial soul, preparing to fight, but Fong Chang held her back. Close your eyes. He raised one hand to cover her eyes, blocking her view. At the same time, he lifted his other hand and gently swept it through the air. Chapter 219, The Soul Master Tournament. Suddenly, over a dozen flames ignited in midair. Accompanied by several heart-wrenching screams, the dozen or so black-clad attackers who had ambushed Fong Chang and the others were instantly turned into blazing torches. Through the gaps between Fong Chang's fingers, Zhu Zhu caught a faint glimpse of the gruesome scene outside. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Those were Soul Kings and Soul Emperors, Soul Masters whose strength wasn't much lower than theirs, so why had they stood no chance at all against Fong Chang? The question filled her heart with confusion. Then there was everything Fong Chang had done recently, and the way the academy higher-ups treated him. No matter how she thought about it, something didn't add up. The screams gradually faded away, and the scorched bodies turned into ashes. Only then did Fong Chang move his hand away from her face. She refused to back down, her eyes wide as she stared straight at him. You've been hiding your strength, haven't you? Truthfully, as she asked this, Zhu Zhu was already almost certain of the answer. But driven by curiosity, she couldn't help asking anyway. She understood this sort of thing well. First, she had once been a 100,000-year-old soul beast, standing at the top of the continent, with far greater insight than ordinary human soul masters of this level. Second, she knew how dangerous it was for reformed soul beasts to live among humans after taking human form. In such circumstances, hiding part of one's strength was only natural. Fong Chang didn't respond directly. Instead, he walked over to the scorched corpses and picked up a few yellowed and blackened tokens from them, tossing them toward Zhu Zhu. Have you seen these before? Let me take a look. Zhu Zhu took the tokens and frowned, using her sleeve to wipe away the grime and carefully examine them. These seem to be royal insignias from the Sun Moon Empire, she said uncertainly. I think I've seen them in this city before. Worried, she leaned in a little closer. It must be because of Su Sheng. Back when you were in Spider God Academy, they didn't dare touch you because of the Academy's prestige and the three great empires. But now that you've come to their territory, there's no way they'll let you off easily. She hesitated. How about, you head back for now? Let the 7 of us participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament instead. Fong Chang tousled her hair without replying, his tone casual. It's fine. Just the royal clan of the Sun Moon Empire. They don't scare me. Besides, I have other matters to handle in Sun Moon City this time. His real reason for coming back was to investigate the Tang sect and the so-called Spider Hunters organization. Participating in the tournament was only incidental. Oh. Zhu Zhu pouted. Then you better be careful. If anything happens to you, don't expect me to help. Fong Chang had been clear, even without saying it outright, he had indeed hidden his strength. But exactly how powerful he was now remained a mystery. Judging from how easily he had just crushed those Soul King and Soul Emperor level assassins from the Sun Moon Empire, he was likely at least a Soul Sage, perhaps even stronger, Zhu Zhu speculated inwardly. Come on, we haven't gotten to the place you promised to take me yet. Fong Chang quickly changed the subject. Zhu Zhu blinked, then remembered what they had been doing. Let's go. We're almost there. She led him toward the western edge of the city, passing through a slum area before arriving at a small riverbank. Countless floating lanterns drifted in the river, their pale yellow glow dotting the night with gentle light, painting a beautiful picture. We're here. This is the place I told you about, she explained. Back when I still lived in Sun Moon City, I loved coming here at night to see the lanterns. There's a tradition in the Sun Moon Empire. When someone in the family passes away, their loved ones light a floating lantern on their birthday, death anniversary, or other festivals. It's a way to express grief and remembrance. And this stretch of river is the widest and calmest within the city, so the lanterns often gather here for quite a while. As she spoke, a trace of sorrow appeared in her eyes. Fong Chang remained silent and didn't ask questions. He simply stood quietly beside her. Only when the night grew deep did the two return to their lodging in the city. Fong Chang didn't tell anyone else what had happened that night, and Zhu Zhu, being considerate, kept the secret as well. Time passed in this way for nearly a month. Then, just before the start of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament, two of the Academy instructors led the team to the tournament's host venue, Shrek Academy. The architecture here followed the Sun Moon Empire's modern style, filled with tall buildings and a contemporary feel. Yet the students' uniforms were still that same deep green. This made Fong Chang frown. What disturbed him even more was hearing that the title of Shrek's Seven Devils was still in use at this academy. From just those two details, it was clear that this place had a connection to the Shrek Academy that had once been wiped out by the Spirit Hall. But who was behind it? There were still 2 days before the official start of the tournament. For now, Fong Chang's group had only been assigned temporary lodgings by Shrek Academy, with nothing else scheduled. "Teacher, the students of this Shrek Academy don't seem weak," said Yunnan Tian, a bit worried. Along the way, he had already encountered several students who matched their strength. "Of course not," their lead instructor replied helplessly. "They're one of our two main rivals in this tournament. And both academies are right here in Sun Moon City. One is Shrek Academy, and the other is the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun Moon Empire. When it comes to soul tools, the Royal Soul Master Academy is unmatched. I'm sure you've all seen their combat style by now. Meanwhile, Shrek Academy is known for only accepting monsters. Every tournament, there are always a few freakishly strong students. Not only that, but thanks to their position in Sun Moon City, their soul tool technology surpasses ours too. If it weren't for..." He glanced stealthily at Fong Chang. "But don't worry. I have great confidence in all of you. You'll definitely defeat them." "Oh." Yunnan Tian and the others sounded a little disheartened. The instructor made it sound like their Spider God Academy team was the weakest among the competitors. Fong Chang stared at the bustling scene inside the academy, his expression gradually turning cold. "Shrek Academy, huh? Since I destroyed you once 10,000 years ago, this time, I'll do it again." His divine sense swept unrestrained across the academy grounds. From what he could tell, Shrek Academy's current strength was roughly on par with the Spider God Academy. 2 title Douluo. Over a dozen soul Douluo. To others, such strength might seem impressive, but to him, it was hardly worth mentioning. Chapter 220, The First Battle. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament officially began. In their first battle, Fong Chang and his team faced an academy from the Sun Moon Empire as well, Guishui Academy. This academy wasn't particularly well known on the continent, but as their opening match, Fong Chang's team remained on high alert. Guishui Academy mainly recruits students whose martial souls are water-related. They're good at coordinated defense and offense. Although their overall strength is below yours, you must remain cautious, their leading instructor reminded them, apparently having gathered considerable intel in advance. "Yunnan Tian, your martial soul is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, which happens to have lightning attributes that counter theirs perfectly. You must fully capitalize on your advantage in this match." With the help of a soul ascension fruit, his soul power had just broken through to the 60th level, making him the third soul emperor in the team. After speaking, the instructor looked toward the two agility-type attackers. "Su Qing, Lu Wuchang, the two of you must assist Yunnan Tian as best as you can. Help him break their coordinated defense." "We will," the two replied in unison. "That's our job, after all." Satisfied, the instructor nodded, then turned his gaze to Fong Chang. He seemed like he wanted to say something, but in the end, he swallowed his words. Even the dean and the grand elder didn't dare assign Fong Chang anything. How could he presume to? After the strategy session, it was time for both teams to enter the field. The instructor led the team to the base of the arena and watched them go on stage. He then escorted Ning Wanner, who looked visibly troubled, to the stands, consoling her while watching the match. The battle stage was a rectangular plaza about 20 meters long and 14 or 15 meters wide. By now, a sizable crowd had gathered on both sides. They stood in their respective academy uniforms, pointing and whispering about the two teams on the field. Most of them were likely other tournament participants. At that moment, their opponents, Kueishui Academy's team, entered the stage as well. Their team was predominantly female, 6 girls and just 1 boy, drawing a fair amount of envy from the surrounding crowd. As soon as they stepped onto the field, they released their martial souls. Almost all of them were aquatic-type beast martial souls, reminiscent of sea soul masters from long ago. Among them were 4 soul kings and 3 soul ancestors, clearly weaker than the Spider God Academy's team by a wide margin. With their strength, most of them wouldn't even make it into the inner courtyard of the Spider God Academy. Even so, Fang Chong couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Back in the day, Hulaina and the others from Spirit Hall were praised as the Golden Generation just for reaching Soul King level at their age. But now, the average strength of participants in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament had clearly taken a big leap forward. Not to be outdone, Fang Chang's team also released their martial souls, creating a standoff with Kueishui Academy. On their side stood 3 Soul Emperors and 4 Soul Kings, a full tier stronger than Kueishui Academy. Whoa, which academy is that? That's insane. 3 Soul Emperors. Who could beat that? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. What are you thinking? That's Spider God Academy, the #1 academy on the continent when it comes to martial soul studies, someone quickly responded. Though their soul tool department sucks. It's not even as good as a second-rate academy from our Sun Moon Empire. Oh, so it's them. No wonder, people nodded in sudden understanding. Fang Chong and the others stood facing Kueishui Academy for about 3 or 4 minutes before the referee lazily walked onto the field. Quiet, everyone, said the referee, a skinny old man. He looked at both teams. Do either team have any questions? If not, I'll announce the start of the match. After about 2 minutes passed without any objections, the old man cleared his throat. Then I hereby declare the opening match of this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament officially underway. The two sides are, Spider God Academy's representative team, he pointed to Fang Chong and his group on his right, and Kueishui Academy's representative team, he said, shifting his hand to the left. And now, the match begins. As his voice fell, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. Fang Chang's side took the initiative. Agility-type Soul Masters Su Qing and Lu Wuchang charged into the opponent's half in an instant. But Kueishui Academy wasn't some ragtag group. They had been carefully selected. All 7 activated soul skills simultaneously, unleashing a variety of water-based defensive techniques. Some summoned a translucent water screen over their team, others a water wall directly in front of them, and still others used a spiraling water tornado to defend through offense, sweeping their half of the arena. Su Qing and Lu Wuchang had just stepped into enemy territory when they were stymied by the layered defense. After multiple failed attempts to break through, they had no choice but to retreat. Yunantian, this isn't working. Hit them head on, we'll look for a chance to flank, Lu Wuchang shouted from the front. And you, Fang Qi, right? You come too. Use that move you showed in the battle arena last time. They found Fang Chong mysterious, but unlike the instructors, they didn't know just how terrifying his strength was. In this urgent moment, they had no time for hesitation. In the rear, Nangong Yu flicked a glance at Ning Wanner in the stands. She opened her 8 avian umbrella, releasing 5 avian-shaped projections that bathed her entire team in beams of light. Zhu Zhu exchanged a glance with Fang Chong. I'll go up front. You cover me. As a beast-type control soul master, her advantage lay in her ability to engage in close combat while soul beast possessed. She could even temporarily function like a weakened power-type soul master. But the drawback was obvious, her control range was far smaller than that of most tool-type martial souls. With the main battlefield on the enemy's side, her support would be limited. Fang Chong nodded with a sigh. He really hadn't wanted to strike at these juniors. His strength was simply too overwhelming. Holding back without hurting anyone was no easy feat. Yunantian was even more direct. It was his first battle after becoming a Soul Emperor, and he went all in. He immediately activated martial soul possession. Blue lightning surged over his body as he charged at the enemy. With his thunder-based attacks, their tight defenses quickly crumbled. His sheer power already surpassed any of their opponents, and the elemental advantage only widened the gap. With a single strike, he seized the momentum. Su Qing and Lu Wuchang, who had been waiting for an opening, exploited the breach, slipping into the enemy formation and launching a surprise attack on their support-type Soul Masters. Chapter 221, Chapter 221, First Victory. When their support-type Soul Master was attacked by Lu Wuchang and Su Qing, Kuei Academy instantly lost their rhythm. In a hurry, they dispatched a control-type Soul Master and an assault-type Soul Master to stop the two. However, as Lu Wuchang and Su Qing withdrew, the previously seamless coordinated defense of Kuei Academy revealed a vulnerability. Yunantian seized the opportunity and broke through with a lightning strike, creating a hole about 2 meters in diameter. Zhu Zhu reacted swiftly and dashed straight through the gap in their defenses. Feng Chang followed right behind her, and in an instant, the battlefield shifted entirely to Kuei Academy's side. By the time their Soul Masters reacted, Zhu Zhu was already within 2 meters of their formation. Without hesitation, she activated her 6th soul skill, Spiderweb Killing Array. Dense spider silk erupted from the ground, enveloping the 2 closest members of Kuei Academy. Entangled in the spider silk, the 2 instantly lost mobility. They could only struggle with all their strength, trying to break free by channeling their soul power. But one of them had just reached the early Soul King level, around rank 50, and the other was only a soul ancestor. Within Zhu Zhu's web, they had little hope of escape. At that moment, Yunantian and Su Zhu also caught up, increasing the pressure on Kuei Academy's side. "Use that move, now," shouted Kuei Academy's team leader from the stands, clearly in a panic. Perhaps hearing the cry, Kuei Academy's remaining members visibly calmed. They gave up all defenses and allowed their soul power to resonate through some unknown link. Suddenly, a formless water pillar surged from the ground, blasting away Feng Chang and his group who had gathered near the 7. A martial soul fusion skill. That was the first thought that crossed their minds. But on second thought, it didn't seem quite right. A 7-person martial soul fusion skill with only that much power. Besides, performing a 7-person fusion skill was far more difficult than a 2-person one, almost impossible, in fact. "Look at their hands," Feng Chang suddenly said, drawing everyone's attention back. Only then did they notice that each of the 7 from Kuei Academy was holding a circular soul tool, faintly glowing blue. Their soul power seemed to be merging through that device. So that's it. The realization dawned. It wasn't a true fusion skill, but rather a temporary soul power merge achieved through soul tools, allowing them to unleash a strike beyond their normal capabilities. But even after that, the attack had failed to injure the team from Spider God Academy. The expressions on the students of Kuei Academy turned grim. Still, the blow had disrupted Zhu Zhu's spiderweb killing array and forced Lu Wuchang and Su Qing to retreat. Reuniting with Feng Chang and the others, the crisis on Kuei Academy's side was momentarily averted. This move had been their trump card, meant to be used in a later round. Who would have thought they'd encounter such a fierce team like Spider God Academy right from the start? "Keep going. I refuse to believe they can withstand a second, third strike," the Kuei Academy captain growled. The 7 stood in a row again, linking their soul power once more through the soul tools. "Go!" With his command, another wave-like attack surged forward from the 7, barreling toward Feng Chang's team. Feng Chang's group quickly regrouped. Su Zhu, Yunantian, and Feng Chang, 3 assault types, stood at the front, while the rest took cover behind them. The 3 began charging their attack simultaneously, with Nangong Yu providing support from the rear. Su Zhu struggled the most, his defense barely held. Yunantian, leveraging his superior soul power and elemental advantage, punched the ground. A massive surge of lightning burst forth, neutralizing most of the incoming wave. This time, Feng Chang didn't hold back. All 6 of his simulated soul rings lit up as he charged forward alone. As he neared the wave, he remained completely fearless and smashed right into it. The water wave didn't harm him in the slightest, nor did it slow him down. Watching this lone charge, the students from Kuei Academy smirked. "This guy's got a death wish, trying to take on all 7 of us alone. Let's show him what we're made of," they scoffed, preparing another joint attack. "Wait! Look at his soul rings," a female member suddenly screamed as Feng Chang drew closer. Following her pointing finger, the others finally saw the soul ring configuration they had previously missed: 1 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 1 red. 6 soul rings weren't necessarily terrifying, but that configuration was outright monstrous, especially the last one, a crimson 10,000-year soul ring. Their jaws dropped. Feng Chang flashed past them and raised his right fist, slamming it into the attack the 7 had just conjured. Boom! A deafening roar rang out. Water splashed everywhere, and a wave of invisible pressure rippled outward. It seemed to rain for a moment as a damp mist filled the sky. From within the mist, a man walked out calmly, not even looking back. He clapped the dust from his hands and gave an "okay" sign toward the Spider God Academy team. Judging by his looks and demeanor, who else could it be but Feng Chang? As the mist cleared, the scene within was revealed. The once proud team from Kueishui Academy, who had just launched a Soul Tool-enhanced group attack, now all lay on the ground. Their clothes were soaked by their own water attack. Only 2 of them managed to prop themselves up with trembling arms, barely conscious. The other 5 had been knocked out by Feng Chang's single strike. Sigh. Kueishui Academy's team leader let out a long breath from the spectator stand. He stood up and cupped his fists towards Spider God Academy's team leader. "We admit defeat," he said, turning to the referee with a helpless expression. At this point in the battle, there was no reason to drag it out any further. The old referee nodded in understanding and raised a hand to both sides. "This match is over. The winner, Spider God Academy." As he announced the result, cheers erupted from Feng Chang's side. It hadn't been easy. This was only the first match, and the opponent's overall strength was lower than theirs. Yet it had taken a serious effort to win. Clearly, no team in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament was weak. They could not afford to let their guard down in future matches. Yunnan Tian and the others rushed up to greet Feng Chang as he walked back. One after another, they hugged him, their recognition of his strength now complete. Until now, Feng Chang had always kept a low profile. Everyone knew he was powerful but feared he might slack off during the tournament. After today's battle, many of those worries were put to rest. Chapter 222, Spider Hunters. The initial victory left the members of Arachnid God Academy in high spirits. Feng Chang and his team had already cleared the first round. Their next match would be in 2 days. Only after the last match of the day had concluded did the group return to their lodgings. But just then, Zhu Zhu pulled Feng Chang aside and led him into a shadowy corner. "I just saw Big Sis," she said. The Big Sis she referred to was the same Zhu Jing they had met at the Beast Alliance, the one who had recultivated her human form and reached the level of a titled Douluo. "She told me she spotted traces of spider hunters inside Shrek Academy and warned us to be careful. They may have ways to see through our disguise." "Spider hunters, huh?" Feng Chang looked intrigued. "So where is Big Sis now?" "She didn't say," Zhu Zhu replied, a worried look in her eyes. "But I think she's probably gone to deal with them herself. She's always hated them the most." "I got it. You'd better look after yourself and try not to wander around alone," Feng Chang said, then turned to head deeper into Shrek Academy. "Where are you going?" Zhu Zhu quickly called after him. She had told him all this in hopes he'd be more cautious, never expecting it would spark his curiosity instead. Feng Chang turned back and gestured for her to go back. "I'm just taking a walk around the academy. Don't worry about me. Go back now, and no matter what happens outside, don't come out." Zhu Zhu had been with Feng Chang long enough to easily guess his intentions. Now she found herself caught in a dilemma. Follow him, and with her current strength, she might just be a burden. But if she didn't go, she'd worry about both Big Sis and Feng Chang. After some internal struggle, she ultimately chose to follow Feng Chang's advice and return to their lodgings at Arachnid God Academy. After all, she had lived for tens of thousands of years, her willpower was far stronger than that of ordinary people. Seeing Zhu Zhu obediently leave, Feng Chang then spread out his divine sense to search the academy grounds again. Before long, he located the position of the Big Sis she had mentioned. At the moment, she seemed to be deep within Shrek Academy, near the administrative area where the higher-ups worked, and quite close to 2 of the academy's titled Douluo. A cold smile spread across Feng Chang's face as he vanished into the night, swiftly making his way toward Zhu Jing's location. Deep within Shrek Academy, in a small plaza with only one exit, a group of black-robed individuals appeared to be conducting some sort of ritual. One of them placed the bloody head of a spider-type soul beast onto a table. Around him, a dozen or so soul masters with powerful auras let out frenzied roars, each gripping a silver dagger. As the ritual progressed, the leader raised his silver blade and plunged it into the spider beast's skull, pushing the ceremony to its climax. Not far from them, a slender figure in a red gown crouched behind a nearby building, watching them through a silver mirror in her hand. She was extremely tense, suppressing even her own breathing to avoid alerting the group inside. Just then, a hand suddenly tapped her shoulder. She spun around, but saw no one. Just as she was about to launch an attack, a figure emerged from the shadows. "Big sis, it's me," Fang Chang said. "Phew," Zhu Jing exhaled in relief and lowered her voice. "So it's you, kid. You scared me. What's this? Have you finally come to your senses and decided to become my man?" Even now, she didn't forget to tease Fang Chang. Though half in jest, there was some truth to her words. Others might not be able to gauge Fang Chang's strength, but she could. Though she didn't know his exact level, she was certain this man was at least as strong as she was. Soul beasts had always revered the strong, especially those like them, who had recultivated into human form and lived under constant threat. Finding a reliable protector would drastically increase their chances of survival. Fang Chang chuckled and shamelessly looked her up and down. "Not entirely out of the question, but now's not the time for that, don't you think?" You came at the right moment. I was just worried I might not be able to take them all alone. Now that you're here, I think we can make a big move tonight," Zhu Jing said coldly, a bold idea forming in her mind. "These are the spider hunters." Fang Chang took the silver mirror from her hand and looked inside. He saw the ceremony in progress and frowned. "That's them," Zhu Jing confirmed. "We don't know who's behind them, but they specifically target our spider race. Every year, many of our kin are slaughtered by them. You guys don't seem weak. Ever thought of wiping them out completely?" Fang Chang asked, puzzled. Given the strength of the Beast Alliance, or more specifically, the spider-type soul beasts who had recultivated into human form, taking down these so-called spider hunters shouldn't be too hard. Not to mention all the untransformed spider beasts still out there. "We've tried. But it's no use," Zhu Jing said with a bitter wave of her hand. "They hide better than we do. It's almost impossible to find their lairs. Back when our spider clan was stronger, we launched several campaigns to wipe them out. But they always came back, and in greater numbers. With our decline and the constant competition among soul beasts, our spider race has been falling ever since." In the mirror, the ritual seemed to be ending. The group was preparing to leave the small plaza. They were all draped in wide black cloaks and wore masks. Their soul power was all above the soul sage level, and two of them were even titled Douluo. What's more, these two had been staying inside Shrek Academy all this time. Most likely, they were part of the Academy's leadership. Which meant that Shrek Academy was probably deeply connected to the spider hunters. "We're going in," Fang Chang whispered into Zhu Jing's ear as he raised his hand. The black-robed group began to exit the plaza, drawing closer and closer to the two of them. Just as the first black-robed man stepped through the exit, Fang Chang's right hand morphed into a spider leg and suddenly pierced straight through the man. At the same time, Zhu Jing in her red dress charged in. With 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red soul ring, 9 in total, her strength was clear. She immediately took down 2 soul sages with lightning speed and landed squarely in the middle of the black-cloaked group, exuding a fierce and commanding presence. Fang Chang also stepped out from behind the wall. His shadow, cast long by the moon behind him, stretched across the black-cloaked figures. He stood motionless, but his position blocked off all escape routes, cutting off the spider hunters completely. Following their match, several other teams took the stage one after another, and the group was more than happy to enjoy the rest of the day as spectators. This tournament was being held in an elimination format. A total of 16 teams competed based on a randomized draw. First, the top 8 would be determined, then the top 4, all the way to the final match. If a team made it to the very end, they would have to fight in 4 matches total. Chapter 223, Chapter 223, Shrek and Tang Sect. The two titled Douluo still standing in the square finally noticed the sudden arrival of Fang Chang and Zhu Jing. Their first reaction wasn't to fight, but to flee. They leapt forward, trying to vault over the low wall at the rear of the square under the cover of night. But at this point, Fang Chang and Zhu Jing obviously had no intention of letting them go. With a brief exchange of glances, they quickly decided, Zhu Jing would stay behind to block the remaining black-robed soul masters, while Fang Chang would give chase to the two fleeing title Douluo. At this moment, there were still 9 black-robed men left on the square. Seeing their companions killed and their leaders run, they were momentarily paralyzed by panic. It wasn't until Zhu Jing charged at them that they finally reacted and joined forces to face her. Among the 9 were 7 soul sages and 2 soul Douluo. Even with this lineup, they still brought considerable pressure upon Zhu Jing. Behind her, the phantom of the Sea Emperor Spider flickered into view. She activated her 7th soul skill immediately. Her body swelled several times in size, transforming into a pale golden Sea Emperor Spider. She had initiated her martial soul true body right off the bat. Then, her 9th soul ring lit up, the terrifying 100,000-year soul ring. In the blink of an eye, seawater flooded the square, forming a cylindrical region of water centered around Zhu Jing. Strangely enough, the water surrounded her in a 30-meter radius, completely enveloping the 9 enemies, and the depth reached 5 to 6 meters, yet not a single drop spilled beyond this boundary. It's a domain, she's using a domain, one of the soul Douluo among them surfaced and shouted in shock. But his voice hadn't traveled far before a crashing wave slammed him back underwater. This was Zhu Jing's 9th soul skill, Sea Blue Domain. It transformed the interior of the domain into a vast sea, while allowing her full control over the water inside. Against sea-type soul beasts, this might not be that effective. But for humans lacking underwater breathing abilities, it was practically a death sentence. Unless one had a domain of their own to counteract it, escaping it meant severe limitations on movement and power. With all 8 eyes glowing, the Sea Emperor Spider's domain intensified. The previously calm, sea surface suddenly erupted into towering waves, while the water pressure below rapidly increased. Sea Blue Domain, crush. Zhu Jing whispered in her mind, activating the domain's 2nd form. The 7 soul sages were the first to buckle under the escalating pressure, their bodies exploding one after another, leaving only the 2 soul Douluo struggling to hold on. But even they didn't last long. Cracks began to appear on their skin, and bright red blood seeped from the torn flesh. As the cracks multiplied, their resistance weakened further, until they too were crushed by the tremendous pressure. Zhu Jing withdrew her domain and glanced at the 9 corpses, then leapt over the low wall in her martial soul true body state, chasing in the direction Fang Chang had gone. Those 2 title Douluo were the real targets, compared to them, these others were just appetizers. Not far from the square, in a small grove, Zhu Jing suddenly came to a halt and reverted to her human form. Following her gaze, under the bright moonlight stood Fang Chang, like a midnight Azura, gripping a black-robed title Douluo in each hand. What stunned her most was that both these title Douluo had their soul power completely abolished, and their main joints had been violently dislocated. Their limbs dangled helplessly like broken puppets. These were genuine title Douluo. One of them had even reached rank 96, nearly matching Zhu Jing herself in strength. Yet under Fang Chang's hands, they had been rendered powerless in mere minutes. A chill ran down her spine. She had thought she already held Fang Chang in high regard, but clearly, she had still underestimated him. "Come, Zhu Jing, see if you recognize these 2, Fang Chang said casually, tossing the 2 disabled Douluo in front of her like garbage. She cautiously pulled back their hoods, removed their masks, and tilted their faces toward the moonlight. Though pale and twisted in agony, their faces were still clearly recognizable. "I know them. One is the current headmaster of Shrek Academy, the other is an elder of the academy." She wiped her hand clean on their robes after touching their faces. Even in the capital of the Sun Moon Empire, title Douluo of this level were rare. Naturally, those in the same circle would recognize each other. "So it's you." The 2 title Douluo also got a clear look at Zhu Jing's face and recognized her instantly. "Ha ha ha, we should have guessed, it's the pavilion master of Pearl Sea Pavilion, the Pearl Sea Spider, ha ha ha." The headmaster of Shrek Academy gave a grim, self-deprecating laugh. Pearl Sea Pavilion was the organization Zhu Jing had founded in Sun Moon City. To avoid suspicion, it had never recruited reincarnated soul beasts or had any ties to spider-type soul beasts. Only now did these 2 old spider hunters realize, their enemy had been hiding right under their noses all along. "Oh." Fang Chang raised an eyebrow. "So does that mean Shrek Academy is full of spider hunters?" If that were the case, perhaps it was time to plan another purge of Shrek Academy. "Probably not," Zhu Jing replied, easing his worry. "The spider hunters mainly target spider-type soul beasts and generally consist of elites. Ordinary students likely aren't involved. But the Academy's instructors? I'd bet a good number are connected to the spider hunters. Fong Chang nodded, then walked back toward the two men. He grabbed the headmaster of Shrek Academy by the collar and lifted him. What's your connection with the Tang sect? Do you know someone named Tang San? At the mention of the Tang sect, the headmaster's eyelid twitched, but he quickly regained his composure. What Tang sect? I've never heard of it. He's lying, Zhu Jing interjected. She'd noticed the flicker of emotion in his expression, too. I'll ask again. You really don't know the Tang sect? Fong Chang asked, pressing his foot into the man's lower abdomen. The headmaster's face instantly went deathly pale. Even so, he gritted his teeth and resisted. Still not talking. Fong Chang increased the pressure, causing the headmaster to grunt in pain. Fong Chang's foot almost touched the ground. He shifted it left and right slightly. I'll talk, the headmaster finally broke, unable to endure the inhuman torment any longer. Shrek Academy was rebuilt with the Tang sect's backing, he stammered even though Fong Chang had already removed his foot. And the Tang sect is one of the three major factions supporting the spider hunters. We are elders of the Tang sect. Oh, I see, Fong Chang pressed on, then who are the other two supporting factions? Zhu Jing leaned in as well. The secrets of the mysterious spider hunters were about to be revealed, she held her breath in anticipation. There. The headmaster began, but then his head suddenly drooped. He was dead. So was the elder beside him. They had revealed just enough truth to lower Fong Chang and Zhu Jing's guard, then took the chance to bite down on poison hidden in their mouths. Just like that, a crucial lead was lost. Chapter 224, The Interrupted Tournament. Not long after Fong Chang had returned to his quarters at the Spider God Academy, Shrek Academy suddenly declared a lockdown. Whether they were students of the academy or representatives from other schools participating in the tournament, no one was allowed to leave their accommodations. Immediately afterward, another bombshell of news broke. The headmaster of Shrek Academy and one of its elders had been assassinated within the academy grounds. Both of them were well-known title Douluo, and the fact that they were killed on their own turf caused a massive uproar. As a result, the recently commenced Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament was temporarily suspended. Bang bang bang. There was a furious knocking at Fong Chang's door. He first scanned with his divine sense to confirm the identity of the visitor before slowly walking over to open it. Phew, so you're back. It was naturally Zhu Zhu. She had seen Fong Chang walking in this direction earlier, and then all the chaos erupted. Her first instinct was to come to his room and find him. Come in first. Fong Chang opened the door just wide enough for Zhu Zhu to slip inside, then quickly shut it behind her. The rooms designated for academy representatives weren't too shabby. Fong Chang's current lodging was about 20 square meters, divided into a small antechamber and a larger inner room. The smaller front area near the entrance served as a washroom. Further inside was a larger bedroom, and lying on the bed at the moment was a woman in a red dress. Big sis. Zhu Zhu was stunned the moment she saw her and cried out in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Fong Chang quickly reached out and covered her mouth. Only when Zhu Zhu made a gesture indicating she understood did he let go and let her to sit to the side. Don't tell me tonight's incident was caused by the two of you. After the initial shock, Zhu Zhu quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Zhu Jing, lying on the bed, sat up halfway and replied, more or less. That little brother Fong Chi and I took down a few spider hunters. Then those two from Shrek Academy, the headmaster and the elder. Zhu Zhu couldn't help but ask. To her, this all felt too surreal. They were spider hunters, Zhu Jing explained. Shrek Academy is basically a nest of spider hunters. We almost made a major discovery earlier, what a pity, sigh. She was still fuming over their failure to apprehend the headmaster and elder of Shrek Academy. The mystery of the spider hunters had plagued the spider clan for countless years, and they had nearly uncovered the truth. No matter. The truth will come to light eventually, Fong Chang said indifferently. At this point, he simply didn't want to interfere too much with matters of the lower realm, to avoid disrupting the world's natural order. If he really wanted, he could easily dispatch forces from the God realm and forcibly reshape the situation in the Douluo plane. Moreover, with his current power and influence, the truth would eventually be exposed. I see. Zhu Zhu, who had lived for tens of thousands of years as a spider, quickly regained her composure. But are you two safe here? For the time being, yes. I doubt even Shrek Academy would dare conduct a full search of the other school's quarters, Zhu Jing replied after some thought. Besides, with their two title Douluo already dead, Shrek Academy is at its weakest. What I'm really worried about now is that the Imperial House of the Sun Moon Empire might get involved. If that happens, things could get tricky. At the mention of the Sun Moon Imperial House, Zhu Zhu's expression clearly tensed. In this era, there was no longer a transcendent power like the Spirit Hall. The gap between ordinary Soul Master factions and the major empires was like a chasm. And the Sun Moon Empire was currently the strongest of the four great empires. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the most powerful force on the continent. This incident had occurred in the capital of the Sun Moon Empire, and Shrek Academy was hosting the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Tournament, an event drawing attention from across the continent. The Imperial family had every reason to get involved. Maybe you two should find a way to lie low somewhere else, Zhu Zhu suggested worriedly. If the Sun Moon Empire did find out they were the perpetrators, it would be a serious problem. No, Fang Chong refused flatly. We were very thorough earlier. I doubt they'll find any evidence. Besides, Shrek Academy is under lockdown. If we try to leave now and get caught, we'll only draw more suspicion. Zhu Jing nodded from the side, lounging lazily on Fang Chang's bed. I'm still alright. At least I have a legitimate identity here in Sun Moon City. But if Fang Qi suddenly disappeared now, not only would he become a prime suspect, but everyone who came here with him would also be implicated. The best course of action is to remain still and wait. That makes sense. Zhu Zhu sighed in relief. She then tried to change the topic. But big sis, maybe you should come stay in my room instead. You and Fang Qi alone in here, it's not very proper. Why not? I quite like it, Zhu Jing replied with a mischievous grin. Unless, you want to join us. Zhu Zhu's cheeks turned scarlet at once. Big sis, what are you saying? Shoo, someone's coming, Fang Chong said. His divine sense had picked up movement outside, the sound of several soldiers approaching the room. Just as he finished speaking, knocking came at the door. Fang Qi. Is the representative from Spider God Academy, Fang Qi, here? These so-called soldiers didn't knock on anyone else's doors. They came straight here and called him by name. This was clearly not just a routine check. I'm here, Fang Chong replied with a frown. Open the door. Come out, one of the soldiers ordered with an arrogant tone, clearly up to no good. Inside the room, Zhu Jing had silently gotten up from the bed and stood close beside Fang Chong. No. I'm busy. Say whatever you need to from there, Fang Chong retorted coldly, showing no courtesy to the supposed soldiers. You've got some nerve. When we tell you to open the door, you open it. This is the territory of the Sun Moon Empire. We suspect you're involved in tonight's Shrek Academy massacre. Open the door and come with us for questioning, another added. Though they were dressed as soldiers, their soul power hovered around the soul saint level, and they all carried high-grade soul tools. Clearly, they were only pretending to be common soldiers. Seeing Fang Chong still refusing to open up, the men outside simply kicked the door down, only to be stunned by the scene inside. Zhu Jing was sitting right next to Fang Chong, leaning against his shoulder with an intimate demeanor. Zhu Zhu stood nearby, looking displeased, like a jealous maid. What, is this how the royal family teaches its people? No manners at all. Zhu Jing's voice turned frosty. As she spoke, a wave of soul power pressure swept out, sending chills down the spines of the soldiers. Why is she here? The moment they saw Zhu Jing, their expressions changed dramatically. Chapter 225, Chapter 225, The Royal Family Strikes Again. Zhu Qing, the pavilion master of Pearl Sea Pavilion, had quite a reputation in Sun Moon City. Not only did she possess an impressive soul power of level 97, making her one of the top-tier powerhouses in the entire Sun Moon Empire, but her Pearl Sea Pavilion was also a formidable force to be reckoned with. Why is Pavilion Master Zhu here today? The leading soldier noticeably softened his tone upon seeing her. Since when do I need to report my whereabouts to the royal family of the Sun Moon Empire? Zhu Qing's voice was proud, laced with an icy edge. I was invited here today by the people of Shrek Academy, and since I happen to have a younger cousin present as well, I came by to visit him. Does that interfere with royal business? Heh, Pavilion Master Zhu jests. It's just that it's late at night, and your lingering presence here might be inappropriate, the soldier said, his eyes flickering as if something had accidentally slipped out. Besides, something major happened at Shrek Academy tonight. What major event? Zhu Qing's acting was clearly superior, feigning complete ignorance. Well. The soldier hesitated for a while before saying, this wasn't something we should tell you, but given your connections, I'm sure you'll find out by tomorrow anyway. The dean of Shrek Academy and a titled Douluo elder were killed within the academy tonight. Oh. Something like that happened? Zhu Qing didn't seem surprised. Are you suspecting me? No, we wouldn't dare. The lead soldier quickly shook his head. With Pavilion Master Zhu's reputation, of course not. However, that young man beside you is highly suspicious. We'd like to invite him to assist in our investigation. As he spoke, his tone suddenly shifted, and he pointed to Feng Chang, who was leaning against Zhu Qing. Him. Zhu Qing burst into laughter. My cousin is merely a sole emperor. You're saying he killed 2 titled douluos from Shrek Academy? We're only suspecting he might be involved. I'm just doing my duty, Pavilion Master Zhu. Please don't make things difficult for us. The soldier cupped his fists, clearly determined to take Feng Chang away. Humph, suspecting him of murder is just an excuse. You're using this chance to take revenge, aren't you? Zhu Qing wasn't buying it, snapping back sharply. My cousin previously had a conflict with a young man named Su Xing from the imperial family during his time at Spider God Academy. He accidentally killed him. And that Su Xing happened to be a son of Prince Yu. I suppose it was him who sent you here. Those assassins last time were probably his doing too. With their true purpose suddenly exposed, the group of fake soldiers momentarily panicked. Even though their lineup was strong, not one of these 5 or 6 soul sages dared to provoke a level 97 title Douluo. Of course, the words Zhu Qing just said were actually fed to her by Feng Chang through telepathic communication. She merely repeated what she heard in her heart. So Pavilion Master Zhu intends to protect this young man tonight. Despite being exposed, the soldiers were still reluctant to leave. What? Even if Prince Yu himself showed up, I wouldn't fear him. Do you little lackeys want to try my fists tonight? Zhu Qing shot them a cold look, then made a dismissive hand gesture. The soldiers glanced at each other, sighed, and could only leave in dejection. Once they were gone, Zhu Zhu, who had been standing aside with her back turned, finally collapsed into a chair. She had been tense and on the verge of laughing the entire time, a mix of emotions swirling inside her. It seems the royal family of the Sun Moon Empire really has intervened, she said, frowning as she looked toward Feng Chang and Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing nodded. After all, 2 titled douluos died in the capital. Anyone would be on high alert. Seeing how unfazed Zhu Qing was, Zhu Zhu looked at her helplessly. Big sister, aren't you worried at all, revealing yourself like that tonight? Don't worry. My Pearl Sea Pavilion has deep roots in the Sun Moon Empire. Even if they do figure out I was involved, without evidence they won't dare act rashly against me. She then turned to Feng Chang. Little brother, now that you've forced them to retreat, they'll definitely come after you again. Prince Yu is fiercely protective of his own. After killing his son, he's not going to let this go. Why don't you just become my husband? Let's see who would dare touch you then. I appreciate the offer, big sister, but I can handle a mere imperial family of the Sun Moon Empire, Feng Chang replied, clearly unfazed. Even a mighty force like the Spirit Hall had been destroyed by him in the past. What was the Sun Moon Empire compared to that? Still, speaking of the Sun Moon Empire reminded him of something important. In the original story, the Empire had deep ties to the Holy Spirit sect. And the demon emperor of that sect had some personal history with him. But that could wait. For now, the priority was to investigate what happened with the Tang sect. All signs pointed to a massive conspiracy looming over the Spider God sect and the Spider clan, leaving Feng Chang deeply uneasy. In the blink of an eye, the night passed. Early the next morning, a large number of Sun Moon City garrison troops stormed into Shrek Academy, sealing off every road around the campus. Even the Academy's own students and faculty were placed under lockdown, forbidden from moving freely. Except for the residential area where the tournament participants were staying, nearly every corner of the Academy was thoroughly searched by the Imperial troops, but they found nothing. Feng Chang's kills had always been clean. Just by looking at the condition of the bodies, the royal investigators would have realized what had happened. To silently eliminate 2 titled douluos in a single night, such power was terrifying enough. But to drive them to take their own lives by poison was even more horrifying. Zhu Qing, leveraging her identity as the Pearl Sea Pavilion's master, joined the investigation. She claimed to have been invited by the dean to observe the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament. She even produced a handwritten invitation letter from the dean, making her presence entirely justified. The royal family had no excuse to expel her. Joining the investigation were also several other major powers within Sun Moon City. The academy now housed at least 5 or 6 titled Douluos, an intimidating sight. And while Zhu Qin was tied down by these other powers, Prince Yu of the royal family, Su Yu, made another move against Feng Chang. This time, he took advantage of the chaos to send another assassin, who stealthily snuck into Feng Chang's bedroom and furiously stabbed at the bulge under the covers. But he quickly realized he'd been tricked. The covers only hit a pillow, Feng Chang wasn't there. At that moment, Feng Chang was in Zhu Zhu's room, watching everything unfold through his spiritual sense, and couldn't help but laugh. He wasn't done yet. Activating a trap he had set in his room, he launched a poison needle that struck the assassin in the shoulder. The assassin, realizing he had failed, immediately tried to escape. But just as he reached the door of the residential area, he collapsed and lost consciousness. A royal assassin, dead right outside the participants' dormitory, and during such a sensitive time, this incident stirred up another wave of intense discussion. Chapter 226, Silvermoon Douluo. The bloody incident at the entrance of the participants' quarters immediately attracted widespread attention. The assassin was quickly identified as a member of the Sun Moon Empire's Royal Soul Tool Corps. Coupled with the mysterious deaths of Shrek Academy's headmaster and Grand Elder inside the academy itself, and the Empire's immediate intervention in the matter, suspicion began shifting toward the Sun Moon Empire's royal family. After all, within Sun Moon City, only they possessed the strength to silently eliminate 2 titled Douluo. At the same time, Feng Chang played a subtle trick and incited teachers and students from the other academies staying nearby to voice their disapproval. 15 academies and over 100 staff and students, some expressed a desire to leave the now perilous Shrek Academy, while others openly declared they would withdraw from the competition and depart the Sun Moon Empire altogether. After all, compared to one's life, a bit of empty fame was nothing. With things developing to this point, the Sun Moon Empire's royal family had completely lost face. They neither dared let these people leave nor dared lay a hand on them. Feng Chang, your move was brilliant, Zhu Jing returned from the academy with a radiant smile and praised him. You've redirected all the conflict onto the Sun Moon Empire. If this continues, even if they're unwilling, they'll be forced to lift the lockdown on Shrek Academy, and the whole thing will just blow over. According to the news she had received during her meeting at the academy, the incident with the assassin had left the Empire in an extremely awkward position. Let's set that aside for now. Do you have any updates from your end? Is the royal family really going to let this go? Feng Chang asked. It had already been 3 days since Shrek Academy had been sealed off. Despite immense pressure, the royal family of the Sun Moon Empire was still determined to get to the bottom of the matter. Not yet, but there is something very strange. Zhu Jing's eyes darkened. The Holy Spirit cult seems to be extremely interested in this incident. Also, we've previously uncovered some ties between the spider hunters and them. We've long suspected the Holy Spirit cult is linked to those spider hunters. You mean? Feng Chang hesitated. You suspect the Holy Spirit cult is one of the 3 forces behind the spider hunters that the headmaster mentioned? That night, before his death, the headmaster of Shrek Academy had revealed that the spider hunters were formed by 3 factions. He had only identified one, Tang's sect, before dying without naming the other 2. Yeah, but I'm still not certain. It's just a theory, Zhu Jing said, brushing her hair back, a slightly dazed look in her eyes. The Holy Spirit cult was the state religion of the Sun Moon Empire and held immense influence. If they were indeed tied to the spider hunters, it would spell serious trouble for Feng Chang and his allies. As the 2 of them were pondering this dilemma, a sudden commotion outside their room broke their thoughts. They opened the door to find a crowd rushing outside, as if they were going to meet someone important. Feng Chang and Zhu Jing exchanged glances and followed them out. Outside the guest manor, over a dozen individuals stood in a group. Most were elderly and possessed powerful auras. One figure stood out in particular, his hair and beard were white, but his back was ramrod straight, exuding an imposing presence. At the sight of him, Zhu Jing's face immediately darkened. Why is he here? I can't believe he showed up. Who is he? Feng Chang noticed her expression and quickly asked. Though this old man's soul power appeared to be around level 94 or 95, his aura far surpassed that of an ordinary titled Douluo. His name is Kong Mingda, title, Silvermoon. Besides being a title Douluo, he is also the only level 10 soul engineer alive today, Zhu Jing explained. Hearing that name, Fang Chang instantly understood. In the original story, this old man had quite a lot of screen time, and as a level 10 soul engineer, his combat strength was comparable to a peerless Douluo, posing a real threat even to Fang Chang now. Following the crowd, Fang Chang and Zhu Jing approached. As soon as Silvermoon Douluo saw Zhu Jing, he cupped his hands in greeting. So it's Pavilion Master Zhu. I didn't expect to see you here. Zhu Jing returned the gesture with measured politeness. Elder Kong, I hope you've been well. A distant cousin of mine is participating in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament, so I've been staying here recently. She knew well that Kong Mingda's words were merely courtesy, he likely had all the details already. As expected, he then turned and scrutinized Fang Chang carefully. This must be Pavilion Master Zhu's cousin, Fang Qi. A promising youth indeed. To already be a soul emperor at such a young age, your future achievements may well surpass your cousin's. You flatter me, Elder Kong. Compared to you, the only level 10 soul engineer on the continent, no one can compare, Fang Chang replied with equal courtesy. After exchanging polite words, Silvermoon Douluo turned to face the hundred-some teachers and students and bowed deeply. First, on behalf of the Sun Moon Empire's royal family, I, Kong Mingda, offer my sincerest apologies. It was our honor to host this Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament, yet such an incident occurred. We have truly failed as hosts. No one had expected the royal family to bring out someone of his stature. With his reputation in the Soul Master world, one bow was enough to silence all dissent. Then he turned to Fang Chang. Next, I would like to apologize personally to young friend Fang of Arachnid God Academy. He previously had a dispute with the son of a prince from our royal family and accidentally injured him. After Fang arrived in the Sun Moon Empire, that prince harassed him endlessly, even sending assassins to kill him. That prince has now been dealt with by the royal family. The crowd erupted in whispers. So that's what really happened. While it sounded like an apology, it was more about pacifying the tournament participants. As for what "dealt with" actually meant, that remained vague. And just like that, the assassination attempt was glossed over, clearly perfunctory. Silvermoon Douluo then revealed his true intention. The royal family has entrusted this matter entirely to me. Within 3 days, regardless of the outcome, I will give everyone a proper explanation. That declaration served as a reassurance, there would be answers in 3 days. With that, the crowd dispersed and returned to the manor. Only Fang Chang and Zhu Jing looked troubled. Silvermoon Douluo's arrival had disrupted their plans, lifted the royal family's burden, and placed him in charge of the investigation. Anyone else might not pose much threat, but a level 10 soul engineer like him. He might truly uncover something. Fang Chang and Zhu Jing exchanged a glance, and both saw deep concern in the other's eyes. Chapter 227, The Confrontation. Could that old man have really found something? Zhu couldn't help but ask as they returned to the room. Even Zhu Jing, who was usually brash and carefree, chose to remain silent this time. The Silvermoon Douluo was the most powerful individual on the surface in the Sun Moon Empire, his strength was beyond question. What worried them even more was the fact that he was a level 10 soul engineer, known for his mastery over various soul tools. What an ordinary soul master couldn't uncover, he might be able to figure out with the help of his soul tools. Seeing Zhu Jing's silence, Zhu grew more anxious. Why don't the two of you just run? With your strength, if it's just about getting away, it shouldn't be that hard. No rush yet. It's only Silvermoon Douluo, we should still be able to handle him, Fang Chang said, startling Zhu so much her jaw nearly dropped. She knew Fang Chang had been hiding his true strength. She also knew he and Zhu Jing had killed 2 title Douluo from Shrek Academy. But she had always assumed Fang Chang was just an ordinary title Douluo, and that Zhu Jing had done most of the heavy lifting in the kill. If that was the extent of his power, she wouldn't have been too surprised. After all, before she underwent remolding and began cultivating again, she could have done the same. But now Fang Chang was claiming he could take on a level 10 soul engineer. That was enough to make her view him with awe. Zhu Jing, however, wasn't all that surprised. She had seen firsthand how Fang Chang had dealt with those 2 title Douluo. At that time, she had already guessed that Fang Chang's strength was at least on par with a peerless Douluo. If something really does go down, the two of us should be able to hold out for a while. Zhu Jing bit her lip. I'm just worried they might have laid other traps. Silvermoon Douluo is the grand worshipper of the Imperial Worship Hall. He has no shortage of title Douluo at his disposal. If they also bring in the Imperial Soul Engineer Legion and the enigmatic Soul Life sect, whose relationship with the web spinners is rather ambiguous, then we'll be in real trouble. At this point, Zhu Jing was already considering retreat. Taking out 2 title Douluo level web spinners was a major victory in her eyes. She wasn't in a hurry to fully uncover the connection between the web spinners and other factions. After all, with the current strength of the Spider Clan, even knowing the truth wouldn't change anything, they simply didn't have the power to act on it. But Feng Chang was not satisfied. Now that they were just a step away from the truth, especially after learning of the web spinners' connection to the Tang sect, he couldn't let it go. While they hesitated, several figures had gathered in a small square deep within Shrek Academy. Anyone who recognized them would be stunned, for these were some of the most elite soul engineers in the entire Sun Moon Empire. Well? Have you figured anything out? Silvermoon Douluo's voice was cold as he looked at the group in the square. The group hesitated for a moment before shaking their heads. It had already been 3 days since the incident had been handed over to them, and the area had been inspected several times, disrupting the crime scene. Worse yet, the bodies had already been moved, making it nearly impossible to piece together what had happened. There aren't many signs of battle at the scene, which suggests the victims were completely overpowered. It must have been an instant kill, one of them said. I looked at the bodies of the Dean and that elder from Shrek Academy. Both committed suicide by poison. Before they died, their soul power was crippled, and their limbs were broken. They were probably tortured for sensitive information before being forced to take their own lives, another added. Hearing his companion speak, a third soul engineer also chimed in. There shouldn't have been many attackers. I used a soul tool to analyze the area. Besides the dead, there aren't many other footprints. Your soul tool must be busted, bro, someone interjected. I scanned the place too, there were 2 attackers. As he spoke, he activated a soul tool he carried with him, releasing a fine white powder that settled onto the ground. Footprints appeared from the shadows where Feng Chang and Zhu Jing had hidden to a short wall nearby. It was easy to tell at a glance, there were 2 distinct sets of prints. Silvermoon Douluo's frown deepened as he listened to their analysis. You're all missing the key point. With a wave of his hand, his soul tool released several beams of light, illuminating various hidden areas around the square. Look closely at these spots. The places he revealed were all elevated terrain, but each bore clear signs of having been soaked. Some were rusted, others covered in fresh moss. All of it indicated recent exposure to a highly saline liquid. Seeing this, the soul engineers around him were startled. We overlooked that detail. Also, among the dead, several had bodies showing signs of water exposure. I shouldn't have to spell it out, Silvermoon Douluo added. You mean, the pavilion master of Pearl Sea Pavilion, Zhu Jing? Someone asked. There was only one person in all of Sun Moon City capable of causing such traces, Zhu Jing. And she was here at Shrek Academy when the incident happened. Even if we can't say for certain she's the culprit, all the evidence points to her being the prime suspect, Silvermoon Douluo said, his tone rising. But could she really have done this alone? Someone asked in disbelief. Though she was a 97th level title Douluo, her opponents weren't weaklings. It was hard to believe she could have taken them out so effortlessly. That's exactly what worries me, Silvermoon Douluo sighed. I suspect she had help, someone on par with myself. That's why I called you all here, and why I contacted both the Soul Life sect and the Royal Soul Engineer Legion. They'll be sending reinforcements shortly. Tonight, we're going all in. Amid this rising tension, another day passed. At nightfall, a low-ranking messenger from the Sun Moon Empire arrived at Feng Chang's place. Pavilion Master Zhu, Silvermoon Douluo asks for your presence at the Academy's main hall. He says the investigation has progressed and your assistance is required. Before Zhu Jing could refuse, the messenger turned and ran as if fleeing for his life. It's here, Zhu Jing sighed. They must have discovered something. Zhu Jingjia, please, run. Zhu pleaded again. I can't. It's too late now. If they dared to call me, they've already made every preparation. Zhu Jing turned to Feng Chang. Brother Feng Qi, what do you think? We got into this mess together, don't tell me you're going to leave me hanging now. There was a hint of desperation in her tone. She knew that escaping alone would be nearly impossible. Her only hope now lay with Feng Chang. I'll go with you. I'd like to see just what they plan to do, Fang Chang said calmly. He activated his transformation ability to alter his appearance and prepared to leave with her. Zhu Zhu opened her mouth to speak but held back, her words catching in her throat. Fang Chang turned back to her with a carefree smile. Don't worry. Just wait for me here. Chapter 228, Chapter 228, Battle against Silvermoon. In the main hall of Shrek Academy, Zhu Jing, clad in a red dress, entered slowly with a transformed Fang Chang by her side. The moment the two appeared, tension instantly gripped everyone present. Pavilion Master Zhu, who might this be? Asked the Silvermoon Douluo, pointing at Fang Chang beside her. Just a friend of mine. Zhu Jing's expression was icy, her tone devoid of emotion, a far cry from her usual polite demeanor. There were no fewer than 6 titled Douluo level experts gathered in the hall, including Kong Deming, whose strength rivaled that of a peerless Douluo. This setup clearly wasn't just for a discussion, it reeked of a trap. They hadn't been called here to talk, but to be subdued. Zhu Jing and Fang Chang remained standing at the hall's entrance, holding the most advantageous position. They didn't step in, and the others inside frowned, clearly growing uneasy. Kong Deming, the Silvermoon Douluo, stroked his beard and rose from his seat. Pavilion Master Zhu, you seem quite guarded. Could it be you have something to hide? We all know what's going on here. You summoned me in such a hurry, and anyone with eyes can see your true intention. Zhu Jing sneered. If you have evidence, bring it out. Now, Pavilion Master Zhu, saying it like that puts us in a tough spot, Kong Deming said, glancing at her, then at Fang Chang, whose body gave off no trace of soul power, causing his eyelids to twitch slightly. Even he couldn't help but feel wary. Zhu Jing, as the Pavilion Master of the Pearl Sea Pavilion, was a level 97 titled Douluo. The man beside her might very well be just as powerful. Facing 2 such individuals, he truly didn't want to make enemies, much less fight. But with the current uproar in Shrek Academy and both the Sun Moon Empire and the Holy Spirit cult watching closely, he had no choice but to move forward. With a sigh, he reached into his sleeve and pulled out a faintly rusted metallic ornament, tossing it to the center of the hall. His tone grew somber. This was found at the scene of the incident. It shows clear signs of being soaked in water. The corpses recovered from the scene also had similar traces. In the entire Sun Moon City, the only soul master capable of doing this, is likely Pavilion Master Zhu. Most importantly, at the time of the incident, you happened to be within Shrek Academy. He didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was clear, they suspected Zhu Jing was either directly involved or complicit. That's it? Zhu Jing asked. A little water damage and you think it was me? What if someone just spilled water at the scene, does that make me guilty too? Despite her growing unease, she held her ground, not letting the conversation shift against her. As for why I was at Shrek Academy, I was personally invited by the headmaster to attend the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament. I merely lingered a bit to look for my cousin. Is that a crime now? Her words left no room for rebuttal. The elders in the hall had no response. Deep down, they all suspected her. So many coincidences couldn't be ignored. The Pavilion Master of Pearl Sea Pavilion was likely involved. But getting her to confess or surrender was another matter. The incident was long past, and no witnesses or solid evidence could support their claim. There's no need for anger, Pavilion Master Zhu. If you truly have nothing to do with this, we can sit down and discuss it. Kong Deming attempted to smooth things over, though his hand was quietly moving inside his sleeve. No need. There's nothing to discuss. Your intentions are clear. If you want to fight, then fight. If you want me to leave, make your decision, Zhu Jing stated bluntly. Whatever your choice, the Pearl Sea Pavilion will stand its ground. The titled Douluo level experts in the hall stood up at once, and the tension in the room skyrocketed. None of them wanted a battle, and many feared Zhu Jing. But for some reason, the Holy Spirit cult and the Sun Moon Empire royal family were abnormally invested in this. There was also something off about the victims' clothing at the crime scene, like they were some kind of cultists. What was their connection to those 2 factions? So many suspicious details made the experts feel like pawns in someone else's game, yet they had no choice. Well then, since Pavilion Master Zhu has laid her cards on the table, I'll do the same. Kong Deming's voice turned cold. Today, the 2 of you are not leaving. I must ask for your cooperation. As soon as he finished, he flicked his sleeve and a translucent barrier appeared around him. It was a soul tool being activated. At the same time, soul power pressure surged from him and the others in the hall, all directed at Fang Chang and Zhu Jing, clearly the signal for a fight. Let's go. There's no avoiding this battle. Fang Chang stepped forward, withstanding the pressure, then suddenly flashed toward Kong Deming. As he struck, Zhu Jing summoned her martial soul, a massive Sea Emperor spider, and activated her ninth soul skill, Azure Ocean Domain. The spacious hall instantly turned into a world of water, engulfing everyone within. Fang Chang activated both Spider God Domain and Domination, and as a reborn Spider Soul Beast, Zhu Jing received a massive buff. With her soul power already at level 97, the two enhancements pushed her combat power close to that of a level 99 Peerless Douluo. Her Azure Ocean Domain became even more terrifying. Sensing the overwhelming pressure from the enemy, Kong Deming panicked and shouted, "Get in, quickly." The other 5 soul engineers followed his command and rushed into the Silvermoon Divine Light Barrier. Strangely enough, neither Zhu Jing's Azure Ocean Domain nor Fang Chang's Spider God Domain could penetrate the barrier. Not bad, Fang Chang chuckled coldly. He reached the barrier and slammed his fist into it. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed like muffled thunder in the hall. Cracks spread across the floor, and debris fell from the ceiling. Inside the barrier, Kong Deming coughed up blood. To his horror, this 10th-tier soul tool failed to completely block the stranger's blow. That was just a casual punch, and it had already injured him through the barrier. Not far away, Zhu Jing could feel the surge of power within her and was elated. She quickly stepped to Fang Chang's side, standing beside him, both of them glaring at the group inside the barrier. As one of Fang Chang's later generation descendants, she vaguely remembered this feeling. This must be the domination ability of the domination demon spider. She never imagined Fang Qi would turn out to have this spider soul beast. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, Kong Deming and the others exchanged glances, clearly alarmed. The situation had changed beyond their expectations. Those two were far more powerful than anticipated. Kong Deming made a swift decision. He pulled out a red orb-shaped soul tool and threw it outside. It vanished instantly, as if passing through space. Judging from the pulse it emitted, it was clearly a tool to call for reinforcements. Chapter 229, Chapter 229, The Final Battle of Shrek. The fluctuation emitted by the red orb of light vanished in a flash, but all across Sun Moon City, several prominent figures simultaneously narrowed their eyes and turned their heads in the direction of Shrek Academy. Strange. With the strength of Silvermoon Douluo and the others, even they couldn't handle the enemy. In the Great Hall, Zhu Jing's heart tightened at the sight. Fang Qi, should we retreat first? If we really wait for those people to arrive, even we might not be able to escape. Fang Chang's face remained expressionless as always. No matter. Since we're making a move today, we might as well make it a big one, to send a message to those bastards. But you, the Pearl Sea Pavilion you built with such effort might be gone after today. That doesn't matter, Zhu Jing sighed. Though I can't deny I'm a little reluctant, at this point, just staying alive is enough for me. Pearl Sea Pavilion could be said to be the result of her painstaking effort after reforming and cultivating anew, but ultimately, it was a human power. Her emotional attachment to it wasn't all that deep. She merely lamented the loss of a perfect tool. As she said, compared to Pearl Sea Pavilion, her own life was far more important. Pavilion Master Zhu, there's no escaping your fate today. Struggling further will only deepen your sins. Kong Deming still hadn't given up trying to demoralize them, attempting to persuade her to surrender. Humph. Sins. Did these people ever think about sins when they hunted my kin? Zhu Jing was born in a chaotic era. Most of the siblings born with her into the Sea Spider clan had died at the hands of spider-hunting humans. And that was while their influence in the sea was far greater than on land. One could only imagine how bad things were for spider clans living on land. Now she had merely killed a few of her enemies, and these self-righteous humans dared to lecture her about sin. Fang Chang had had enough of Kong Deming's chatter. With another punch, he struck the Silvermoon Radiant Barrier. The entire hall collapsed with a deafening crash, but the falling debris seemed to have eyes, automatically avoiding Fang Chang and Zhu Jing. Cough, cough, cough. Kong Deming let out a fit of violent coughing, his face turning deathly pale. He fell to one knee, supporting himself on the ground. It was clear he had suffered serious internal injuries from the impact. The other soul engineers inside the barrier were in even worse shape. Even with the protection of the radiant shield, they had been shaken unconscious. Fang Chang's true strength had long surpassed that of a typical god king. Even as just a projection, his power approached that of a mid-level second or third-tier god. Even though the Silvermoon Radiant Barrier, a rank 10 soul tool, granted Kong Deming some ability to contend with a limit Douluo, he still wasn't worth mentioning in Fong Chang's eyes. By now, fear had already surfaced in Silvermoon Douluo's eyes. As a rank 10 soul engineer, he considered himself one of the strongest in the world. Even the leader of the Holy Spirit cult might not be able to defeat him easily. Yet today, the mysterious man beside Zhu Jing had given him a harsh lesson. Kong Deming struggled to maintain the barrier, trying to hold out until reinforcements arrived. But Fong Chang, understanding his intent, naturally wouldn't let him have his way. Raising both hands, flames and frost simultaneously burst into the air. In the next moment, an ice-fire demon spear condensed in midair and shot straight at Kong Deming beneath the radiant barrier. Let's see how long that turtle shell of yours can last. With a wave of his hand, the ice-fire demon spear streaked forth with terrifying force. Crack! A loud tearing noise rang out as the radiant barrier, a rank 10 soul tool, suddenly filled with countless cracks. The cracks rapidly multiplied until most of the shield shattered violently. Kong Deming's pupils shrank in shock as he watched the icefire demon spear pierce through the shield and drive straight into his chest. Blood streamed from the corners of his mouth. His gaze toward Fong Chang grew lifeless. Then, his head lolled to the side, and he collapsed. A rank 10 soul engineer, the pinnacle of the Sun Moon Empire's soul engineer community, had perished in an instant. The scene left Zhu Jing speechless, her eyes wide with shock for a long time. What are you standing around for? While they've just died and their martial souls haven't fully dissipated, quickly devour them, Fong Chang reminded her. As his descendant, devouring martial souls was an innate skill. But as the bloodline thinned through the generations, this ability had greatly weakened, and its effects were far inferior to Fong Chang's. Prompted by his words, she snapped back to her senses and opened her mouth. A black vortex appeared, ripping the martial souls from the 6 corpses and swallowing them whole. Within seconds, her soul power surged rapidly, breaking through rank 98, then rank 99, and reaching near demigod levels. Her soul power had already been terrifyingly high. Now, with Fong Chang's twin boosts of domination and the spider god domain, even facing a demigod-level expert like Qian Dao Lu, she wouldn't necessarily be at a disadvantage. Just then, streaks of light flew toward them from various parts of Sun Moon City. The over 300 Soul Engineer Corps members stationed outside Shrek Academy also received orders to converge. Are you ready? Today, let's go all out, Fong Chang said with a faint smile, glancing at the now much stronger Zhu Jing. Then he looked up toward the incoming figures. Zhu Jing nodded. Now that her power had leaped once more, she had confidence in the coming battle. Moreover, with the deaths of Silvermoon Douluo and his companions, the enemy's strength had plummeted, and their chances of victory had risen dramatically. The approaching figures also sensed something wrong upon nearing Shrek Academy. They could clearly feel the aura of Silvermoon Douluo and the others had completely vanished. In other words, they had already been killed. This revelation sent a chill through their hearts. The strength of those 6 was already considered the backbone of the Sun Moon Empire. Yet even they hadn't been able to hold off the enemy. They hadn't even lasted long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Before they could think further, a massive dark gold spider soul beast over 100 meters long soared into the sky, rushing toward them. On the other side, Zhu Jing also unleashed her martial soul true body, transforming into a sea emperor spider dozens of meters long, charging directly at the 300-plus Soul Engineer Corps. Sea Blue Domain, Annihilation. It was the same move as before, but this time, her domain's coverage had increased tenfold, instantly wiping out the entire Soul Engineer Corps. High in the sky, Fong Chang split into 4, creating 3 additional avatars. Each one intercepted several of the incoming figures, stopping all the reinforcements in their tracks. Fire, frost, lightning, poison, an onslaught of various attacks rained down, and the more those experts fought, the more they sensed something was wrong. They wanted to retreat, but there was no escape. A dozen individuals on par with title Douluo were now completely surrounded, not by a man, but by a spider. The battle didn't last long. Under Fong Chang's overwhelming assault, the enemy elites fell one by one. The massive dark gold spider now hovered in the sky like a god descending from the heavens, standing proudly in the clouds. Had the times changed again? Was the spider clan rising once more? On this day, humanity once again remembered the fear of being ruled by the spiders. Chapter 230, The Spiders Dominate the World. After eliminating the more than 300 soul engineers, Zhu Jing also joined the battle. With her arrival, the soul masters of the Sun Moon Empire, who were already being suppressed by Feng Chang, collapsed in an instant. One figure after another fell from the sky like dumplings tossed into a pot. For a moment, the combined top-tier forces of the entire Sun Moon Empire found themselves utterly unable to deal with just 2 spiders. Down in the academy below, Zhu Zhu watched Feng Chang shining brilliantly in the sky, and all the worry in her eyes had long vanished, replaced by excitement and elation that surged from her very bloodline. After being suppressed for thousands of years, their spider clan was finally rising once again. In the sky, more than a dozen titled Douluo were slain one after another by Feng Chang and Zhu Jing in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, leaving only one half-crippled worshipper of the Holy Spirit cult still alive. Answer my question. What's your relationship with the spider hunters? Feng Chang, still in his spider form, suddenly spoke, startling the man. At this point, he had already lost an arm and a leg, barely clinging to life, but even upon hearing this question, he still stubbornly kept his mouth shut. Not talking. Feng Chang placed one of his spider legs on the man's forehead, venom seeping down from the tip and dripping onto his face. The Holy Spirit cult worshipper struggled for a moment. I'll talk. We of the Holy Spirit cult are one of the 3 forces supporting the spider hunters from behind. But we were just following orders from someone else. Who? Feng Chang pressed on. Who in this world still has the power to command you? There. The man hesitated, troubled. No one knows exactly. I've only seen them a few times. They communicate with the Grand Supreme Leader through a shadow. A shadow. Feng Chang couldn't make sense of it. He had once suspected the Demon Empress might be behind it all, but if it were her, why communicate through a shadow? Now that 2 of the 3 forces backing the spider hunters had been revealed, the Tang sect and the Holy Spirit cult, Feng Chang suspected the last might be the royal family of the Sun Moon Empire. But according to this worshipper, they too were under someone's control. That meant someone even more powerful was manipulating everything from the shadows. Who were they? Just as Feng Chang was about to question him further, the worshipper succumbed to his injuries and died. As this great battle came to an end, key figures from the Holy Spirit cult and the Sun Moon Empire's royal family who had orchestrated the plot quickly fled Sun Moon City. With everything over, the 2 massive spiders in the sky returned to human form and descended. The students on the ground backed away in fear, none daring to approach. Except for Zhu Zhu, who came running toward them. You. Just how many secrets are you still hiding? She asked Feng Chang with a hint of playful frustration. She had once thought she understood Feng Chang well, but now she realized she knew nothing at all. His secrets were like an endless ocean. Just a few, Feng Chang replied vaguely, then turned to Zhu Jing. You mentioned before, those sea spiders, where are they now? Earlier, Zhu Jing had told him that a branch of sea spider clansmen had survived, hiding in a secluded part of the ocean. I'll take you there, Zhu Jing replied. After witnessing Feng Chang's power, she no longer dared to guard against him. There are about 10,000 of them. Thanks to the complex terrain of the sea and its vast scope, they managed to survive. Good. Feng Chang said no more. 10,000 small spiders, while not a huge number, were enough to form the foundation for rebuilding the spider clan in the Douluo realm if trained properly. The very next day, Feng Chang set out to sea with Zhu Zhu and Zhu Jing. They arrived at a hidden bay, where he finally met the hidden sea spider clan. He first used the power of blessing to evolve those among them with promising potential, then led them on hunts. While training them in tactics, he also helped them devour soul beasts to grow stronger. Due to the heavy losses suffered by the Holy Spirit cult and the Sun Moon Empire, the once arrogant spider hunters had gone completely silent. With no one targeting them, the young spiders grew rapidly. Feng Chang understood well, to restore the glory of the spider clan on the continent, the first step was to ensure they had the strength to protect themselves. The training lasted for nearly half a year. By the end, the sea spider clan's strength had changed dramatically. Only then did Feng Chang lead them back to the mainland. At a coastal city in the Sun Moon Empire, over 10,000 sea spiders came ashore under Feng Chang's leadership. The local soul masters initially tried to resist. But once they saw the vast difference in power, they could only abandon the idea. And this was just the beginning. In the following days, the 10,000 sea spiders marched inland towards Sun Moon City, the imperial capital. In response to this overwhelming force, the Sun-Moon Empire hastily rallied its remaining Soul Engineer legions and allied with the remnants of the Holy Spirit cult to try and block them outside the capital. But before they even caught sight of the Sea Spider army, Feng Chang and Zhu Jing descended from the sky and obliterated the Soul Engineer troops with overwhelming power. The young spiders followed close behind, wiping out the remaining forces. They captured Sun-Moon City with almost no resistance. News of this spread like wildfire, shocking the entire world. The once mighty Sun-Moon Empire had fallen in mere days to a force of spiders. Even its national title was changed, to the Arachnid Dynasty. The Spider Clan, which had once ruled the continent, now once again dominated the world. The other three empires, alarmed by the news, could no longer sit still. Under pressure from such a powerful foe, the three empires, despite past grievances, began secret talks, attempting to form an alliance against the Arachnid Dynasty. Fortunately, Feng Chang had no intention of invading other human territories. After conquering the Sun-Moon Empire, he focused on settling the Spider Clan. While continuing to hunt down remnants of the Spider Hunters and the Holy Spirit cult, he also kept investigating the Tang sect and their mysterious benefactor. Sure enough, soon they received shocking news. A high-ranking member of the Tang sect, unable to bear the pressure, surrendered to Feng Chang's side. He claimed to have seen someone resembling the Tang San Feng Chang had mentioned, decades ago. According to him, many of the Tang sect's hidden weapon techniques had been passed down by this man, and he had not died over the past thousands of years. Every so often, he would return to the sect under a different identity. Among the Tang sect leadership, this had already become an open secret. When he wasn't in the sect, it was said he would return to the Eastern Sea, to a place called Sea God Island. Upon hearing this, Feng Chang could no longer stay idle. That very night, he set off towards Sea God Island, intent on confronting the mysterious, undead Tang San. Chapter 231, The Resurrected Tang San. Somewhere on Sea God Island, Feng Chang descended from the sky. After over 10,000 years, the island hadn't changed much, only appearing more desolate due to the lack of human presence. At the very center of the island, the sea god statue, now reduced to only half its body, still stood tall amidst the overgrown weeds. Traces of old, weathered human dwellings could still be spotted around the island, remnants of the former sea soul masters and later, the followers of the spider god cult brought by Feng Chang. His eyes swept vigilantly across the island as he landed, and his divine sense began to spread outward, gradually covering the entire sea god island. Yet despite this, he sensed no sign of any humans or similar life forms on the island. Even seabirds and insects were oddly scarce. With a mindset of giving it a shot, he walked deeper into the island. This had once been his domain, and he'd experienced many fierce battles here. Returning after all these years brought a complex mix of emotions to his heart. He hadn't gone far when a pile of burnt firewood on the ground caught his attention. He approached it slowly and took a sniff. There was still a faint smell of charred wood. Clearly, someone had recently been here. Further ahead, he spotted the scattered skeletons of a few thoroughly eaten fish. These skeletons were each over a meter long, not the kind of fish commonly found in shallow waters. Most likely, someone had fished them up from deeper seas. Feng Chang's brows gradually furrowed as he observed the scene, and his divine sense extended even farther and deeper. Using Sea God Island as the center, the surrounding 100-mile radius of ocean was swept by his spiritual probe, and a flood of information flashed through his mind like a slideshow. Not far from the island, beneath the seawater, a half-naked man suddenly opened his eyes. He had sensed Feng Chang's divine detection. At the same moment, his appearance also flashed into Feng Chang's mind, shocking him. Damn it, it's really him. He's still alive. As he said this, Feng Chang's body turned into a streak of black light and plunged into the sea, pursuing the man. The man in the sea sensed the approaching threat and immediately fled in the opposite direction. His figure darted through the water like a swift fish, incredibly agile. Feng Chang accelerated his pursuit, gradually closing the distance. Perhaps sensing the looming danger, the man surged with power and managed to momentarily outpace Feng Chang. But Feng Chang refused to relent. He directly transformed into his true form, boosting his speed yet again, leaving no room for the man to escape. The chase continued, and in the blink of an eye, they had traveled hundreds of miles through the sea. It was only then that Feng Chang finally got a clear look at the man's face. He wore only a ragged pair of pants. His upper garments were in tatters, with one sleeve barely hanging on, and the other side exposing a swath of bronze-toned skin. Though he was noticeably darker and more muscular than Fang Chang remembered, he instantly recognized the man, Tang San. "It really is you," Fang Chang said, his eyes shadowed. "Weren't you supposed to be long dead?" At that moment, the man stopped running and turned around, his dazed eyes locking onto the massive dark golden spider before him, as if trying to recall who he was facing. Due to the different ways time was calculated in the divine realm and the Douluo plane, only a few decades had passed for Fang Chang. But for Tang San, 10,000 years had gone by, it was no wonder his memories were blurry. Fang Chang reverted to human form, and Tang San's pupils shrank. "You, it's you. So it was you." His eyes turned crimson. Even after 10,000 years, he had never forgotten this searing hatred. The only reason he had clung to life for so long, was to personally destroy this enemy standing before him. With bloodshot eyes, Tang San kicked off the seafloor like an arrow, lunging toward Fang Chang. In his right hand, a massive black hammer suddenly appeared and swung down in a fierce arc. Fang Chang smiled calmly and raised a single hand to catch the clear sky hammer with ease. At this moment, Tang San's aura was shockingly powerful, no weaker than that of an average rank 3 god. However, this power clearly did not belong to him. He wielded it clumsily, unable to master it fully. More than that, Tang San didn't even look like a living person anymore. He resembled a conscious puppet, alive in form, but steeped in death. His body was shrouded in an aura of death, though some unknown technique had forcibly suppressed it. When his first attack failed, Tang San's eyes flared with even greater hatred. He yanked the hammer back and struck again with greater force. Fang Chang's eyes narrowed slightly. In the end, he chose to retreat several steps to evade rather than block it head-on. After all, this was only a clone, its strength no more than 30% of his original body. Boom! The hammer missed its target and crashed into the sea, releasing a massive burst of bubbles that temporarily obscured their surroundings. Tang San now resembled a rabid wild dog, no longer caring whether he could see his opponent clearly. Holding his hammer, he unleashed a flurry of mad strikes, churning the ocean into chaos. About 50 or 60 meters away, Fang Chang locked onto him with divine sense, watching him burn through that borrowed power without making a move. Honestly, watching him go berserk like this was kind of entertaining. While observing Tang San's performance, Fang Chang carefully analyzed the source of his strength. By now, he was sure, this power definitely wasn't from Tang San himself, but from something inside him. After a while, Tang San finally grew tired, panting heavily as he stopped. With some clarity returning to his eyes, he once again glared at Fang Chang. You ruined me, ruined Xiao Wu, destroyed the Clear Sky clan, destroyed Shrek. I hate myself for being so useless, for failing to protect those most important to me." Blood tears spilled from Tang San's eyes, it was a harrowing sight. "Even if I have to die again today, I'll drag you to hell with me," he shouted, voice growing harsher, as his power surged again and he lunged once more. Facing the incoming Tang San, Fang Chang's body trembled and split into 4, activating his skill, Night Walker. With 4 clones, he instantly surrounded Tang San and launched attacks from all directions. Though Tang San was more stable now than before, he remained crazed, completely disregarding their power gap and charging in recklessly, unafraid of death. Seeing this, Fang Chang no longer bothered with direct clashes. All 4 clones activated their blade armor, letting Tang San strike them, only to be injured by the rebound. A battle between 2 once-matched individuals had now devolved into something almost comical. Chapter 232, Slaying Tang San once more. Tang San's attacks landed on Fang Chang in rapid succession, yet he remained completely unharmed. In contrast, Tang San's own flesh kept splitting open, his blood spilling with every blow. Despite this, under the driving force of hatred, Tang San continued his frenzied assault on Fang Chang and his 3 clones. His attacks grew ever more savage, while the frequency and severity of the wounds on his body increased. Fang Chang watched him with a twisted grin. There was a hint of wickedness in his expression. "Go ahead, keep fighting. I'd like to see just how far you can push yourself to death." Perhaps the physical pain had slightly brought Tang San back to his senses, as his attacks finally ceased. He gasped heavily for breath, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Fang Chang, as though deep in thought. Strangely, his left hand was forcefully pressing down his right hand, his body arched in an odd, sideways posture, as if more than one consciousness resided within his body. Now, due to some internal conflict, those 2 wills seemed to be fighting for control. From the way his body moved, Fang Chang noticed the problem. this body harbored not only a part of a god's power and consciousness but also Tang San's own soul. It was as if Tang San's shell had been infused with the essence of a god, but for some reason, Tang San had seized the dominant role in the end. Judging from the divine aura leaking intermittently from him, Fang Chang recognized this god. It was none other than the former sea god, the founder of Sea God Island. The internal struggle continued for over half a minute before Tang San finally suppressed the sea god's consciousness and regained full control of his body. He stared at Fang Chang with a fierce gleam in his eyes, and in the next moment, he directly unlocked a restriction within himself. His powers surged dramatically, reaching a level close to a second-class god. Faced with Tang San in this state, Fang Chang didn't dare let his guard down. His 3 clones and his main body all transformed into the undying evil Spider Emperor. 32 eerie red eyes locked onto Tang San. On the other side, Tang San's breathing slowly stabilized, but his gaze was dazed, as though he was fusing with some kind of entity. Even so, he once again lifted the clear sky hammer and smashed it toward Fang Chang. The impact was so intense that even Fang Chang, 100 meters tall, was forced to stagger back several steps. The surrounding sea soul beasts were instantly annihilated. Swallowed by waves, their bodies disintegrated under the sheer force of the battle. While Fang Chang's main body held off Tang San's frontal assault, the 3 clones seized the opportunity to rush in, driving their spider legs into Tang San's back. Several terrifying wounds, as wide as bowls and oozing black blood, tore open across his back, covering nearly a third of it. Yet Tang San seemed unfazed, still wearing that dazed expression as he continued attacking Fang Chang. Fang Chang's eyes narrowed. He stomped his 8 spider legs hard, raising a golden light barrier in front of him, his old shield wall skill, and their strongest available defense. Boom! The clear sky hammer slammed into the golden barrier. Fang Chang retreated half a meter, while Tang San staggered back 5 or 6 steps, blood spilling from his mouth. Immediately after, Fang Chang dispelled the barrier and lunged forward. One of his spider legs pierced Tang San's left chest, stabbing straight through his heart and lifting him high into the air. It was only then that Tang San coughed violently, blood dripping from his mouth onto Fang Chang's face, forming a small bloody stain. Why? He murmured weakly. Why, when I'm clearly a transmigrator, when I clearly possess the Tang sect's secret techniques, do I still lose so miserably to you? I refuse to accept this. As he spoke, the last glimmer of light in his eyes faded. After 10,000 years, he was once again killed by Fang Chang. Whatever method he had used to gain the sea god's power didn't matter, his fate was the same as back then, just as powerless before Fang Chang. After his death, Fang Chang carefully inspected the body, once again confirming it was the real Tang San. But his body had seemingly been used as a vessel in some kind of ritual. The consciousness that had been inside, and just dissipated along with him, had clearly belonged to the sea god. Yet whoever devised this ritual probably hadn't foreseen that in the end, all their effort would only serve someone else. Though the sea god had been resurrected, the vessel, Tang San, awakened as well. Under the overwhelming weight of hatred, he slowly eroded the sea god and eventually suppressed him. But who could have possessed the power to perform such a ritual? Fang Chang's first thought was of the hundreds of gods who had once escaped from the god realm. If anyone had the capability, it would be them, especially given that among them was the former goddess of life. Over the past 30 years, Fang Chang had never relaxed his vigilance. At the slightest sign, he would dispatch forces to hunt down those rogue gods across all planes. Thanks to these years of effort, most of the escaped gods had already been captured or killed. Only a dozen or so remained at large. It now seemed likely that they were still hiding within the Douluo plain, or at least had once been here, using it as a sanctuary to recover. Could this so-called great figure mentioned by the members of the Holy Spirit cult be related to them? Or even be one of them? Fang Chang continued to speculate. Things had clearly progressed beyond his original expectations. He lifted his head toward the sky, and in the god realm, Fang Chang's true body opened his eyes. A spatial rift slowly tore open next to Fang Chang and Tang San's corpse. A giant hand reached out, grabbed the body, and dragged it back into the god realm. Moments later, 3,000 gods of the god realm gathered. To the surprise of many, more than half were Fang Chang's direct descendants. Do you still recognize him? Fang Chang's voice echoed in each god's mind. One by one, they turned their attention to the figure he casually tossed onto the floor. Tang San. Xian Renxue covered her mouth, her expression full of disbelief. Wasn't he supposed to be long dead? How could this be? Beside her, Bibi Dong seemed to recall something. After a moment, she finally remembered the name, though her only impression of Tang San was his decent performance in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament. Ah yes, he was Yu Xiaojiang's disciple, and Tang Hao's son. Emichim. Fong Chong nodded. It's him. He was revived. Strictly speaking, the person who revived him didn't intend to bring back Tang San, but the sea god. It just so happened that the ritual backfired and benefited him instead. Nearby, Gu Yu, visibly pregnant, sat down on Fong Chang's lap and glared at him with gentle anger. And you didn't think to call me when something like this happened? As the new goddess of life, she seemed to sense something. This must be the work of the previous life goddess. Only the tree of life in her hands could achieve something like that. Because she had never obtained the tree of life, her divine position as the goddess of life always felt incomplete, a fact that irked her endlessly. After a brief meeting, the god realm reached a unanimous decision: they would dispatch an army to return to the Douluo plain and seek out the former life goddess who might still be hidden there. Chapter 233, Chapter 233, The Divine Realm Descends. A space rupture that stretched across nearly half the continent suddenly appeared high above the Douluo Continent. Immediately afterward, over 1,000 figures slowly stepped out from the fissure. Leading the group was, of course, Fong Chong. But this time, he had descended in person, with his true body. Behind him followed Di Tian, Bibi Dong, and many others. There were at least 3 god kings among them, and the number of first and second level deities was uncountable. Such a massive divine army had nearly emptied half of the divine realm's forces. For a lower plane, the threat this represented was self-evident. At that moment, across the Douluo continent, be it humans or soul beasts, everyone instinctively looked up toward the rift in the sky. With the appearance of the gods, the entire continent fell into a frenzy never seen before. Some prostrated themselves from afar, bowing to the gods who had descended into the mortal world. Others were filled with unease. So many gods descending, whether it was a blessing or a curse, no one could say. But one thing was certain: the balance of power on the continent was bound to change. Fong Chang's clone, still on Sea God Island, quickly returned to his main body. Then, leading the gods, he descended first to Sea God Island. I remember this place, Bibi Dong said as she glanced around, recalling the scenery. Back when she had been the Pope of Spirit Hall, she had once visited this island. At that time, it was the territory of the Sea Soul Masters, but now, everything had changed. In truth, before their arrival, Fong Chong had already thoroughly surveyed the island. Now, without hesitation, he led the group straight toward the island's deepest area. We're here. This is the place. He pointed ahead, toward a patch of scorched ground where a strange-looking altar stood. The altar had a diameter of about 5 or 6 meters, with 3 tiers. The highest tier rose a little over a meter from the ground. As soon as Fong Chong led the gods onto the altar, Bu gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Yes. It's definitely her. This is the mark of the goddess of life. She pointed with her slender jade finger toward a rune in the center of the altar, about half a meter in length and width. A rare hint of joy appeared on her face. This should be the place where they revived Tang San, Fong Chong guessed aloud. Guyu, can you tell what method they used? After inheriting the position of the goddess of life, Bu had received much of the goddess's legacy. However, since the former goddess of life hadn't truly fallen, and the tree of life was still in her possession, Guyu's divine status was incomplete. Yes. Guyu nodded, examining the altar. This is a divine summoning ritual. It can summon the divine soul of a god who perished in this world and call them back. This method can revive certain deities, but there are many restrictions. The altar must be built in the plane where the god fell, and it can't be too long after their death. Even then, the chance of success is very low. The fact that woman succeeded even once was already quite impressive. Upon hearing this, Fong Chong let out a breath of relief. If only the sea god had been revived, it was still manageable. But if they had also brought back the god of Shura and other deities from back then, that would have been bad news for them. Can you track the goddess of life's location through this altar? Fong Chong continued to ask. Since the two of them now shared the same divine power source, and remnants of the goddess of life's aura remained here, there might be a way to trace her. I'll try. Guyu placed one hand on the altar, letting her divine power flow out. It spread through the altar, turning into an invisible wave that radiated in all directions. After a long while, she shook her head. No, too much time has passed. The residual energy on this altar is too faint. I can't trace them. Fong Chong wasn't surprised. He hadn't expected it to go smoothly in the first place. However, Piyu added, while probing just now, I sensed a place in this plane with the same type of divine energy as this. Where? Lake of Life. Her voice was calm as she uttered the name, but a ripple stirred in her heart. She had lived in the Lake of Life for tens of thousands of years. In a sense, it was her home. Now, someone had taken it, and they were likely enemies. This thought only made her angrier. Di Tian, who stood beside her, also showed a clear change in expression. They had only been gone for a short time, and yet the Lake of Life had already undergone such a transformation. Let's go, head to the Lake of Life, Fong Chong immediately commanded. The group of divine beings teleported almost instantly, arriving at the center of Star Do Great Forest, beside the verdant lake teeming with vitality. As they watched the mutant slimes continuously crawl out of the lake, Guyu's eyelids twitched. These soul beasts are strange. They were likely modified by the goddess of life and given certain special abilities. Fong Chong nodded. He had noticed the changes in these slimes when he first arrived on the continent. Back then, they'd troubled him quite a bit, but due to various complications, he had temporarily left the matter alone. He then explained what he had learned about the slime's special abilities to the gods, who were instantly shocked. They confuse with other soul beasts and inherit their skills and abilities. That's a natural counter to the spider clan. If they fuse with a member of the spider clan who has devouring abilities, that would be terrifying. Most of the deities here were from the spider clan, whose rise across the plains had largely depended on their devouring powers. Now these slimes clearly showed similar potential. This must be the work of the goddess of life, Guyu said, frowning. Slimes may have had such a potential trait all along, but due to their weakness, no one paid attention. She used her divine power to amplify this trait, resulting in their mutation. Then she modified the Lake of Life, using its vitality to make these mutant slimes multiply endlessly. As she spoke, she paused, a chill running through her heart. She probably planned to raise a race here, one strong enough to rival us, and then use them against us. She's using the same path we once walked, to strike back at us. That's truly sinister. Fong Chong had already suspected as much. He just hadn't linked it to the goddess of life because he wasn't familiar with her divine authority. Now that Guyu had said it, everything became clear. While they were evaluating the Lake of Life, the lake itself began to churn violently, as if something was about to emerge from its depths. Chapter 234, Chapter 234, The Slime Legion. Beneath the surging surface of the lake, several indescribable fluctuations of power continuously rose and fell. Eventually, the lake parted with a loud crack, as if the water had been split open, flowing to either side and revealing the mutated slimes hidden beneath. The moment they emerged, the slimes leapt out from the lakebed, facing off in the air against Fong Chong. Among them, the leading few emitted an aura comparable to that of a high god. Even more shocking was their sheer number, densely packed across the entire lakebed, numbering at least in the millions. Seal off this entire region. Don't let a single mutated slime escape. Since things had progressed to this point, Fong Chong had no intention of letting them go. He immediately ordered the gods under his command to seal off the Star Do Great Forest. These slimes were too strange, even letting one escape could pose a major threat in the future. Hundreds of gods split into several teams and scattered across the Star Do Great Forest, while Fong Chong and a few others remained at the Lake of Life, preparing to face the slimes head-on. Facing these enemies, Fong Chong immediately revealed his true form, a dark gold spider over 100 meters long, with wings unfurled, hovering in the sky. But even that wasn't enough. He once again used his ability to freely expand and contract, enlarging his body by several more times until he reached a length of 3,000 to 4,000 meters before finally stopping. Behind him, Pi likewise transformed into a silver dragon stretching several thousand meters, while Bibi Dong, Xianrenxue, and the others also assumed their most powerful battle forms. Over 100 gods who stayed behind also transformed into spider-like forms similar to Fong Chong, though clearly smaller in size. On the opposite side at the Lake of Life, the slimes, seeing the strength of their opponents, began to change as well, some transformed into spiders, others into giant dragons, and still others into rare soul beast species. Relying on their unique abilities, they perfectly copied the appearances of these soul beasts while retaining their own terrifying soul power. Though there was no deep grudge between the two sides, war broke out prematurely for the sake of dominance. Fong Chong was the first to charge toward the strongest of the slimes. At that moment, the slime transformed into a titan giant ape. Under its power, which rivaled that of a high god, its form reached over 100 meters in height, radiating terrifying strength. It threw a heavy punch at the descending Fang Chang, compressing the air into a semi-transparent shockwave that blasted straight at him. Fang Chang blinked all 8 of his eyes at once, activating his defensive skills. A pale golden shield appeared in front of him, and he charged forward without flinching. Boom! A deafening crash rang out as the slime was slammed straight into the lakebed by Fang Chang. The two creatures were simultaneously submerged by the crashing waters. The other slimes of similar strength also clashed with Gu Yu and the others at that moment. The commotion was so intense that soul beasts across the Star Do Great Forest fled for shelter. A few humans who had entered the forest to obtain soul rings heard the disturbance and tried to escape, only to see streaks of light flash by. Every exit of the forest had already been sealed by the gods. The titan giant ape-shaped slime coughed up a mouthful of blood. Its cold voice reached Fang Chang's ears. "You're the foreign invaders the masters spoke of, those who invaded the divine realm." The masters, it mentioned, were likely the goddess of life's faction. They had indeed come, and the slimes were clearly tied to them. "Tell me, where are those masters now? If you cooperate, I might consider sparing your species, and send you to a separate dimension to survive." Fang Chang's voice was equally cold, his words more of a threat than a negotiation. "Ha, we were created by the master specifically to deal with your kind. Do you really think you'd spare us?" This slime, having cultivated to such strength, naturally possessed considerable intelligence. It clearly understood that even if Fang Chang did spare the slime race, they'd be banished to some unbearably harsh dimension. Even if the weak might survive by chance, powerful slimes like itself would never be allowed to live. Death was inevitable, so why not fight? Its only regret was that the secret had been exposed too soon, and this war had come too early. If the slime race had been given another 1 or 2,000 years to develop, perhaps they could have risen like the Spider Clan once did and challenged the divine realm head-on. Fang Chang didn't expect a few words to change its mind. His body released a torrent of toxic mist, staining the surrounding lakewater. Countless mutated slimes hadn't even had time to replicate before they were wiped out by the venom. The titan giant ape-form slime narrowed its eyes, clenched its iron fists, and charged again, trying to force Fang Chang out of the lake of life. But the difference in size and strength between them was now vast. No matter how fiercely it attacked, it couldn't harm Fang Chang in the slightest. Fang Chang then used his skill, Night Walker, creating 3 clones with strength rivaling his main body. While the clones blocked the slime, Fang Chang continued releasing toxins, intending to destroy this cradle of slimes once and for all. The slimes above also noticed the black-purple toxin spreading through the lakewater and tried to turn back to defend their ancestral grounds. But Gu Yu and the others weren't fools. They instantly saw through Fang Chang's intent and launched even fiercer attacks, pinning the slimes down. As the toxic mist spread, the lake of life turned into a poisonous spring. The weaker, newly replicated slimes were completely exterminated by the venomous waters. Meanwhile, the titan giant ape-form slime battling Fang Chang was beaten bloody and on the verge of death. Taking advantage of the opening, Fang Chang moved. Ice, fire, and lightning energy converged in mid-air, forming a massive broadsword. He activated dragon-slaying art. The tri-elemental energy blade flashed. Before the slime could even scream, its body was sliced cleanly in half. Yet even so, its aura didn't disappear. Instead, it underwent a bizarre transformation. Moments later, the 2 halves of its body split into 2 distinct slime individuals. Fortunately, their power was halved, each now only at the level of a secondary god. It had transformed from a high god-level slime into 2 slimes at the level of minor deities. The same phenomenon occurred in other battle zones. Gu Yu and the others soon discovered that unless these mutated slimes were utterly annihilated, simply cutting or smashing them would only cause them to split into more entities. Seeing the 2 slimes looking smug after splitting, Fang Chang let out a cold laugh. A giant black hole appeared from his mouth, he intended to devour them whole. Slimes might restrain the Spider Clan, but the Spider Clan could also restrain slimes. Chapter 235, Chapter 235, Extermination of the Slimes. The slime being devoured by Fang Chang let out continuous howls, its semi-transparent body writhing in the air in an attempt to escape his control. But despite its efforts, it was still sucked toward Fang Chang's mouth by an invisible force, and was eventually swallowed whole. Gulp. Fang Chang swallowed it down, smacked his lips, and turned his gaze toward the remaining slime. Having witnessed the miserable fate of its companion, the remaining slime had no will to resist. It immediately transformed into a titan giant ape and charged toward the lake surface in a desperate attempt to flee. Now, all it wanted was to escape as far away as possible from this terrifying monster. But how could Fang Chong possibly let it go? He opened his mouth again, and a vortex of suction reappeared. The slime ran ahead, its massive mountain-like hands slapping the water in an effort to propel itself forward. But behind it, the terrifying suction force continued to drag at its body, pulling it relentlessly toward Fang Chang's gaping maw. Its struggles merely delayed its inevitable end. In the end, just like its kin, it was swallowed by Fang Chong. "It's been a while since I've eaten such sweet and delicious slime," Fang Chong thought to himself with a satisfied belch. Above the lake, the battle between the slime army and the gods of the divine realm had reached its climax. Although Guyu didn't possess a devouring skill, her enormous size and overwhelming strength more than made up for it. After smashing a main god-level slime to pieces, she followed Fang Chang's example, swallowing the smaller slimes that split from it one by one. As for Bibi Dong and Qianren Xue, their approach was far simpler, relying solely on their immense power to butcher the slimes one after another. With each death, every time a slime's body shattered and split into new ones, their divine power was divided evenly among the new slimes. This caused their overall strength to rapidly dwindle, from initial main god level, to that of ordinary title Douluo, then to Soul Sage, Soul Ancestor, and finally Soul Master. In the end, the slime fragments that had nearly lost all their soul power were left to Fang Chang's offspring, those who also had devouring abilities, to clean up in one gulp. Though the horde of over 1 million mutated slimes appeared terrifying, only a dozen or so had actually reached god-level power. The rest, while troublesome, lacked real combat strength or coordinated tactics, little more than a disorderly rabble, incapable of posing any real threat to gods. Faced with several dozen gods whose power absolutely crushed them, these slimes turned out to be far less resilient than expected. Once their leaders fell one after another, the rest lost all will to resist. They surged out from the lake and scattered in all directions across the Star Do forest, each using whatever tricks they had to flee. Although Fang Chang's group was overwhelmingly powerful and had slaughtered waves upon waves of slimes, there were simply too many of them, and their pesky, splitting, ability made them hard to eliminate completely. About half of the slimes were exterminated, but the other half managed to escape their encirclement and continued their retreat outward. If they weren't thoroughly exterminated this time, it wouldn't be long before they turned into a plague once again. Fortunately, Fang Chong had already prepared in advance. The gods he had dispatched to intercept the slimes were already in position, forming the first blockade. As the leading slimes reached the edge of the Star Do forest, they ran straight into the intercepting gods. Blasted apart by beams of divine light, they were forcibly split apart. The slimes behind, seeing their comrades' fate, began to recoil. They weren't stupid, they knew whoever charged forward would be the first to die. In this disorganized chaos, the slimes lost their best chance to escape. Fang Chong and his team burst out of the lake of life and began a merciless massacre of these fleeing creatures. Some slimes, pressed by the threat behind, had no choice but to charge the outermost perimeter again in desperation. Others chose to transform into various soul beasts, using their form's advantages to split up and hide within the Star Do forest. At this point, the gods manning the outer ring faced significant pressure. The slime assault wasn't evenly spread, some areas had only a few, while others had thousands swarming in. Even in the less threatened zones, the stationed gods didn't dare leave their posts lightly, only offering distant support to their comrades when possible. Under this strain, a few slimes did manage to breach the defensive line and escape beyond the forest. But then Fang Chang's second line of defense came into play. These were gods sent later from the divine realm, who had been watching from the skies, waiting for Fang Chang's telepathic signal. Once they received the message, they split into 6 groups and charged toward the 6 directions with the highest slime concentrations. But rather than reinforce the first line of defense, they bypassed it and intercepted the slimes that had already broken through, forming a second, tighter blockade. The slimes that had barely managed to break out found themselves facing an even stronger second barrier. Their morale shattered instantly, they gave up all resistance and were wiped out by the gods. This round of breakout attempts lasted about 10 minutes. After the first wave of slime surges, the number of those crashing against the lines quickly dropped, then nearly vanished. Only then did Fang Chong order the second-line gods to return to aerial standby. As for himself, he activated a long-unused skill, Hunting Instinct. This time, he directly locked onto the slimes. Instantly, the locations of hundreds of thousands of slimes across the Star Doe forest appeared in his mind. If not for the fact that he was now a god king, with mental strength powerful enough, this sheer volume of data would have made his brain explode. Without bothering to confirm whether these were ordinary slimes or mutated ones modified by the goddess of life, Feng Chang ordered his gods to attack all their locations indiscriminately. Countless beams of divine light rained down across the Star Doe forest, followed by gods swooping down to devour the shattered remnants. Some of the sharper-witted mutated slimes realized that even hiding in the forest wouldn't save them from Feng Chang's pursuit. So they tried again to breach the outer defenses, hoping to initiate a second slime wave. But this time, lacking the scale and with their positions more scattered, they didn't even make it to the second defense line. Those guarding the first line were enough to wipe them out. The slaughter continued for 3 full days. Finally, when Feng Chang's hunting instinct no longer detected a single slime presence, the operation came to a close. Chapter 236, Chapter 236, Traces of the Goddess of Life. The slime tribe had been completely eradicated, and only then did Feng Chang and the others finally have the time to return to the Lake of Life. Previously tainted by Feng Chang's poison, the lake was now gradually recovering. With the combined efforts of the gods, the toxins in the lake were soon thoroughly cleansed. Guyu, can you tell anything from this lake? Surrounded by many gods around the Lake of Life, Feng Chang asked while staring at the newly multiplying slimes emerging in the water. Guyu fixed her eyes on the lake, secretly channeling her divine power to pluck a newly formed slime from afar. She brought it before her for a closer inspection. This is the work of that woman. These slimes all carry the aura of the goddess of life. She must have transformed the Lake of Life into a grand formation, using the lake's rich vitality as a constant supply of nourishment for the formation, which in turn accelerates the reproduction of the slimes. As she spoke, she crushed the slime in her hand, watching as it fell to the ground and divided once more. Slimes born from this formation also possess enhanced survivability. Can you track their location? Feng Chang's expression revealed little emotion, but those who knew him well understood, this kind of calmness meant he was taking the matter very seriously. Yes. This time, Pu gave a definitive answer. She infused divine power into the lake, and immediately a strange formation appeared upon the water's surface. The formation spanned several kilometers, nearly covering the entire lake. Then, an invisible energy brimming with vitality was drawn forth by Guyu, separated from the formation, and drifted northwest. Feng Chang's eyelid twitched as he watched the direction the energy pointed toward. It's Sun Moon City, the capital of the Sun Moon Empire. He recognized that the direction led directly to Sun Moon City. Yet he had already investigated the city thoroughly before and found nothing. We should head there quickly, this can't wait. Guyu fixed her gaze on Feng Chang, her voice tinged with urgency. The commotion we made when entering this world was too big. If we delay any longer, they might escape. This time, she was determined to seize the ancient tree of life from the former goddess of life. Only with it could she truly be considered the rightful goddess of life. Let's go. But we should leave a few people behind to clean up here. Feng Chang pointed at several slime nests still spawning in the lake and looked to the gods behind him. Leave this place to us. You go seek out that goddess, they're the real threat. Bibi Dong stepped forward at that moment, taking the initiative to accept the task. Once the area had been properly handled, Feng Chang led Guyu and the others straight towards Sun Moon City. Due to the recent chaos, Sun Moon City was no longer the flourishing metropolis it once was. Key figures from various powers had already fled, seeking refuge throughout the empire. Ordinary citizens were also affected. Without the control of a ruling class, looting, killing, and robbery ran rampant. Common folk, driven by desperation, were forced to abandon their homes. Now, from the outside, Sun Moon City looked like a ghost town, or perhaps a den of lawlessness, filled with violence. When they were still several dozen li from the city, Feng Chang halted with the group. Beyond this point is the domain of Sun Moon City. Let's stop here. The goddess of life has been operating here for thousands of years. She must have made ample preparations. If too many of us go, we'll only get in each other's way. Why don't just the two of us go down while the others wait outside for our signal? What do you think? Feng Chang turned to ask Guyu's opinion. After all, she was a god king and one of the current queens of the divine realm. He couldn't act too unilaterally. I'll follow your lead. After thousands of years together, Pu might bicker with Feng Chang over minor things, but when it came to matters concerning the divine realm, she generally deferred to his judgment. In that case, let's go. Feng Chang took her jade-like hand, and with a motion forward, the two of them appeared in Sun Moon City as if they had teleported. At the same time, both of them concealed their auras completely. From the outside, they looked just like an ordinary young soul master couple. As they walked the streets of Sun Moon City, remnants of its former glory were still faintly visible, but now the place had become a shadow of its past. Most storefronts along the streets had been looted. Anything left behind had already been scavenged by roaming thugs. Brawls were everywhere. Every few dozen meters, one could spot an unattended corpse, most of them were soul masters. In such chaos, ordinary people couldn't possibly stay. But quite a few soul masters chose to remain, hoping for opportunity. After all, this was once the capital of the continent's most powerful empire, a nexus of the land's resources. Even if just 1% of that was left behind, it was enough to drive them mad with greed. Noticing Feng Chang and Guyu, these wandering soul masters on the street all cast curious glances their way. In this environment, the two of them, dressed neatly, walking with calm and composure, seemed completely out of place. "Boss, that girl's quite the looker. Why don't we hit them? Kill the guy, and the girl's ours to enjoy." Not far off, one of a group of 5 or 6 soul masters leered at Guyu and made a suggestion to their leader. "Shut your mouth if you don't want to die." The leader glared fiercely at him. "Can't you see how many others are watching them? Not a single one dares to make a move." Indeed, on this street, there were more than a dozen similar gangs. Yet none dared strike first, though the pair seemed like harmless youths, their clothing, temperament, and subtle aura of superiority clearly marked them as anything but ordinary. These rogue soul masters might be desperate, but they weren't stupid. They all had their own judgment of who they could and couldn't rob. "These people's stares are making me uncomfortable. Should I just wipe them out while we're at it?" Guyu pouted, clearly irritated by the way some of the men were eyeing her. Feng Chang continued walking at the same pace and sent her a thought through their mental link. "Don't start anything yet. Right now, our top priority is to find the goddess of life and help you claim the tree of life. We'll deal with these rats later." "Fine, fine. I'll do as you say." Guyu huffed in mild frustration, shifting her attention forward, but not before memorizing the sense of those thugs. The two of them walked farther and farther down the street, drawing closer to the imperial palace of the Sun Moon Empire. From afar, a cloaked figure noticed their approach, then vanished in an instant. Chapter 237, Chapter 237, Another Encounter with the Holy Spirit Cult. The sudden disappearance of the black-robed man immediately caught the attention of Feng Chang and Guyu. The two exchanged a glance, and with a simultaneous step, their figures vanished from the street. At that moment, they were already the center of attention among the wandering soul masters on the street. Witnessing their strange movement technique, everyone was startled and inwardly thankful they had resisted the urge to rob them earlier. When the black-robed man reappeared, he was already several hundred meters away, in a semi-enclosed alley. He looked around warily, and only after confirming that no one was following him did he lightly push open a decaying wooden door at the end of the alley, its edges covered in moss, and enter a dark and damp old house. Behind him, Feng Chang and Guyu also appeared in the alley, still cloaked under Feng Chang's shadow veil, rendering them invisible to outsiders. "Someone actually lives here." Guyu couldn't help but grumble. The house was a 2-story old building, and from the outside, it looked utterly dilapidated. The door was worn and shabby, the walls were cracked in large patches, and the original color of the exterior was no longer discernible. Having grown used to luxury in the divine realm, Guyu felt physically uncomfortable just looking at the place. "Let's go in and take a look. This guy is so secretive, there's probably something strange about this house. Who knows, maybe we'll find clues about the goddess of life and her group." Feng Chang coaxed and encouraged her as he gave her arm a gentle tug. "Fine, fine, I never said I wouldn't go. I just don't like this place, that's all," Guyu replied with a helpless sigh. For the sake of the tree of life, she had no choice but to lower her standards. Under the cover of the shadow veil, the two silently followed the black-robed man into the residence. As they passed through the wooden door, their bodies shimmered briefly and phased through as if they were spirits, slipping through without making a sound. Just in time, they saw the black-robed man cross through the house and enter a small courtyard at the back. The yard was about 50 or 60 square meters in size, completely surrounded by buildings. Apart from the old house, the other 3 buildings enclosing the yard looked relatively newer. Without stopping, the black-robed man walked straight to the center of the yard and leapt headfirst into an old well. Several moments passed, yet there was no splash of water. This made it clear that the well was dried up. The two crept closer and peered down. Faint flickers of light could be seen below. "Let's check it out." Fang Chang spoke as he jumped down the well, and Gu Yu, after a moment's hesitation, followed him. Once they reached the bottom, they finally saw what lay below. One side of the well wall actually opened into a passageway. The corridor was pitch black and stretched into the unknown. Dim lamps affixed to the walls lit the path at 10-meter intervals. Fang Chang released his spiritual sense along the passage, quickly detecting the black-robed man about 50 to 60 meters ahead. He was walking smoothly and confidently. They continued forward, and after another 100 meters or so, the passage finally opened up into a brightly lit hall. Within the hall were several hundred figures, all clad in the same kind of robes as the black-robed man, seemingly engaged in some kind of ritual. At the center of them all, a ritual altar marked with the insignia of the Holy Spirit cult stood out prominently. "So, it's them." Fang Chang exhaled in relief. For a moment, he had thought they had stumbled upon one of the ancient gods still hiding in the Douluo plain. "Is it them?" Gu Yu asked, sensing Fang Chang had already used his spiritual sense. She didn't bother to investigate herself and just waited for his answer. "No," Fang Chang shook his head. "This is a native faction of the Sun Moon Empire, mostly composed of evil soul masters. They call themselves the Holy Spirit Cult." Holy Spirit Cult. Gu Yu searched her memories but ultimately came up blank. Though she was a native of this world and had some understanding of evil soul masters, she had never heard of an organization called the Holy Spirit Cult. "Let's just go. No need to waste time here. We can't let them escape again," Gu Yu said, preparing to jump back up the well, but Fang Chang grabbed her arm and stopped her. "Hold on. Let's go take a look first." He quickly organized what he had previously learned about the spider hunters and the Holy Spirit Cult, and sent the information directly into Gu Yu's mind via telepathic link. "The Holy Spirit Cult has been targeting our spider clan and is somehow involved with the Tang sect. I suspect they may also be connected to the Goddess of Life's group," Fang Chang explained. "If we capture some of them and interrogate them, we might learn something useful. It won't take much time." "Alright, I'll go along with it," Gu Yu agreed. That mysterious shadow mentioned by the Holy Spirit Cult's higher-ups does sound like something they do. After learning the details, she no longer insisted on leaving. Even though she was a dragon, her current identity was also that of one of the Spider Clan's matriarchs. Learning that the Spider Clan was being persecuted made her feel angry too. At that moment, the black-robed man who had discovered them earlier had already made it to the hall. "BB bad news," he shouted the moment he stepped in, his voice echoing through the corridor and reaching Fang Chang in Gu Yu's ears. "Deacon Chen, what's got you so panicked?" A woman at the edge of the altar raised her head. Though she appeared young, the aged wisdom in her demeanor suggested she was far older than she looked. "It's that man," Deacon Chen gasped, "he's back." Though he was already at the Soul Douluo level, he couldn't conceal the fear on his face when mentioning that man. "You mean the one who rampaged through Sun Moon City with the pavilion master of Zhuhai Pavilion?" The woman's tone sharpened. "Yes, him. I ran into him on the street earlier. This time, he seems to have brought a woman with him too," the black-robed man said in a panic. "So I rushed back immediately to report this to you." Though most people had only seen Fang Chang's true form last time, a dark golden spider over 100 meters long, his aura was so distinct that anyone with any strength could easily recognize it. The woman at the altar had been calmly listening at first, but upon hearing that the man had returned and that Deacon Chen had rushed back without confirming whether he was being followed, her pupils narrowed. "What did you just say? They didn't notice you, right?" Her voice was filled with urgency and a hint of anger. "You've been in the Holy Spirit Cult for so many years, and you still haven't learned basic vigilance." I don't think they noticed." Deacon Chen murmured uncertainly. "I don't want think. Do you know what kind of threat you could bring to the Holy Spirit Cult if they were following you?" Her aura as a tidal Douluo erupted in the hall, forcing Deacon Chen to his knees, not daring to move. "Well now, I suppose this must be the Grand Priestess of the Holy Spirit Cult, Yi Shishue, yes." From the corridor's edge, the figures of Fang Chang and Gu Yu slowly emerged. In an instant, the entire hall fell into a chilling silence. Chapter 238, Subduing the Holy Spirit Cult. Inside the Great Hall, the hundreds of black-robed figures turned their gazes almost simultaneously toward the edge of the corridor. The steward Chen, who was kneeling on the ground, twisted his neck back with jerky, mechanical movements, as if it had been wound up. Why did you follow me? His lips trembled, and he could barely speak coherently. He had been extremely cautious, so how had this man and woman followed him here so silently? None of the many traps laid throughout this old mansion had even been triggered. Sorry, Fong Chang lowered his head slightly with a sympathetic expression. I'm just a little stronger than you. Hearing this, Steward Chen couldn't catch his breath and fainted on the spot. He knew all too well, even if this man and woman didn't kill him, the Holy Spirit cult certainly wouldn't let him off. What do you want? Near the altar, the supreme cult leader of the Holy Spirit cult, Yi Shishue, pulled back her hood and sighed helplessly. Since you found this place, why don't we talk first? Yi Shishue, once a formidable figure, did not appear overly flustered despite the grim circumstances. Instead, she attempted to seize the initiative. She was fully aware that the man before her had nearly single-handedly defeated Silvermoon Douluo and several titled Douluo-level experts. Although her side wasn't weak either, they likely couldn't match him. Worse still, he now had a mysterious woman at his side whose aura was no weaker than his. Fighting them head-on would be suicidal. According to you, Leader Yi, what kind of conversation do you propose? Fong Chang waved his right hand and took out 2 chairs from his storage-type soul tool. He and Guyu each sat down. There's never been any real grudge between us. If we've offended you somehow, we're willing to make amends. Or. Yi Shishue paused mid-sentence. Or, if you want to learn something from our Holy Spirit cult, we'll tell you everything we know. She was clever, she'd immediately seen through Fong Chang's intentions. Fong Chang didn't respond immediately. Only after a long silence did he finally speak, his voice icy cold. No real grudge, huh? As he spoke, 6 red dots on his forehead morphed into 6 tiny eyes, and from beneath his hands, 4 slender spider legs tore through his robes and extended outward. The atmosphere, which had only just begun to ease, turned frigid again. This man was a spider soul beast. You slaughtered so many of my offspring and kin, and you say there's no grudge, he demanded of Yi Shishue. Yi Shishue was so startled by this sudden transformation that she couldn't speak for a moment. After taking several deep breaths, she barely managed to calm herself. My lord, this wasn't our decision. Without those people's instigation, we wouldn't have dared to hunt your kind even if we had a death wish. With things at this point, she had no choice but to blame someone else. Those people. Who are they? Fong Chang pressed, his voice somehow sounding as if it were already right in front of Yi Shishue, even though he still sat calmly in his chair. There. Yi Shishue hesitated, torn between fear of reprisal and the immediate threat before her. But the real problem was, she genuinely didn't know how to describe those people. Even she, the supreme leader, had never seen them in the flesh. Not willing to talk. Fong Chang released his divine pressure. In an instant, everyone in the hall besides Yi Shishue collapsed under the immense force. Even she struggled to maintain composure. Why waste time talking to them? Guyu interjected coldly. We should just kill them all and get on with it. We still need to catch that woman. She was straightforward by nature and thought Fong Chang was wasting precious time. If they didn't find the goddess of life soon, she might sense something was wrong and escape to another realm. That would make her even harder to find. Guyu's words put tremendous pressure on Yi Shishue. As a woman herself, she could clearly tell that this was no idle threat, the silver-haired woman truly intended to kill them all. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything I know. Yi Shishue quickly spoke, trying to prevent a massacre. Those people, strictly speaking, they're probably not even human anymore. She tried to recall the scenes from their previous appearances. According to legend, they first contacted the Holy Spirit cult several years ago. At the time, they told the then cult leader that they were deities from the divine realm. If he obeyed their orders, they would grant him the chance to become a god. With such a tempting offer, the leader back then, along with 2 other forces, formed the Spider Hunters, who followed the so-called deities' orders to hunt spider-type soul beasts. So it really was them. A flicker of satisfaction crossed the eyes of Fong Chang and Guyu. Only those beings would have said such things. Yi Shishue stole a glance at the 2 before continuing, but even after that cult leader died, he never became a god. Since then, nearly every generation of Holy Spirit cult leaders and some high-ranking members have been contacted by them. Where are they? Guyu interrupted impatiently, pressing for the critical detail. I really don't know, Yi Shishue answered hesitantly. They always appear on their own terms. I've never seen their true forms. She paused, then added, every time they appear, it's in the middle of the night. A shadow is projected onto a wall, and then their voices speak directly into our minds. Guyu frowned and turned to Feng Chang. Seems like these people are useless. Might as well kill them. As the Silver Dragon King, she was not used to being led around like this and was thoroughly irritated. Wait, Feng Chang calmed her, then turned back to Yi Shishui. Tell me, where do they usually contact you? Are they always in Sun Moon City? Yi Shishui thought carefully, then nodded firmly. Yes, they always find us here in Sun Moon City. To narrow it down further, it's usually around the northern part of the city, between the Holy Spirit cult's headquarters and the Sun Moon Empire's royal palace. Maybe it's because most of our high-level members live in that area, but I've never known them to appear outside it. She was certain of this detail. Feng Chang and Guyu exchanged a secret smile. This was a major breakthrough. Since those deities had fled, Feng Chang and the others had been closely monitoring the various realms. If they used divine power too recklessly, they would risk being discovered. So it made sense that they'd operate nearby, minimizing the disturbance caused by their divine energy and lowering the risk of detection. Based on Yi Shishui's account, their hideout in Sun Moon City was now largely narrowed down. As for the Holy Spirit cult, Feng Chang decisively used divine power to forcibly brainwash them, turning them into a hidden card left behind in the Douluo Plain. Chapter 239, Sun Moon Imperial City. To the north of Sun Moon City, this entire region had once been a forbidden zone for the vast majority of the Sun Moon Empire's citizens. Most of the area was occupied by the royal family of the Sun Moon Empire. Aside from that, it also housed the headquarters of the Holy Spirit sect and the residences of several high-ranking officials. However, ever since Feng Chang caused a major upheaval here last time, both the Holy Spirit sect and the royal family had been living in fear, worried that the mysterious powerhouse would return to settle scores. Because of this, the Holy Spirit sect had gone into hiding in an underground cellar beneath a dried-up well, while the royal family evacuated the city, temporarily abandoning Sun Moon City. Now, this area had ironically become a paradise for wandering soul masters. Back when the royal family still held control, they had plundered countless cultivation resources and rare treasures from across the empire. But due to the sudden evacuation, they hadn't been able to take everything with them. The guards left behind to defend the royal city didn't hold out for long before being overrun by the roaming soul masters, who then took the opportunity to play at being emperors. After emerging from the dried-up well, Feng Chang and Guyu came directly to this area, treating it as the prime suspect in their search. Outside the royal city, a group of wandering soul masters noticed that only the two of them had come, and yet they dared trespass into the imperial grounds. Instantly, their alertness rose. "Boss, look over there." This particular group was clearly stronger than the average riffraff outside. Several among them were soul kings and soul emperors. Their leader was even a soul sage. If not for that, they wouldn't have dared to occupy the royal city. Hold up. Let's see what they're here for. The leader was a scar-faced man with a fierce expression. Originally bandits based in the mountains outside Sun Moon City, they had rushed into the city only after the royal family's control collapsed. They were here to loot, not to pick fights. Feng Chang, the royal city is enormous. Where should we start? Guyu spread out her divine sense briefly. The area once occupied by the royal family took up roughly a fifth of the entire city. Searching such a vast area was going to be a massive undertaking. Especially now that the place was crawling with rogue soul master groups, over 100 of them, large and small. The goddess of life and the others could be hiding in some concealed location, or perhaps even disguised among these soul masters, just waiting for Feng Chang and Guyu to lower their guard before slipping away again. I think, Feng Chang was just about to speak when an unpleasant voice interrupted him. Hey, who are you with? Don't you know the royal city's already been divided up? If you want a piece of the pie, you gotta. Before he could finish, Guyu turned her head and glared at him. The sheer pressure in her gaze almost made the little lackey collapse on the spot. Just as he said, the rogue groups had carved up the city and were looting their respective territories. Any newcomers hoping to get a share would first need to prove themselves and force an existing group to give up their claim. Guyu had never liked humans to begin with, and right now she was especially on edge because of the goddess of life. This guy had picked the worst possible time to speak up. Humph, asking who we're with? Guyu muttered coldly. With a flick of her sleeve, the soul ancestor-level lackey was sent flying a dozen meters, crashing into the outer wall of the royal city. But even after all that, he didn't fall down. On closer inspection, Guyu's force had embedded him directly into the wall. Are you looking for trouble? The rest of the lackeys group, seeing their comrade knocked away, immediately surrounded Fong Chang and Guyu, forming a semicircle to trap them. Heh, how amusing. Guyu, burning with frustration, finally had an outlet. She stomped the ground, and a surge of force tore up a massive chunk of the royal city's solid floor and hurled it at the group. They had never seen such overwhelming power. Though they tried to scatter, more than half were crushed to death beneath the debris. The other groups of soul masters near the city gate watched the carnage with a mix of awe, sympathy, and schadenfreude. If these poor bastards hadn't taken the hit first, the rest might have ended up the same way. These soul masters weren't allies, in fact, they were all competitors now. No one dared seek justice for the fallen group. On the contrary, they quickly pulled their own people back, intent on staying far away from the clearly dangerous newcomers. Let's head inside. Even if the goddess of life and the others are hiding their strength, they wouldn't be among garbage like this. Fong Chang sneered, glancing at the soul masters fleeing in terror. Amichem. Guyu shared the sentiment, nodding as she grabbed Fong Chang's hand and continued forward into the city. This time, none of the rogue groups dared provoke them, allowing the pair to pass through unimpeded. As the saying goes, while the gates of the noble overflow with wine and meat, the bones of the frozen line the roads. The royal city's architecture was imposing and elegant, blending traditional grandeur with a touch of modern technology. Even the city's grand gate was a high-grade soul tool, though now it hung askew. A group of soul engineers had dug out most of the wall on both sides, apparently intending to pry the gate off and take it away. One could only imagine what the Sun Moon Empire's royals would feel if they saw this scene. Like most imperial capitals, despite its vast size, the royal city wasn't overly dense. A central avenue ran straight toward the city's heart. Fong Chang and Guyu walked along this main road, appearing casual and unhurried from a distance. Yet with each step, they seemed to teleport several kilometers forward. In the blink of an eye, they neared the city's core. The Soul Master presence here was clearly several times stronger than outside, with even title Douluo-level powerhouses among them. Fong Chang and Guyu had to focus more intently now, carefully observing each soul master to see if they might be connected to the goddess of life or hiding their true strength. Unfortunately, they hadn't spotted any suspicious figures thus far. As they neared the central palace, another group of soul masters suddenly blocked their way. Though not individually powerful, they clearly had large numbers stationed behind them, probably one of the dominant forces in the city. Stop right there. Any further and you'll be trespassing on our territory. Are you trying to start a fight with the Pearl? Before the lackey could finish, Guyu raised her hand to swat them away. Small fry like these weren't worth her time. But this time, Fong Chang, who had never stopped her before, reached out and blocked her hand. Wait, don't act rashly. These are acquaintances of mine. Just then, a graceful figure in a red dress spotted the commotion near the central palace and turned her gaze their way. A crisp voice rang out from afar. Well, if it isn't little brother Fong Chi. You've finally returned. The speaker was none other than Zhu Jing, the pavilion master of Pearl Ocean Pavilion, who had crossed paths with Fong Chang a few times before. At her side, Zhu Zhu also came rushing out. Chapter 240, The Underground Palace. Seeing their pavilion master appear in person, the thugs blocking Fong Chang and Guyu instantly stepped aside, not daring to say another word. Little brother Fong Chi, and this one is. Zhu Jing raised a brow as she pointed at Guyu beside Fong Chang. Zhu Zhu beside her was also eyeing them warily. And who are they? On Guyu's side, she clearly sensed the unusual relationship between Fong Chang and the two women. She stared at him as though interrogating a criminal. Well. Faced with this situation, Fong Chang didn't know how to respond and hurriedly tried to change the subject. Master Zhu Jing, have you found anything unusual within the palace? Noticing Fong Chang trying to divert the topic, both Guyu and Zhu Zhu grew impatient. Who are they? Don't change the subject. Who is she? Fong Chang gave a sheepish smile and first pointed at Zhu Zhu. This is a young lady from the Spider clan I met during my investigations in the lower realm through a clone. Then he gestured to Guyu. And this is, one of the principal wives of my clan. His answer clearly failed to satisfy either woman. Both stared at him with unfriendly expressions, looking like they'd make him pay if he said another wrong word. Fortunately, Zhu Jing, standing to the side, was quick to read the mood. Sensing Fang Chang's predicament, she stepped in to defuse the situation. If you're asking about something unusual, there is a place that fits that description. Hearing this, Douluo immediately turned her attention. Where? Take us there right away. Seeing that Douluo was no longer pursuing the previous matter, Zhu Zhu timidly retreated behind Zhu Jing, but her resentful gaze kept drifting to Fang Chang from time to time. This place is the underground palace beneath the Sun Moon Imperial City, Zhu Jing explained. By now, the city has more or less been carved up by the various factions. Since our Pearl Sea Pavilion was originally based in Sun Moon City, and with my recent breakthrough to the rank of Ultimate Douluo thanks to little brother Fang Chi's help, we naturally secured the best section of the palace. She referred to the large central area beneath their feet, where most of the valuable items were located. What she didn't mention was the more important reason: many factions stronger than hers were afraid of being hunted down by Fang Chang and had already gone into hiding. Her Pearl Sea Pavilion, having no such fear, could even flaunt its power under his name. 3 days ago, my people discovered a passage leading underground beneath the main palace, she continued. But over these few days, no matter what we tried, we couldn't open the entrance to the underground palace. Even I, as an ultimate Douluo, failed. We suspect this underground palace might not have been built by humans at all. It could very well be tied to powers beyond humanity. After all, as an ultimate Douluo, her strength was undoubtedly among the very top in the Douluo plane. Yet even she couldn't open the door, which naturally raised suspicions about the strength of those who built it. Hearing this, both Fang Chang and Douluo grew even more interested in the underground palace. Take us there at once, Douluo said impatiently, and Fang Chang also looked eager. Then follow me. Zhu Jing didn't waste words. She led them around the main hall of the Imperial Palace, heading toward a hidden area behind it. The place appeared to be a small shrine dedicated to a deity. Compared to the grand halls with thousands of square meters, this shrine was significantly smaller. Once Fang Chang and the others entered, it was already crowded with just a dozen people. At the front of the shrine was originally a large statue of a female deity, but it had already been wrecked beyond recognition by wandering soul masters who had gotten here earlier. Still, traces remained, enough to see it had depicted a woman holding an ancient tree. It's her. Douluo nearly jumped in excitement. Without her divine artifact, she, the goddess of life, had felt unworthy of the title. Especially when most of the other god kings had ties with Fang Chang, it had made her position even more awkward. Now, finally having the chance to reclaim the tree of life, how could she not be overjoyed? Zhu Jing continued leading the group. Behind the broken statue, a narrow opening barely wide enough for one person came into view. This was probably discovered by accident when those wandering soul masters tried to pry something loose, she said, pointing at the opening. Let's go down. She jumped in first, her practiced movements suggesting she'd done this several times before. As she descended, a long and deep tunnel appeared before them, lit by dim flames recently placed by someone. Zhu Jing, clearly familiar with the way, led the group through the corridor into a wider area. Though underground, the walls here emitted a soft white glow, illuminating the place as brightly as daylight. The walls bore signs of attempted excavation, likely by those wandering soul masters, but they'd failed to pry them loose. This must be it, Fang Chang said, sensing the fluctuations from the walls. The divine power still lingering on the walls was likely what kept them glowing. At the far end of the chamber stood a massive ancient bronze gate. Beyond it, all information was cut off, making the mystery behind the gate all the more tantalizing. This is the one, Zhu Jing confirmed. I've tried every method over the past few days, but I still can't open it. Now that you're here, perhaps you'll succeed. Fang Chang knocked on the bronze gate. It felt like a solid slab of iron with no reaction. In fact, it seemed to absorb external energy. Any attack below its threshold would simply be absorbed. Interesting, Fang Chang said, exchanging a look with Douluo. This thing was built with the combined power of at least 10 deities. Looks like we've got ourselves a big fish. What are we waiting for? Let's smash it open. Douluo didn't even finish speaking before divine power surged from her body. She was ready to blast the door. Hold on. Fang Chang stopped her and used mental communication to send a message to the god still stationed outside the city, summoning them to the Imperial Palace. Only after doing that did he nod to Douluo. The two entered battle mode, channeling their divine power and unleashing a combined strike on the bronze gate that had stood for who knew how long. Boom! A piercing sound echoed out, followed by a storm of energy that took a long time to dissipate. When it finally cleared, everyone could see that a hole over 2 meters wide had been blasted open in the gate that not even an ultimate Douluo could budge. Beyond that hole was nothing but endless darkness. Chapter 241, The Gods Reappear. The bronze gate of the underground palace creaked open. A few of Zhu Jing's subordinates were about to charge inside when they were stopped by Feng Chang. Pavilion Master Zhu, it's far too dangerous in there. There may be entities beyond human comprehension, as well as traps even you can't withstand. Please, keep your people in check, Feng Chang warned her solemnly, enunciating every word. Zhu Jing nodded firmly. Just from the bronze gate alone, she could tell that whatever lay beyond was not something she could meddle with. Wisely, she withdrew without complaint. One more thing, Feng Chang added as he saw her turning to leave. Please help guard the temple outside. No matter what happens, don't let anyone come near. Leave this small matter to me, Zhu Jing agreed readily. Taking Zhu Zhu by the hand, she turned to leave the area and head back outside the temple. Zhu Zhu, however, seemed a little unwilling. She glanced at Feng Chang, then at Guyu beside him, and whispered to Zhu Jing, why isn't she leaving? Well, she and Feng Chang are both stronger than me, Zhu Jing replied, unsure how to explain further. She simply shut down Zhu Zhu's complaints with that blunt statement. From the moment Guyu and Feng Chang had joined forces, Zhu Jing had clearly felt the gap between them and herself. Once, she had thought that becoming an ultimate Douluo meant standing at the peak of the world. But now, she realized just how utterly mistaken she had been. After Zhu Jing led the others away, Feng Chang finally pulled Guyu along and stepped into the underground palace. The interior of the palace was made of the same luminous material as the outer walls. Though buried dozens of meters underground, it wasn't dark at all, on the contrary, the brightness was somewhat blinding. The two of them wandered the passageways, feeling as if they'd lost all sense of direction, simply following the tunnel deeper. No one would have imagined that beneath the imperial capital of the Sun Moon Empire lay such a grand subterranean palace. Guyu, can you sense the aura of the goddess of life for the others? Feng Chang turned his head and asked again as they walked. Guyu paused, closed her eyes, and carefully sensed the surrounding auras. At last, she shook her head helplessly. No. Her aura is too well hidden. Unless we can find traces of her magic recently cast, it'll be difficult to locate her. Logically, their divine powers came from the same origin, it shouldn't be so hard to sense each other. But the goddess of life was an ancient god-king who had been laying low here for countless years. Her methods of concealing herself were bound to be numerous. Even earlier, with the Lake of Life, Guyu had only been able to deduce a general direction. Now that they were closer, she still couldn't detect much. Let's keep going. Even if they're not here, I'm sure we'll find something. Feng Chang tugged her sleeve and led her onward. This corridor alone stretched for thousands of meters. It took them 5 or 6 minutes to reach its end, where a vast underground hall came into view. Here, the glow from the walls dimmed, replaced by a massive luminous pearl suspended from the ceiling. The entire hall was remarkably spacious. The light from the pearl made it as bright as daylight, yet the ground was completely bare, a circular, empty chamber. At first glance, the hall seemed devoid of life. Only 12 stone coffins rested at the 4 corners of the room, immediately catching Feng Chang's attention. He told Guyu to wait at the tunnel entrance while he approached the nearest coffin directly ahead. As he reached the center of the hall, the luminous pearl above suddenly flickered, then went completely dark. Darkness consumed the chamber. Only a faint glow from the corridor wall behind them offered the slightest light. Clack, clack, clack. Mechanical noises echoed from all directions. The 12 stone coffins burst open simultaneously, and several shadowy figures sprang forth. Feng Chang reacted instinctively, striking backward with a palm. It collided with a fierce punch, sending a shockwave booming through the hall. At the tunnel entrance, Guyu's eyes sharpened. She fired a beam of divine power at the pearl above, reigniting its light and revealing the current scene. Surrounding Feng Chang were 12 figures clad in tattered, decaying black cloaks, each in a combat stance, eyes locked on him. Clearly, these were the ones who had emerged from the coffins, or rather, they weren't people at all, but once were gods. Back when the goddess of life fled, she had taken hundreds of second- and third-tier deities with her. Over the ages, half of them had already fallen. But a significant number had remained in hiding, 12 of them here, it seemed. Having been away from the divine realm for so long and cut off from divine power, their faces were emaciated and pale. Their movements were sluggish, a far cry from their former glory. At most, they were only marginally stronger than ordinary demigods now. Long time no see, everyone. Feng Chang swept his gaze over them, face cold. He had little memory of these minor gods, having only met them once or twice. But they remembered him vividly. For nearly 10,000 years, they had dreamed of the day they could defeat this man and return to the divine realm. Yet they also feared that he would appear one day and cut off their hopes forever. Words were meaningless now. The fallen gods knew this encounter would not end peacefully. They launched another assault. Feng Chang wasn't about to be overwhelmed. He immediately revealed his true form and activated Night Walker, splitting into 3 clones. 4 of him now faced the 12 enemies, 1 to 3. But this one was at full power, far beyond an ordinary god king. And the 3 were decrepit, fallen deities whose strength had long since waned. The disparity was obvious. Guyu had considered helping him at first, but when she saw how swiftly he dispatched the enemies, barely breaking a sweat, she stayed back. In just 5 or 6 minutes, Feng Chang had finished the fight. Of the 12 fallen gods, 10 had been slain outright, and 2 were captured alive. Speak. Where are the others who came with you? Feng Chang's eyes gleamed with menace as he glared at the 2 barely surviving gods and barked the question. Humph. The 2 glanced at each other, seemingly resigned to death. They closed their eyes, waiting to be killed. Not talking, huh? Feng Chang had anticipated this. He stepped toward one of them and drove a spider-like blade into his collarbone. The god's agonized screams echoed through the hall. His companion flinched visibly. Death he did not fear, but the torment before death. The screams grew weaker until they faded entirely. The second god opened one eye to glimpse his fallen comrade, only to see another spider-leg blade coming his way. I'll talk. Don't torture me. At last, he gave in and revealed the whereabouts of the other gods. Chapter 242, Chapter 242, The Extreme North. Feng Chang's raised spider leg paused in front of the god, with drops of purple venom dripping intermittently from its sharp tip. Guyu, who had been standing nearby for quite some time, also leaned in curiously and stared at the god. Speak. Where did that woman go? Sigh. The god let out a long breath and stammered, our power cannot be replenished in this world. That's why, for many years now, we've spent most of our time in slumber. But in order to maintain control over the human world, 12 of us take turns being sent here roughly every 100 years to keep watch. As for the others, they each enter hibernation in the extreme north, freezing themselves to slow down the loss of divine power. If nothing unexpected happened, the goddess of life and the others should be there. But as for her exact location, I don't know. The extreme north? Feng Chang fell into thought upon hearing that familiar yet distant name. He had indeed forgotten about that place. Compared to the divine realm, the Douluo plane's soul power was far less refined, nowhere near as pure as divine power. Because of that, the gods who descended from the divine realm found it nearly impossible to fully replenish what they expended. Over time, like this group of second and third tier gods, they would gradually weaken. Thus, freezing themselves to slow the loss of power became the most effective method for these gods to survive in this world long term. After the god finished speaking, Feng Chang mercilessly thrust his spider leg into the god's chest, ending his life. What now? Guyu had thought they would find the goddess of life here, only to find a few small fry instead. She was clearly irritated. What else can we do? Feng Chang rubbed her head. We'll have to take another trip to the extreme north. Moments later, the 2 of them emerged from the underground palace and returned to the surface. By then, the hundreds of gods who had been waiting outside the city had also arrived in the skies above the imperial capital, waiting for orders. We're heading to the extreme north, Feng Chang announced. His body turned into a streak of red light as he shot into the sky, speeding toward the north. Behind him, Guyu and the hundreds of gods swiftly followed, tracing his path and setting out once more. Back in the imperial capital, Zhu Zhu was still hiding behind Zhu Jing. Her eyes stared blankly in the direction Feng Chang had departed. Big sister, where is he really from? How can he be so? Don't think about it, little one, Zhu Jing said, sighing. We don't belong to the same world. Though I can't say for sure, I'm almost certain Feng Qi comes from another world entirely. Perhaps, the world of the spider god. She had once harbored the idea of making Feng Chang her husband. Thinking back on it now, her thoughts at the time seemed utterly ridiculous. As for Zhu Zhu, she had initially treated Fang Chang as a reborn soul beast on par with herself. But his actions had become increasingly outlandish, and the strength he revealed more and more unfathomable. By now, there was no longer any way for her to interact with him like before. An invisible chasm had already opened between them. The extreme north, located at the northernmost edge of the Douluo Continent, was a land perpetually buried in snow and ice, considered one of the forbidden zones of humanity. Yet for many ice-type soul beasts, it was a paradise. The extreme cold also made it the perfect hiding place for fallen gods fleeing the divine realm to freeze themselves. On the permafrost plains, untouched by humans for millennia, hundreds of figures slowly descended. It was Fang Chang and his group. Surround the area and set up restrictions. Prevent any of the old gods from escaping through the void, Fang Chang ordered as soon as they arrived. The selected gods responded immediately, turning into streaks of light that circled the borders of the extreme north. Their powers linked together, forming a net-like formation connecting heaven and earth. Once the outer ring was sealed, only Fang Chang, Guyu, Bibi Dong, and a dozen others remained, the strongest among their ranks. Fang Chang glanced at the three groups now formed and nodded. Let's split up. If you find anything, send a signal first. Don't act alone out of greed for merit. The dozen or so gods were divided into three teams to explore the east, west, and central paths of the extreme north in search of the frozen gods. The eastern team was led by Bibi Dong, while Qian Renxue took charge of the western path. The two led most of the remaining gods and were the first to move out. As for the central path, it remained under Fang Chang and Gu Yu's command, the two strongest of them all. Let's go too, Fang Chang said, reaching for Gu Yu's hand as they prepared to head deeper into the icy wasteland. But Gu Yu suddenly stopped. Wait. She closed her eyes and pushed her divine power to the limit, as if searching for something. Moments later, she opened her eyes again, a sharp glint flashing within. This way, she said, pointing slightly west of the central route. You can sense her. Fang Chang looked pleasantly surprised by her unusual behavior. If she could sense the goddess's presence, their search would become much easier. Just barely, Gu Yu nodded. It's faint, but I can roughly pinpoint a direction. Following her lead, the two resumed their journey, moving swiftly through the frozen wasteland. The climate here was unlike anywhere else. Even with their God-King level strength and powerful soul beast bodies, the cold still managed to seep through. White and black intertwined along the landscape, forming a monochrome world where time and space seemed to lose all meaning. Above, the snow never seemed to stop. Though it wasn't heavy, it clung endlessly and wore down the spirit. These old bastards really know how to pick a place, Gu Yu grumbled after walking through the suffocating atmosphere for a while. Take it easy, my lady Gu, Fang Chang chuckled, scooping up a clump of snow and tossing it at her face. Gu Yu instinctively dodged backward. Oh, you're really asking for it. A dragon tail swished out from behind her, sweeping the snow-covered ground and launching a spray of powder toward Fang Chang. Their brief squabble dispelled the dreary mood considerably. In the divine realm, both of them held high status and rarely had moments like this to fool around. Now, this rare opportunity gave them a taste of a simple, joyful world for two. But elsewhere, things weren't going quite as smoothly. On the east and west paths, under Bibi Dong and Qian Renshue's respective commands, the gods advanced with little conversation. Their divine senses swept through the snow non-stop, terrified of missing a single spot. It was Qian Renshue's team who first encountered something unusual. Roughly 2 hours into the journey, they discovered a frozen god encased in ice. Without hesitation, she led her team forward and destroyed the old god completely. That battle greatly lifted her team's spirits. Chapter 243, The Ice Empress. While Qian Renxue and her group encountered a god, the other two parties, led by Fang Chang and Bibi Dong, had yet to face any anomalies on their respective routes. Fortunately, it was only a single god. Dealing with it wasn't much trouble for Qian Renshue's team, given their combat strength, so they didn't even bother to send a signal. After dispatching the god on their own, they continued their journey, pushing forward along the western route. On Fang Chang's side, he and Gu Yu were the strongest to begin with. Unaccompanied by other gods, they had already pioneered their way into the core circle of the land of extreme north. As they ventured deeper, the falling snow seemed to grow heavier, and the accumulated drifts thickened. The ground, which previously showed patches of bare, black earth, was now a complete blanket of white. Aside from the occasional appearance of an ice-type soul beast, there were almost no other signs of life. Gu Yu, are we almost there? Feng Chang asked, holding Gu Yu's small, cool hand as they strolled across the snow as if in a leisurely courtyard. Not a single footprint was left in their wake. Gu Yu closed her eyes again, concentrating on the subtle connection she felt with the goddess of life, only to eventually shake her head. Not yet. I feel like the distance between us hasn't shortened much from before, Gu Yu said with a frown. They had been in the land of extreme north for over 2 hours, yet it seemed they were still a long way from the location of the goddess of life. However, this kind of perception was too mysterious to be fully trusted. Furthermore, the goddess of life could potentially use this sense to deliberately distract them, so they couldn't rely on it completely. Then let's keep searching, Feng Chang said, once again leading Gu Yu onward. Spending too long in such an environment could easily affect one's mood. Fortunately, he had Gu Yu with him, which kept things from becoming too tedious. Wait, something's coming, Gu Yu said, suddenly pulling Feng Chang to a halt just as they had taken a few steps. Her gaze shifted towards a small snow mound ahead. Following her words, Feng Chang extended his divine sense in that direction and immediately detected a figure approaching them. It was about 1.5 meters long and shaped like a scorpion. Its 2 front pincers were an icy white, while its body was a translucent, emerald green. This was an Ice Jade Empress scorpion with a soul power close to 400,000 years, most likely the Ice Empress from the original story. So, it's her. A playful glint flashed in Feng Chang's eyes. He still had some impression of this proud and cute character from the original work. With his current strength, Feng Chang paid little mind to a small scorpion of less than 400,000 years, which was why he hadn't noticed her approach. Beside him, Gu Yu had already assumed a battle stance. Perhaps influenced by the 2 small spiders back in Sun Moon City, she now couldn't help but want to attack any female soul beast that approached Feng Chang. Mortals, leave the land of extreme north at once. You are not welcome here. The Ice Empress's cold voice arrived before she did. To avoid being detected by the goddess of life, Feng Chang and Gu Yu had suppressed their auras as much as possible. To an outsider, they now appeared to be 2 ordinary mortals without any soul power. What a proud little thing. Such a big tone, Feng Chang laughed to himself upon hearing her words. A mere soul beast whelp of less than 400,000 years dared to issue an eviction notice to 2 major gods. Gu Yu's reaction was more aggressive. Get lost, she snapped. The surrounding snowdrifts churned with her furious shout, rolling in an instant towards the small snow mound. The mound collapsed with a whoosh, revealing the little scorpion hiding behind it. The Ice Empress seemed stunned by this move, freezing for a moment before reacting. Insolent humans! How dare you act so wildly on my territory? See if I don't make you my dinner tonight. Seemingly enraged, the Ice Empress charged towards them, a layer of brilliant diamond-like particles coating her 2 front pincers. Humph, a little girl dares to call herself my lady? Gu Yu's temper flared as well. One of her hands transformed into a dragon claw, striking out to meet the Ice Empress's attacking pincers. Take it easy, she's still useful, Feng Chang quickly transmitted to Gu Yu through their mental link, seeing the excessive force in her attack. What, feeling protective of the fair maiden? Hearing Feng Chang's words, Gu Yu grew even more irritated, but she still subconsciously lessened the force in her hand. Boom! The collision of the Ice Empress's pincers and Gu Yu's dragon claw produced a world-shaking sound. The scorpion's body was sent flying back dozens of meters, carving a long trench in the snow. You are not human. The Ice Empress supported herself with her front pincers, struggling to climb up from the ground. If Gu Yu hadn't pulled back at the last moment, that single claw strike would have likely been enough to end her life. Her body swayed a few times, and under the watchful eyes of Feng Chang and Gu Yu, she slowly transformed into the guise of a human girl in an emerald dress. She blinked her large eyes, watching them warily as she kept her distance. What are you doing here? I've never seen you before. Seeing that they weren't human, but soul beasts like herself, her attitude improved considerably, though a deep sense of caution remained. We're looking for someone, Feng Chang said, his body flashing as he teleported in front of the Ice Empress, startling her and causing her to jump back several steps. Looking for someone? Who? The Ice Empress asked, her cheeks puffing out. There are no people in the land of extreme north. Her voice clearly dragged when she said, no people, indicating she likely knew something. Gu Yu moved over at this point, deliberately and yet inadvertently positioning herself between Feng Chang and the Ice Empress. She knew all too well that Feng Chang had a soft spot for naive, young soul beasts like this one. There were already enough gods in the divine realm carving up Feng Chang's attention, she didn't want any more troublesome hindrances in this Douluo plane. You should tell us what you know. We won't harm you. Feng Chang's voice was gentle, which couldn't help but make the Ice Empress feel a sense of goodwill. Are you looking for those guys who sealed themselves in ice? The Ice Empress mumbled, her voice sounding sweet and childlike, with a strong lowly tone. They aren't human. They're much stronger than us. Oh, right. I've dealt with some of them before. They called themselves gods. They almost drove my sister and me out of the land of extreme north back then. As she spoke, her expression was a mixture of anger and helplessness. A group of people had barged into the home she had lived in for hundreds of thousands of years and nearly kicked her out. Anyone would hold a grudge. That's right, it's them. Do you know where they are? Take us there quickly. Douluo became excited upon hearing this and pressed her repeatedly. I know where they are, but... The Ice Empress said nervously, they are very strong, and they are extremely wary of any other life forms approaching. Do you think we are weak? Feng Chang asked, holding back a smile as he looked at the little girl's disbelieving expression. I guess you're about as strong as they are, the Ice Empress said after a moment of thought, looking between the two of them. All right, I'll take you there. If you can drive those guys away, you'll be doing us a huge favor. Chapter 244, Chapter 244, The Goddess of Life. Seeing the Ice Empress agree to lead him to the gods, Feng Chang beamed and immediately sent signals to the other two teams. A short while later, the other two groups received the signal and arrived, converging with Feng Chang's party. The Ice Empress's large eyes darted around, carefully sizing up the dozen or so strangers. To her astonishment, she realized that every single one of them was stronger than her, perhaps even stronger than her elder sister. With them, maybe they really can drive away those outsiders who call themselves gods. Bibi Dong, Xian Renxue, how did it go on your end? Feng Chang asked after they arrived. Fine. Nothing to report, Bibi Dong replied, her voice as proud as ever. We found a god sealed in ice and eliminated it. Xian Renxue, on the other hand, brought good news. What about you? She asked in return. Feng Chang then pointed to the Ice Empress at his side and introduced her to the assembled gods. This is a native we found here. She says she can lead us to the hiding places of the other gods, which is why I called you all over. Oh, is that so? Bibi Dong exclaimed in surprise, clearly finding it hard to believe a human could live in such a place. After taking a closer look at the Ice Empress, she understood. Ah, so it's a soul beast. Being discussed by such a powerful group, the Ice Empress's small frame couldn't help but shrink back, looking very uncomfortable. Let's go, Miss Ice Empress. Lead us to deal with those gods quickly, so we can return peace to your home. Only Feng Chang seemed approachable and friendly to her. The Ice Empress nodded her small head firmly and pointed west with a small hand. Follow me. There's one not far from here. The gods followed her, swiftly crossing the snow-covered wasteland and stopping at the edge of an ice lake. Just as she had said, a fallen god who had descended with the goddess of life was hidden within this ice lake. Feng Chang didn't even need to act personally. The gods under his command made short work of the entity, finishing it off in a flash. Watching this group so easily dispose of a god, the Ice Empress's eyes went wide, and she remained stunned for a long time. Let's go, on to the next one. We need to hurry. As soon as the matter was settled, Feng Chang left two gods behind to clean up and turned back to the Ice Empress. Oh, okay. I'll take you now. She looked at the ice field to get her bearings. This way. With the Ice Empress as their guide, Feng Chang's group found the gods much faster. In less than half an hour, they had already dug out 5 fallen gods. However, the goddess of life was not among these 5, and Guyu grew increasingly anxious. Every minute they delayed gave the goddess of life another minute to potentially escape. Little girl, let me ask you, she said, stopping the Ice Empress who was still leading the way. Among these gods, is there a leader, one whose weapon is an ancient tree? Her question interrupted the Ice Empress's thoughts. She stopped and thought carefully. I think there might be someone like that, she said, uncertainly. She had caught a glimpse of most of these gods, and the places where they were sealed in ice had now become forbidden zones in the land of extreme north. She seemed to recall seeing someone matching Guyu's description somewhere. Take me to her, quickly, Guyu demanded, grabbing the Ice Empress's shoulders in a flurry of impatience. The Ice Empress, however, looked troubled. If you ask me where these ice seal beings are, I can still help. But, if you want me to pinpoint a specific one, to be honest, I can't be sure who is buried where. Besides, I only think I might have seen someone like that. The Ice Empress answered cautiously, afraid of saying the wrong thing and angering the fierce big sister in front of her. Guyu's hands slowly loosened their grip, and she lowered her head in frustration. This time, she realized she was being unreasonable. Wait, I think I might know where she could be, the Ice Empress suddenly interjected, as if she had just remembered something. Guyu's eyes shot back up to look at her, her expression clearly saying, "You'd better give me an explanation, or you'll be sorry." The Ice Empress shivered under her gaze and quickly explained, "It's like this. There's a place in the land of extreme north that is extremely cold. We call it the Snow Eye. That's where my elder sister was born, and we were always in control of it. But ever since those self-proclaimed gods arrived, they've occupied that place. The strongest among them are likely sealed in ice there." The Ice Empress explained word by word, then asked cautiously, "Should we go there now?" "Go," Guyu declared, standing up straight again. If what the little girl said was true, then the Snow Eye was most likely the goddess of life's hiding place. After all, the colder the weather, the better the ice seal, and the more divine power could be preserved. As the leader of this group of gods, the goddess of life would absolutely not pass up such a location. Led by the Ice Empress, it took Feng Chang and his group of over a dozen people nearly 20 minutes to reach the vicinity of the so-called Snow Eye. This was considered the very center of the entire land of extreme north, and the climate was countless times harsher than the outer regions. The most surprising feature was a cave, about 10 meters in diameter. It seemed to be constantly spewing out frigid winds and snowflakes. This must be the Snow Eye. It's over there. Let's go, the Ice Empress said, pointing to the cave for the people behind her. In the past, she wouldn't have dared to venture any further upon reaching this point. But now, with over a dozen powerful helpers behind her, her courage swelled. If we can take this place back, Big Sister will definitely reward me handsomely, the Ice Empress thought gleefully. Gazing at the cave, Guyu also grew excited. Here, she could clearly feel the aura of the goddess of life blowing out from the cave with the cold wind. This time was different from the others. The aura was incredibly distinct, it couldn't be a fake. "Let's move," Feng Chang waved his hand, about to charge into the cave with his dozen or so gods. But at that moment, the cave changed. The frigid wind and snowflakes that had been blowing out suddenly stopped. In their place emerged an indescribable wave of life force. Around the cave, green plants forcefully broke through the ice and snow-covered ground and began to spread outwards, a scene that was utterly incongruous with the surroundings. Immediately after, an extremely powerful aura rushed out from the cave, announcing the revival of its owner. Before Feng Chang and his group could even charge into the valley, a woman had already walked out. She wore a pure white dress that complemented the snowy landscape. Her face was exquisite and full of spiritual charm, and in her hand, she held an ancient tree the size of a scepter. It was the goddess of life. After searching for so long, she had finally appeared. Chapter 245, Chapter 245, Victory and Defeat. The moment the goddess of life appeared outside the Snow Eye and saw Feng Chang and his group, her expression tightened. She then let out a long sigh. Her plans, schemed over for many years, with every detail meticulously calculated, had ultimately come to nothing. Perhaps this was the destined fate of the divine realm. Back when they had targeted the dragon god and the other divine beasts so relentlessly, they should have known that one day, they too would meet such an end. On Feng Chang's side, the dozen or so gods formed an encirclement, trapping the goddess of life completely. Compared to the other fallen gods, she was in much better condition, having preserved most of her strength. Even so, it was impossible for her to face more than a dozen powerful gods alone, especially when Feng Chang and Guyu were, on their own, already slightly stronger than her. "Since you found me, then come. I am the esteemed goddess of life. Even in death, I will never surrender and allow myself to be humiliated by you beasts," she declared, her body standing proud against the frigid wind, her words filled with arrogance. Faced with such a dangerous opponent, Feng Chang was not foolish enough to ignore his numerous subordinates and insist on a one-on-one duel. He gave the order, charging forward himself with Guyu and the other dozen gods following close behind, all attacking the goddess of life in unison. The goddess of life let out a bitter laugh at this offensive. She had hoped her earlier words would provoke Feng Chang's pride, perhaps forcing him into a duel out of respect for his status. If that had happened, she might have had a sliver of a chance. But now, she found her opponent completely devoid of martial ethics, choosing to swarm her instead. She slammed the tree of life in her hand into the ground, and countless vines suddenly erupted from the ice and snow. The vines shot through the snow, wrapping around a dozen gods. But these were no ordinary deities. In an instant, they each used their unique abilities to break free and once again charge toward the goddess of life. She was secretly alarmed by this. After 10,000 years, the Spider Clan had grown so much stronger. These dozen selected gods each possessed combat power on par with a first-tier god. Feng Chang, leading the charge, had already reached the goddess of life. With a light wave of his hand, an ice-fire demonic spear materialized in the air. The next moment, the demonic spear shot forward with terrifying momentum, aimed straight at the goddess of life's chest. She let out a muffled grunt, swinging the tree of life, which had been planted in the ground, horizontally to form an emerald-green shield brimming with life force. Clang! The ice-fire demonic spear slammed heavily into the goddess of life's shield, piercing a small hole the size of a pinky finger. Cracks spread out from the hole, quickly covering the entire shield. However, the shield's defensive capability was quite impressive. It managed to fulfill its duty to the very end, only shattering after the icefire demonic spear had disintegrated. The force of the spear's explosion sent the goddess of life stumbling back several steps, a trickle of crimson blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. At that moment, Gu closed in, striking with a heavy blow from her transformed dragon claw. Unable to dodge in time, the goddess of life could only raise the tree of life to block Gu Yu's claw. She was forced back several more steps, her injuries worsening. Damn it! Having been a supreme being for countless millennia, now facing a life-and-death crisis, the goddess of life began to lose her composure. Before the other gods could continue their attack, she launched a counteroffensive. She let out a sharp cry to the heavens, and the tree of life left her hand. The ancient tree grew continuously, transforming in the blink of an eye into a towering, suspended tree dozens of meters high outside the snow eye. She herself stood at its very peak. The goddess of life had become somewhat hysterical. To the rhythm of her wavering cries, the tree of life swayed, scattering vast quantities of green leaves, each the size of a palm. These leaves looked delicate, but in reality, they were like sharpened steel blades, assailing the dozen gods from all directions. This was the desperate counterattack of a former god king. The gods did not dare to be complacent, each unleashing their ultimate skills. Shields of multicolored light bloomed across the snowy ground almost simultaneously. Watching this from a distance, the Ice Empress's eyes were wide with disbelief. In her nearly 400,000 years of life, she had never witnessed such a spectacle. If those green leaves released by the goddess of life had been aimed at her, a single one could probably have taken her life 10 times over. What was a battle of gods? This was it. Wave after wave of dense green leaves came, seemingly without end. Fortunately, such an attack placed a heavy burden on the goddess of life as well. After about 10 minutes, the leafy onslaught began to weaken. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Chang was the first to act. This time, he transformed directly into his true form and used the power of the Nightwalker to create clones. A total of 4 Feng Changs swarmed forward, aiming straight for the goddess of life. The objective of Feng Chang's attack was clear. He didn't expect to kill the goddess of life directly, but merely wanted to force her away from the tree of life. The goddess of life was no fool and quickly guessed Feng Chang's intention. She huddled tightly under the protection of the tree of life, using its branches to continuously block Feng Chang's attacks. Seeing that Feng Chang was temporarily unable to succeed, Du also chose this moment to reveal her true form. The moment the silvery white dragon, over 3,000 meters long, appeared, it captured everyone's attention. In her eyes, the tree of life now looked like a small toy. She snatched it with a single claw, holding it in her palm. At the same time, she began to inject her own life god power into the tree of life. The 2 generations of life goddesses were now fighting for control of the tree of life. In the past, Du would certainly have been no match for the goddess of life. But now, 30-some years had passed in the divine realm, which equated to 10,000 years in the mortal realm. The goddess of life's divine power had waned, and she was no longer at her peak. In contrast, Du had continued to grow over these years. Her own strength had long surpassed the God King level, and she had no fear of her predecessor. Although she couldn't seize control of the Tree of Life directly, she caused a significant lag in the Goddess of Life's ability to command it, making it increasingly difficult to block Feng Chang's attacks. The dozen other gods took advantage of her weakened control over the Tree of Life, swarming onto its canopy and launching a combined assault. Under the siege of the gods, the goddess of life's injuries grew heavier, and her consciousness began to fade. Finally, at a certain moment, DOLOU successfully wrested control of the tree of life and turned its branches against its former master. Rip. The body of the already severely injured goddess of life was pierced by the tree's branches. Even the divine life force flowing through her could no longer heal such a fatal wound. She felt her eyelids grow heavy, her vision blurring. Finally, the life of a generation's goddess of life, the last survivor of the 5 original god kings of the divine realm, came to a close. DOLOU shrank the hard-won tree of life and reverted to her human form, cradling it in her hands with a look of utter satisfaction on her face. Feng Chang helplessly rubbed her forehead. Let's go. There are still other remnants of the gods. We'll wipe them all out this time. For the rest of the day, Feng Chang's group, led by the Ice Empress, successfully annihilated all 40+ gods who were sealed in ice within the land of extreme north. Chapter 246, Chapter 246, Gu Yu's Sense of Crisis. After spending the entire day guiding Feng Chang and his group, not only did the Ice Empress not feel tired, but she was actually a little excited. Ever since these self-proclaimed gods had entered their land of extreme north, they had not only occupied their territory but also established forbidden zones, attacking any living being that dared to approach. Such domineering behavior naturally displeased the Ice Empress and her people. However, faced with the enemy's overwhelming strength, with each one being far more powerful than anyone on their side, they could only swallow their anger and endure. Feng Chang's arrival had fortuitously solved this problem for them. He had even eliminated all the gods in one fell swoop, removing any future threats. The Ice Empress was naturally delighted to see this. She developed a particularly good impression of Feng Chang, the leader of this group. Unlike the others, especially that female dragon who was arrogant and fierce, he seemed approachable. Despite his immense power, he didn't have the slightest air of superiority. Walking across the ice field with the group, the Ice Empress subconsciously shortened the distance between herself and Feng Chang, drawing a hostile glare from Gu Yu. Are we all done? Feng Chang's tone was gentle, like that of a big brother from next door. The Ice Empress nodded vigorously. I only know of so many places, and we should have gone through all of them. If you're not at ease, you can arrange for your people to check again. I'll go back and tell my big sister, let her know you are all friends so she doesn't misunderstand. That's a good idea. We don't have anything else to do right now anyway, so let's check again to prevent any fish from slipping through the net, Feng Chang said, looking out at the boundless icy plain. In an environment like this, no one could guarantee a clean sweep of these divine remnants on the first try. Being extra careful was never a bad thing. Hearing Feng Chang say they would search again, the Ice Empress beamed. Her small figure quickly scooted closer. In that case, why don't you let your subordinates do the searching? You can come with me to the central hub of our land of extreme north for a visit. My big sister is very hospitable, you know. If she finds out you helped us get rid of those gods, she will definitely thank you properly. Before Feng Chang could speak, Gu Yu, who was beside him, immediately refused. That won't be necessary. We are just doing our own thing. She was clearly very wary of this little girl from another race. While rejecting her invitation, she also wrapped an arm around Feng Chang's, as if to declare her sovereignty. Feng Chang could only feel helpless at her actions. He had actually been quite interested in meeting the Snow Empress, not with any improper thoughts, but simply out of a desire to get acquainted. But alas, he didn't know what had gotten into Gu Yu on this trip. She was being incredibly strict with him. He then felt a secret sense of relief. It was a good thing he had left Xiao Bai in the divine realm to manage things, and that the 3 little gold sisters had gone to other planes on other business. If they were here too, his days would truly be miserable. The Ice Empress's eyes darted around, and she asked with feigned ignorance, Big brother, is this fierce big sister your wife? Gu Yu answered without hesitation. One of them, Feng Chang added before her voice had even faded. At his words, Gu Yu snorted through her nose and fiercely pinched the arm she was holding. She had always been bothered by these things back in the divine realm. Unlike Xiao Bai and the others, who had started as ordinary soul beasts and had only reached their current status through Feng Chang's grace. But her. The majestic Silver Dragon King. One of the 2 halves of the Dragon God, a being of supreme status. Yet, when it came down to it, she was the last one to be with Feng Chang, and her ranking was the lowest. Oh. The Ice Empress looked like she was enjoying the drama and continued to press, one of them. Then where are your other wives? Are they very fierce too? Guyu finally realized this little scorpion was taking the opportunity to throw shade at her. One of her hands immediately transformed into a dragon claw, posturing as if she were about to tear the Ice Empress to shreds. Yeah, don't be like that, Feng Chang said, quickly grabbing her hand. She's a great contributor who led us to the goddess of life. Besides, she was just making a joke. Humph, a mere little bug of 400,000 years dares to cast aspersions on me. Watch me tear her apart. Guyu refused to let the Ice Empress go. Hearing Guyu call her a little bug, the Ice Empress puffed up her cheeks in anger. If not for her lack of strength, she probably would have charged forward already. Alright, both of you, stop. Feng Chang had experienced similar situations countless times. He stepped directly between them, separating the two. Guyu, look where we are. All those gods are watching from behind. Don't throw a tantrum. Only then did Guyu realize they weren't in the divine realm. Behind them, more than a dozen gods were staring in their direction with great interest. When her gaze swept over them, the gods quickly pretended they hadn't seen anything. It was clear her fierce reputation in the divine realm was well established. Brought to her senses by Feng Chang's words, she retracted her claws and turned her head away, ignoring the Ice Empress. The Ice Empress was also sensible enough not to provoke this violent old dragon any further, merely cursing her silently in her heart. Alright, as we just discussed, all of you spread out and search the land of extreme north thoroughly. Make sure no suspicious place is overlooked. Feng Chang then ordered his subordinates to set out. At the same time, through their mental link, he also recalled the several hundred gods stationed on the periphery of the land of extreme north to join the search. After all, the greatest threat, the goddess of life, had been eliminated, and the tree of life had been recovered. The remaining small fry were not as important. Big brother, I'll go find my big sister first, then. Best not to let things drag on and cause any unnecessary misunderstandings, the Ice Empress said. Though reluctant to leave, she was still mindful of the bigger picture and used this opportunity to slip away. Once again, only Feng Chang and Guyu were left on the pale ice field. Alright, yeah, don't be angry anymore. The situation just now forced my hand, I had to say something, Feng Chang said, putting on a pitiful expression to apologize to Guyu now that everyone was gone. Guyu, however, still ignored him, turning her head to the side. After a short while, she asked him coldly, are you interested in that little bug? No, of course not. Heaven is my witness, how could I possibly have designs on a scorpion that's only 400,000 years old? Although our two clans' bloodlines are relatively close. Feng Chang defended himself. His words started off fine, but the further he went, the more suspicious Guyu became. Stop right there. Let me ask you another question. What about those two little spiders in Sun Moon City? The older one is already on the verge of becoming a god, just missing an opportunity. With your personality, you'll definitely help her, right? Are you planning to wait for her to ascend to the divine realm and then dote on her properly? This. I will help, but it's definitely not what you think. She is my descendant, after all, just many generations removed, Feng Chang said, somewhat exasperated. What about the younger one? Guyu pressed on, not giving an inch. The younger one. Guyu was naturally talking about Zhu. For a moment, Feng Chang was at a loss for words. Maybe, and I mean maybe, a little bit. Chapter 247, Chapter 248, The God-Forbidden Land. A few days later, Feng Chang, Xiao Bai, the three little gold sisters, and other core high-level members of the Spider clan left the divine realm together, temporarily entrusting its authority solely to Guyu. They quietly opened a spatio-temporal rift, first traveling to a lower plane with almost no dragon clan presence, and only from there did they divert their course to the God-Forbidden Land. This place was, in fact, a plane where spiritual energy had been depleted, specifically used to seal the Golden Dragon King. Guyu had heard of this place's existence and had secretly tried to investigate it many times, only to be fobbed off by Feng Chang each time with the excuse that the old gods had not left behind its coordinates. In reality, he had been keeping an eye on this place for a long time, always on guard against the Dragon Clan discovering it. It was precisely because of the earlier spatio-temporal storm that he had noticed the abnormality in the Douluo plane and simultaneously dispatched the three little gold sisters and others to this location to prevent the Golden Dragon King from breaking free. After a number of twists and turns, they finally arrived at this desolate place. Big brother, you're finally here. The moment Feng Chang arrived, He, the dark devil god tiger, came forward to greet him. One day in the divine realm was a year in the lower realm. The few days Fang Chang had been delayed in the divine realm translated to several years of guard duty for He here. "You've worked hard," Fang Chang said with a somewhat ashamed expression. "You know I had to placate Gu Yu and the other dragons and couldn't let them detect what was happening here, so I was delayed for a few days." It's nothing, it's nothing. This is what a little brother should do," He didn't seem to mind. If not for Fang Chang's guidance, it would have been difficult for him to reach his current position. "How's the situation here?" Fang Chang asked, gazing at a dragon egg in the distance that was faintly glowing with golden light. The dragon egg was 1,000 meters tall with its widest diameter exceeding 800 meters. Its outer layer had already formed a thick layer of limestone. That was the Golden Dragon King, his true body was trapped within. The original gods had placed countless seals on the dragon egg, but due to the spatiotemporal storm, the effectiveness of these seals had been compromised, giving him an opportunity to escape. Sigh. He sighed. "As you can see, this dragon egg is getting more and more restless. Even with our best efforts to strengthen the seals, we are only delaying the time of his escape. But the seals on it are already damaged and their effect is weakening. I estimate that in 100 years at most, he will still get out." 100 years. He was naturally speaking in terms of the lower realm's time, which translated to about 3 months in the divine realm. There wasn't much time left for them, Fang Chang sighed inwardly. He walked to the front of the dragon egg and stretched out a hand to probe the Golden Dragon King's current strength. As if sensing the approach of a powerful being, the dragon egg trembled violently and emitted a circular ripple of faint golden light. The light ripple seemed to carry astonishing power, pushing even Fang Chang half a step back. "Humph, trying to contend with me before you're even out?" Fang Chang grunted, tapped his foot, and pressed his hand heavily against the egg once more. The dragon egg's tremors grew more intense, and the light ripples it emitted became stronger and more frequent, yet Fang Chang remained motionless. Instead, he poured his own power into the egg. The two forces clashed violently inside the dragon egg, and for a time, neither could overpower the other. This standoff lasted for more than 10 minutes before the light on the dragon egg finally began to dim, and the tremor subsided. Pfft. At that moment, Fang Chang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, panting heavily. Although he had emerged victorious from the struggle, the clash had caused some internal shockwaves within his body due to the connection of their energies. "Husband, are you all right?" Xiao Bai and the 3 little gold sisters rushed over with concerned expressions. "I'm fine," Fang Chang shook his head, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Just some internal shock." The Golden Dragon King's strength had greatly surprised him. In their clash across the seal, although he had suppressed the Golden Dragon King, his advantage was not that significant. This fellow's strength is likely even greater than that of a single, ordinary God King. Plus, he is an avatar of the Dragon God, so his life force is extremely tenacious. It will truly take some effort for us to eliminate him. He deeply agreed. He had confronted the Golden Dragon King several times over the past few days and had some understanding of his power. Now that the 3 of us are gathered here, along with so many ordinary gods, I believe we should be able to deal with him. This time, Fang Chang had not only come himself but had also brought Xiao Bai. Adding He who had been stationed here, they had a total of 3 God King level powerhouses. Not only that, but he had also brought over 100 other 2nd and 3rd tier gods, all of whom were his absolutely loyal descendants from the Spider clan. As for Tang Linner, although she held the title of God King, her current strength was still a bit lacking. Furthermore, given her carefree and straightforward personality, Fang Chang was truly afraid she might accidentally leak information about this matter. Therefore, Fang Chang did not tell her about this mission. Instead, he left her in the divine realm to act as a check on Gu Yu, preventing any conflict between the dragon and spider clans during his absence. With such a lineup, they had some confidence in dealing with the Golden Dragon King. "We can't be careless. We still need to plan this properly," Fang Chang frowned, pulling the others aside. "The key to this matter is not just dealing with the Golden Dragon King, but doing it cleanly and without a trace. Most importantly, we cannot let the Dragon Clan get even a hint of what's happening." Xiao Bai and the others looked at each other. They were well aware of the situation in the divine realm in recent years. The Dragon Clan, possessing the noblest bloodline among soul beasts, had always looked down on their Spider Clan. Yet, the current divine realm was ruled by them, which left many dragons feeling resentful. If the matter of the Golden Dragon King were to leak, the Dragon Clan would certainly not let it go easily. After all, he, like Gu Yu, was an avatar of the former Dragon God, and his status was no less than hers. If they knew that such an existence was being secretly suppressed and killed by them, they would surely harbor rebellious thoughts against the Spider Clan. If this matter was not handled well, it could trigger another catastrophe in the divine realm. Compounded by the relationship between Feng Chang and Guyu, the situation became even more troublesome. In the period that followed, Feng Chang led the gods to first set up numerous killing arrays outside the Golden Dragon King's egg. Once the killing arrays were mostly complete, they set up many defensive restrictions outside the arrays to isolate auras and battle fluctuations. At the same time, they reinforced the space of this plane to prevent it from being easily shattered. Not only that, but they also completely sealed off the entire dilapidated plane of the God-forbidden land, making it impossible for anyone from the outside to enter under any circumstances. After completing all these preparations, they quietly waited for the Golden Dragon King to break free, while Feng Chang, Xiao Bai, and He took turns depleting the Golden Dragon King's divine power. This wait lasted for about 10 years. Finally, one day, the Golden Dragon King broke through the seal and descended once more. However, waiting for him were over 100 gods from the Spider Clan, all in battle formation. Chapter 248, Chapter 247, The Golden Dragon King. With the matter concluded, Feng Chang had originally wanted to stay in the Douluo Plain for a few more days, but he couldn't resist Guyu's urging and had no choice but to return to the divine realm early. As the spatio-temporal rift in the sky gradually dissipated, a trace of loneliness appeared in Zhu's eyes in Sun Moon City, while in the land of extreme north, a certain small figure was filled with indignation. Sigh. Looking at the familiar environment of the divine realm, Feng Chang couldn't help but sigh. As soon as he returned, he was back to his busy life of managing 10,000 consorts. He now truly missed the simple, relaxed days on the Douluo Plain. What, can't bear to part with your old flames in the lower realm again? Guyu said, raising a small claw in a threatening manner. No, I was thinking of you, Feng Chang said with a helpless, bitter smile. He reached out, put his arm around Guyu's shoulder, and walked with her along a small path in the divine realm's garden. But they hadn't gone far when an abrupt voice suddenly came from the side. Feng Chang, come over here for a moment. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw Little Gold, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. You head back first, I'll go see what's up. Seeing her anxious expression, Feng Chang quickly patted Guyu's shoulder and whispered an instruction. Humph, I knew it. In your heart, I'm definitely ranked last, Guyu grumbled resentfully, but she still followed Feng Chang's words and walked back to her own residence first. Once she was a good distance away, Feng Chang quickened his pace toward Little Gold. You were in such a hurry to find me. Did something happen over there? Before he had gone to the Douluo Plain, he had sent the 3 Little Gold sisters to another location to carry out an important mission. For Little Gold to seek him out so urgently right after his return, something had likely gone wrong. Little Gold nodded heavily. The Golden Dragon King is about to break free. As expected. Feng Chang was not surprised by this news. The place he had arranged for the 3 Little Gold sisters to go to was precisely the God-forbidden land where the Golden Dragon King was sealed. And events had indeed unfolded as he had anticipated. Due to the spatio-temporal storm, the Golden Dragon King's seal had been greatly weakened, giving it a chance to escape. Who is there now? He was more concerned about this than the news itself. It's He and a few capable first-tier gods, Little Gold answered almost without thinking. As for He, that was the name Feng Chang had given the Dark Devil God Tiger. But with their abilities, they can only temporarily stabilize the seal. They can't eliminate the Golden Dragon King. I'm afraid the moment they withdraw, the Golden Dragon King could break free at any time. Alright, I understand. I will make arrangements as soon as possible, Feng Chang said, rubbing his head in distress. The Golden Dragon King, that was one of the former dragon god's avatars, an existence on the same level as Guyu. And this matter had to be kept from Guyu. Otherwise, with her temperament, she would definitely stir up trouble. But if he let it be, the Golden Dragon King would also become a huge problem, not to mention the threat it could pose to the divine realm. Just the possibility that it could merge with Guyu and restore the former glory of the dragon god was something Feng Chang could not tolerate. After all, at that point, Guyu would no longer be the Guyu of today. Her consciousness would surely be mixed with other things, and she might not even be the dominant entity in her own body. This was something Feng Chang would absolutely not allow to happen. You go back first. I still need to go and placate Guyu. If something goes wrong on her end, that would be the real big trouble, Feng Chang instructed Little Gold. Oh, and this matter must be kept secret. It cannot be spread in the divine realm, especially not to the members of the dragon clan. I understand all of this. Little Gold made a playful face at Fong Chong and obediently retreated. Over the years, the three Little Gold sisters had also made considerable progress in their strength. She herself had reached the level of a second-tier god, while her two younger sisters had the strength of third-tier gods. Coupled with their status as the matrons of the Spider Clan, their influence in the divine realm was second only to Fong Chong and the other god kings, carrying more weight than most main gods. Because of Guyu, and the fact that the dragon clan's innate talent was not weak, almost every plane had powerful individuals like Di Tian who were on the verge of godhood. In the past, they were suppressed because the divine realm did not allow soul beasts to become gods. However, after Fong Chong took control of the divine realm, he lifted this rule. Now, the dragon clan was a force second only to the spider clan in the divine realm, and they all revered Guyu as their queen, making them less inclined to listen to Fong Chong, the lord of the divine realm. Thus, the relationship between him and Guyu was extremely delicate, which was an important reason why he gave in to her on many matters. He might be able to persuade Guyu on other things, but the matter of the Golden Dragon King concerned the former dragon god. She would most likely not listen. If she were to rally the other dragon clan members and cause a scene, Fong Chong would have a very difficult time resolving it. What wind blew you back here so quickly? Guyu asked with a suspicious look when she saw Fong Chong arrive at her residence. In the past, when Little Gold and the others called him away, he was never like this. If she asked, he would only say, "There are 3 of them over there, of course it takes more time." But this time, Fong Chong was surprisingly fast. Don't tell me something happened. Guyu's brows furrowed. Did you find more of the old gods? She recalled Little Gold's expression from just now and realized that something might have actually happened. Something did come up, but it's manageable, Fong Chong said vaguely, not specifying the issue and just speaking in riddles with Guyu. I might have to go to a lower plane in a few days, Fong Chong said, taking the opportunity to create a reason for his departure. Leaving again? And your main body is going personally? Guyu was half surprised, half dissatisfied. She had just returned from a lower plane with Fong Chong, and now he was leaving again. Fong Chong nodded. Where are you going? It's not the Douluo plane again, is it? She pouted. I'll go with you. No need, Fong Chong quickly refused. This is an internal matter for our spider clan. It wouldn't be good for you to go. Besides, I have an important task for you. Fong Chong paused before continuing. Xiao Bai will also be descending with me this time, so the divine realm will be left in your care. In my care? Guyu could hardly believe her ears. In the past, this was always Xiao Bai's job. Even when Xiao Bai was absent, Fong Chong would usually leave a clone behind to manage things together with the 3 Little Gold sisters. After all, the real power of the divine realm was in the hands of the Spider Clan. Although her dragon clan was powerful, they were ultimately an outside clan, and Fong Chong wouldn't dare to easily give her too much authority. He was actually willing to do that this time. Something wasn't right. Are you hiding something from me? It's said that a woman's 6th sense is strong. Guyu's words nearly gave Fong Chong a heart attack. No, he quickly composed himself, not letting Guyu see any problem. It's like this. There's been a rebellion within our spider clan. A god has secretly won over the little spiders of several planes, attempting to, you understand. With something like this happening, I can't make a big fuss about it, nor can I gather a large number of people. I can only choose from those I trust the most. Xiao Bai, He, and the 3 Little Gold sisters will all descend with me. Fong Chong had been thinking about this story for a long time. Even a woman as shrewd as Guyu couldn't see any flaws in it for the moment. He had finally passed this hurdle and temporarily placated her. Chapter 249, The Execution of the Golden Dragon King. I'm finally out. The newly freed Golden Dragon King felt an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. After being sealed by those detestable gods for countless millennia, he could finally see the light of day again. His 3,000-foot-long dragon body soared into the sky, dancing wildly in the air. His pair of golden wings seemed to blot out the heavens, and his dragon eyes looked down upon the world with contempt. Wait, who are these guys? The Golden Dragon King's wonderful mood suddenly froze. From the 100 or so ant-sized humanoid figures on the ground below, he felt a fatal sense of dread. It's them. He finally recalled that over the past several years, people had intermittently fought with him through the dragon egg's shell, not only injuring him several times but also draining a significant amount of his dragon essence. The one who had fought him was now hiding among them. The Golden Dragon King gulped, and the thought of retreat had already sprouted in his mind. Yet, with his God King level strength, several attempts to break through the reinforced space proved futile. "Old friend, don't be in such a hurry to leave. We've been waiting for you for a long time," Fang Chang said from the ground with a brilliant smile, but in the Golden Dragon King's eyes, that smile was terrifying. "What do you think you're doing?" the Golden Dragon King roared. "With such a grand formation, don't tell me you're here to welcome me." He had already seen that these gods were not human, but a group of soul beasts, completely different from the ones who had sealed him. But looking at their posture and what they had done to him before, it didn't seem like they had good intentions. "Golden Dragon King, you are mistaken. We are all of soul beast origin, so of course, we are here to welcome the rebirth and liberation of you, our common lord," Fang Chang said as he was the first to transform into his true form, then used his ability to resize himself to be roughly the same size as the Golden Dragon King. Behind him, Xiao Bai, He, and the others also revealed their true forms and entered a battle-ready state, while the ordinary gods quickly formed up, standing on the core points of the grand killing array on the ground. "I'll believe you when pigs fly," the Golden Dragon King roared, quickly adjusting his body to its optimal state, preparing for the impending great battle. "Huh, why so nervous, Golden Dragon King? Why don't we have a nice chat?" Fang Chang said, flapping his blood-red wings as he flew towards the Golden Dragon King. "Get lost." The Golden Dragon King swung his massive wings and spat a beam of golden light from his mouth, enveloping Fang Chang. Having been frequently injured by them before, and with such a killing array laid out, even if the Golden Dragon King were a fool, he wouldn't fall for Fang Chang's tricks now. Facing the attack, a faint golden membrane of light lit up on Fang Chang's body, and he simply tanked the hit. At the same time, his speed didn't decrease as he continued to charge toward the Golden Dragon King. On the ground below, 100 gods took their positions one by one. The killing array was instantly activated. 7 colored lights connected, and a boundless killing intent surged upwards. Fang Chang closed in on the Golden Dragon King, a 1,000-meter-long spider leg stabbing heavily towards the dragon's brain. "Humph." The Golden Dragon King grunted, raising a dragon claw to meet Fang Chang's spider leg head-on. One appendage was long and thin, the other thick and short. The two seemed completely disproportionate, yet at this moment, neither could gain an advantage over the other. Just then, a white figure flashed by, and a streak of blood followed a scythe-like spider leg. Looking at the Golden Dragon King, he let out a roar. A large wound had appeared on his waist, a chunk of flesh the size of 2 oxen had been brutally carved off his body by Xiao Bai. He was about to retaliate when He, the Dark Devil God Tiger, suddenly leaped up from behind and bit down on his tail, causing him to grimace in pain. Next were the 3 little gold sisters. Their bond had grown much stronger over the years, and they were now able to use a 3-person combination technique. A faint blue, human head-sized water droplet was condensed by the 3 of them and flew towards the Golden Dragon King. The droplet seemed inconspicuous, but the power contained within it shocked even the Golden Dragon King. He quickly released the claw locked with Fang Chang and crossed both claws in front of his chest. Bang! With a dull thud, the skin on the Golden Dragon King's claws split open, and his massive body was sent stumbling far back. Fang Chang and the others naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. While the Golden Dragon King was still reeling, they launched another fierce assault, worsening his injuries. "Damn you! You juniors have no martial ethics, ganging up on this king." The Golden Dragon King's roars grew louder. Golden light erupted from his body, striking out at Fang Chang and the other beasts. But Fang Chang and the others saw that the array on the ground was fully prepared. They exchanged glances in mid-air and then retreated in different directions. Although the golden light beams shot from the Golden Dragon King were powerful, they failed to truly injure any of them. At this moment, however, the Golden Dragon King sensed a crisis descending. He quickly looked down and was immediately scared out of his wits. On the ground, the grand array was fully ready. Just as the Golden Dragon King looked down, a 7-colored stream of light shot into the sky, heading straight for him. The Golden Dragon King hastily defended himself. He folded his wings, and a layer of golden keratinous shell grew over them. At the same time, a circular golden light shield materialized around him. Dong! The 7-colored stream of light directly enveloped the Golden Dragon King's body. Under this stream's assault, he howled continuously as blood dripped from his body. When the 7-colored light dissipated, nearly half of the scales covering the Golden Dragon King's body had fallen off, and his expression had become much weaker. "Bastard! Bastard! He was furious at this moment but could no longer utter any harsh words. He had been sealed for so many years, only to encounter a dead end right after breaking free. But Feng Chang just let out a wicked laugh and launched another attack. All 8 of his spider legs plunged into the dragon's flesh, injecting large amounts of venom. Xiao Bai moved with the wind. Her pair of scythe-like front legs crossed and trembled, carving another, cross-shaped, gash on the Golden Dragon King's chest. He and the 3 little gold sisters also used their respective signature moves to hit the Golden Dragon King once more. Before the Golden Dragon King could even counterattack, they retreated again. A second 7-colored stream of light, catching the Golden Dragon King completely off guard, slammed heavily into his chest and abdomen. Hiss roar, the Golden Dragon King let out a final, mournful cry as his nearly charred body plummeted from the sky. Just before he hit the ground, Xiao Bai preemptively caught up to him. Her scythe-like front leg swung again, decapitating the Golden Dragon King's massive head, which rolled to a stop next to the shell of the egg he was once sealed in. Feng Chang and the others reverted to their human forms and slowly landed on the ground, their gazes all focused on the Golden Dragon King. To completely eliminate this big fellow without leaving a trace, the best way was naturally, to eat him. This was what Feng Chang and his group had planned long ago. After the Golden Dragon King's death, a great fire burned for 33 days. His massive dragon body was divided into 108,000 pieces, roasted until golden brown, and sprinkled with cumin and salt and pepper. It was then shared among the 100+ gods who participated in this operation. After a long and anxious wait, they could finally enjoy the sweet fruits of their victory. At the same time, Guyu, who had been left alone in the divine realm, suddenly woke from her sleep, covered in a cold sweat, as if she had just experienced extreme terror. What's wrong? She gasped for breath, her gaze unfocused. She had never felt like this before. Something must have happened. Chapter 250, Return to the Douluo Plain. After the matter with the Golden Dragon King was settled, Feng Chang first had Xiao Bai, He, and a contingent of his top generals return to the Divine Realm, but he himself did not go back directly. Somewhere on the Douluo Plain, a subtle spatio-temporal rift opened. Feng Chang poked his head out, glanced at his surroundings to get his bearings, and then flew towards the former location of Sun Moon City. He was astonished the moment he arrived outside the city. The place had been renamed Sea Spider City, and he knew at a glance that this was most likely Zhu Jing's doing. A scan with his divine sense from outside the city revealed that a significant portion of the inhabitants were spider-type soul beasts who had taken human form to recultivate. There was also a small soul beast forest belonging to the spider clan just outside the city. Not bad at all, Feng Chang silently praised her in his heart. Half the reason for his return was to see how the spider clan on the Douluo Plain was faring. After all, this was his homeland in this life. He wouldn't meddle much if the spider clans on other planes weren't doing well, but this place held too many of his memories, making it different. Entering the city, he saw no significant conflict between the ordinary citizens and the cultivating spiderkin. Or perhaps, most of them simply didn't know they were living alongside so many soul beasts. After some inquiries, he learned that the northernmost part of the city, the former location of the Sun Moon Empire's imperial palace, was now the headquarters of the Pearl Sea Pavilion. The Pearl Sea Pavilion was the largest power in the city, managing all its affairs, both large and small. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Feng Chang activated his Nightwalker skill, entered an invisible state, and quietly slipped into the Pearl Sea Pavilion, heading towards Zhu Jing's location. Who is it? In a study, Zhu Jing's door was pushed open from the outside, and she immediately shouted sharply. But when she looked, there was no one at the doorway, nor was there any sign of an enemy's aura. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she instantly released her near-godly aura, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. If you don't show yourself, I'm going to make my move. Big sister, don't get so agitated. If we were to really fight, I'm afraid you'd still be a little lacking. A familiar yet strange voice came from the armchair in front of her. Feng Chang was already sitting there, a playful look on his face as he stared at her. You. Feng Qi. Zhu Jing was stunned for a long moment before she recognized her old friend. It's me. Feng Chang crossed his legs, making himself completely at home. But I never told you before, my real name isn't Feng Qi. You should call me Feng Chang from now on. Feng Chang. Zhu Jing felt like she had seen that name somewhere before, but she couldn't quite recall where. You brat, you disappear for 30 years without a single word. What, your conscience finally kicked in and you remembered to come see us? Zhu Jing seemed to hold a deep resentment towards him. Do you know? Zhu Zhu has been waiting for you to come back all this time. Well, I'm back now, aren't I? Feng Chang said, a little embarrassed. A day in the divine realm was a year in the mortal world. He had been delayed by the matter of the Golden Dragon King, so by the time he returned to the Douluo Plain, 30 years had passed. How is she? I don't think I sensed her presence in Sun Moon City. He didn't bother with a lengthy explanation, but still asked the question. Seeing Feng Chang like this, Zhu Jing smiled to herself. At least you have some conscience, you brat. Zhu Zhu. She's doing well. She's the dean of the Spider God Academy now. If you're looking for her, just go there. Oh. The dean. That was something Feng Chang hadn't expected. But considering the time, with her talent and having consumed an immortal herb, she would have long since cultivated to the rank of titled Douluo after more than 30 years. So, it wasn't that surprising. Zhu Zhu is very impressive now. After being abandoned here by a certain heartless person, she dedicated herself to cultivation and made rapid progress. In just these 30-some years, her strength is already close to catching up with mine. Under her leadership, the Spider God Academy has become the #1 academy on the continent, its prestige no less than my Pearl Sea Pavilion. Feng Chang could hear the unspoken criticism in Zhu Jing's words and couldn't help but blush slightly. He quickly changed the subject. Big sister, looking at your state, you should be close to touching that realm, right? Feng Chang asked. That realm. Zhu Jing naturally understood he was talking about the god level. It's close, yet so far, she sighed. Without an inheritance, the only way to become a god was to create one's own god seat, which required a massive amount of faith power. As the matriarch of the Sea Spider clan, the head of the Pearl Sea Pavilion, and the lord of Sea Spider City, her faith power was still just a little short. Feng Chang could see her predicament and stood up from his seat. Alright, then I'll give you a great gift today. As he spoke, he separated a small portion of his own faith power and injected it into Zhu Jing's body from a distance. To someone of his status, this amount of faith power was nothing, but for Zhu Jing, it was enough to help her cross this most critical step. This. Feeling the power of faith within her nearly double, Zhu Jing couldn't hide her excitement. With this power, she was confident she could create her own god seat and ascend to godhood within 3 years. Thank you, Brother Feng. For such a great gift, she had nothing to offer in return and could only express her gratitude. If not for Feng Chang's help, she wouldn't be where she was today. She might have been killed by the Silver Moon Douluo and the others back at Shrek Academy. No need to be so polite, it's what I should do. Feng Chang waved his hand, exchanged a few more pleasantries, and then left Sea Spider City, heading towards the Spider God Academy. Arriving there, he similarly activated his stealth state and slipped into the academy, heading straight for the deepest part, to Zhu Zhu's office. Her office door was ajar, and Feng Chang walked right in. Although more than 30 years had passed, Zhu Zhu was a soul beast in human form with absurdly high soul power. She still looked like a young woman of about 25 or 26. Judging by her aura, her soul power should have reached level 97, approaching level 98. It was just as Zhu Jing had said, she was already very close to her. At this moment, Zhu Zhu was leaning back in a lounge chair in her office, her eyes closed in a light nap, completely unaware of Feng Chang's entry. Feng Chang materialized, walked to the side of her chair, and silently gazed at her face, which hadn't changed much in 30 years. Just as he was about to reach out and wake her, she grabbed his wrist. It's been 30 years. You're finally back. Her voice trembled with tears, giving Feng Chang a headache. This was the one thing he couldn't stand. Yes, I'm back, Feng Chang said, unsure how to explain. In that other world, the way time is calculated is different from here, and I. Before he could finish, Zhu Zhu placed a hand over his mouth. Don't say it. I understand everything. It's enough that you can come back to see me occasionally. Feng Chang felt a warmth spread through his body. Zhu Zhu had already leaned against him, snuggling in tightly. Chapter 251, The Great Gift. Feng Chang's hand unconsciously wrapped around Zhu Zhu's slender waist. Don't worry, I came back this time to take you with me. Ah. Take me with you. Zhu Zhu had long suspected that Feng Chang must have come from the divine realm. For him to say he wanted to take her with him now. Are you saying you want to take me to the divine realm? But isn't that a place only gods can go? That is true. The power in the divine realm is too potent. Without the strength of a god, one certainly cannot reside there for long. Then. Zhu Zhu hesitated, believing that since Fang Chang had said it, he must have a plan. Naturally, I must first help you become a god, Fang Chang said, gently pushing her away. He then produced 2 items from out of nowhere and placed them on the table in front of her. I found these 2 things specifically for you. Eat them quickly, then focus on refining them into your body. I imagine it will be enough to help you achieve godhood. Zhu Zhu blinked as she looked at the 2 objects before her. Both were wrapped in black cloth. One was large, about the size of an adult's head, the smaller one looked to be the size of a child's fist. She carefully unwrapped the larger package first. Inside was a piece of dried, golden meat. What creature's meat is this? Zhu Zhu couldn't help but ask. The aura emanating from the meat made even her, a level 97 title Douluo, feel a sense of fear. Moreover, the meat seemed to have some connection to her bloodline, making her feel an inexplicable sense of sorrow. Dragon meat, Fang Chang said, not specifying that it was the flesh of the Golden Dragon King. In truth, even if he had, Zhu Zhu likely wouldn't have understood the significance. Dragon meat? Zhu Zhu covered her small mouth. There were many soul beasts with draconic bloodlines, but those that could truly be called dragons were extremely rare, and most were incredibly powerful. Furthermore, for the meat alone to possess such might, its owner must have been at least at the god level. In other words, this was the flesh of a divine dragon. For a mere title Douluo from the lower realm like her, this gift was truly precious. But Zhu Zhu didn't stand on ceremony. She readily picked up the dragon meat and swallowed it in several large bites. Since Fang Chang said these 2 items could help her become a god, it was worth a try. After all, it concerned whether she could stay by his side. As the dragon meat went down, Zhu Zhu felt a warmth rise from her abdomen and spread throughout her entire body. It was an indescribably comfortable feeling, and even her soul power began to boil. Before she could even fully refine it, she felt her soul power surge once again, directly breaking through the shackles of level 98. The flesh of a divine dragon really works. Zhu Zhu marveled inwardly, her feelings for Fang Chang deepening even further. Little did she know, this wasn't the flesh of an ordinary divine dragon, but that of the Golden Dragon King. The Golden Dragon King was an avatar of the Dragon God, the former ruler of the divine realm, making his bloodline almost equivalent to the Dragon God's own. Zhu Zhu's true form was a dragon spider, possessing a portion of the Dragon clan's bloodline. After consuming the Golden Dragon King's flesh, her draconic lineage evolved. This was the true benefit. Next, she eagerly opened the second package. Inside was a small vial of dark red blood. What is this? Zhu Zhu asked with a frown. She felt that this item seemed to be related to Fang Chang, it carried his aura. My blood essence, Fang Chang didn't hide it, directly revealing the truth. This small vial contained blood essence he had extracted from his own body, also meant to help Zhu Zhu break through. As the strongest spider-type soul beast in the world with the noblest bloodline, the effect of his blood essence on Zhu Zhu was likely even more potent than the piece of Golden Dragon King's flesh. What? I can't accept this. The moment Zhu Zhu heard it was Fang Chang's blood essence, she immediately refused. As a fellow soul beast, she knew very well how much damage extracting blood essence could cause to the original body. She couldn't bear to see Fang Chang suffer such an ordeal for her sake. Silly girl, I've already extracted it. Do you think I can just put it back? Fang Chang rubbed her head with a gentle smile. Besides, even if I took it back, it would be useless to me now. Seeing that she was still unwilling to consume it, Fang Chang continued, don't worry. I'm different from you all. My true form is the undying evil spider emperor. I specialize in self-recovery. This bit of damage isn't a serious matter for me. I've already fully recovered. Really? Zhu Zhu finally looked up, her eyes slightly red as she gazed at Fang Chang. Have you ever seen me lie to you? Fang Chang spread his hands helplessly. Humph, you have, Zhu Zhu retorted with a look of dissatisfaction. Even the name you told me was fake. You still say you haven't lied to me? This. Fang Chang was speechless for a moment. If he were to be precise, he probably had lied to her many times. Alright, hurry up and consume it, he could only change the subject, urging Zhu Zhu to quickly take the blood essence. Zhu Zhu looked at the blood essence before her with complex feelings. In truth, she had often resented Fang Chang for abandoning her, leaving for more than 30 years. But upon seeing him today, all the resentment she held over the years vanished in an instant. Seeing everything he had done to bring her to his world moved her even more. She took a deep breath, picked up the small vial of blood essence, and downed it in one go. The energy contained in this blood essence seemed even more violent than that of the dragon meat. The moment Zhu Zhu consumed it, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Feng Chang immediately circulated his divine power to help her regulate her breathing and absorb the power from the blood essence. This state continued for about 2 hours before the power within Zhu Zhu's body finally calmed down. At this moment, her soul power had grown again, almost on the verge of breaking through to level 99 and stepping into the realm of a peerless Douluo. Zhu Zhu slowly opened her eyes and wrapped her hands around one of Feng Chang's arms. "Thank you. What's there to thank between us? For now, you should stay here in seclusion and focus on completely absorbing the energy from these 2 items, Feng Chang patted her shoulder and instructed. "Once you've absorbed them completely, even if you can't become a god directly, you'll be very close. At that point, I'll figure out another way for you. What about you? Are you leaving again?" Zhu Zhu keenly sensed the meaning behind Feng Chang's words, and her grip on his hand tightened. "I didn't say I was leaving," Feng Chang quickly comforted her. "It's just that I still have some matters to attend to on the Douluo plane, so my main body will be gone for a while. But during this time, I will leave a clone behind to protect you. Wherever the clone is, I can sense everything." "Oh." Zhu Zhu's eyes revealed her reluctance. A clone was still just a clone, and he was leaving so soon after arriving. But she could roughly guess Feng Chang's identity and knew that the matters such a great figure had to attend to were surely not trivial. No matter how reluctant she was, she couldn't press him to stay. And just as Feng Chang had said, he only stayed at the Spider God Academy for one night before leaving again. Upon his departure, he left a clone in Zhu Zhu's room to act as her guardian. His main body, however, headed straight for the land of extreme north. Chapter 252, Visiting the land of extreme north again. Returning to the land of extreme north after a 30-year absence, Feng Chang found the region in a markedly better state than during his last visit. With the threat gone, the population of native ice-type soul beasts had clearly increased, adding a richer sense of vitality to the frozen tundra. Feng Chang swept the area with his divine sense, and his expression suddenly became a little strange. He discovered that not too far from him, thunderclouds seemed to be gathering. And beneath those clouds was the Ice Empress, with whom he had a brief acquaintance. Doing the math, when he last came, the Ice Empress's cultivation was over 390,000 years, approaching the 400,000-year mark. It seemed she was now about to face her 4th heavenly tribulation. Feng Chang concealed his figure and quietly crept near the Ice Empress, watching her undergo the tribulation from a short distance away. The thunderclouds finished gathering and unleashed the first bolt of tribulation lightning upon the Ice Empress. The Ice Empress had already reverted to her true form. A crystalline protective layer covered her small body, and she formed a shield of soul power in front of her. The thunderbolt crashed down, first shattering her shield, then striking her body and sending her emerald green form flying 5 or 6 meters away. Hiss! The Ice Empress let out a hiss. A faint smell of burning came from her body. Although there were no obvious wounds, she had likely sustained considerable injuries. Before she could even catch her breath, the second bolt of tribulation lightning descended from the sky. The Ice Empress grunted, a layer of ice crystals covering her 2 front pincers as she slammed them heavily against the incoming lightning. Boom! Her attack deflected most of the lightning's power, but her pincers were blasted open, the carapace cracking in multiple places and seeping blood. From a distance, she looked rather miserable. 7 bolts of lightning descended one after another. The Ice Empress's injuries grew heavier and heavier, and her breathing became ragged. As she looked up at the impending 8th bolt, a look of helplessness and bitterness appeared on her face. For the vast majority of soul beasts, every heavenly tribulation was a trip to the underworld. Surviving meant another 100,000 years of life. But if they failed, only death awaited them. Before the tribulation, she had been very confident. After all, she had already experienced similar calamities 3 times and could be considered a seasoned veteran. But this time, her heavenly tribulation was stronger than any before. Compounded by her impure thoughts and distracting thoughts, her condition had worsened. She ultimately endured the 8th bolt of lightning with great difficulty, but by now, her 2 front pincers were limp, and more than half of the shell covering her body had shattered, leaving her looking bloody and mangled. How could she possibly withstand the strongest, 9th bolt of lightning in such a state? The Ice Empress was clearly aware of this. A touch of sorrow filled her eyes as she sighed to herself, is this the end? The moment the words left her mouth, she felt a black light fly towards her from nearby. Before she could react, it shot into her mouth. The foreign object turned into a warm current the instant it entered her mouth, suffusing her body, healing most of her injuries, and rekindling her will to live. Her heart steeled, she gathered the last of her strength for a final, desperate struggle against the heavenly tribulation. With a muffled clap of thunder that exploded across the snowfield, the Ice Empress's body was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and losing consciousness. The thunderclouds then dissipated. Several hours passed before she slowly regained consciousness. She saw a bonfire lit beside her, with a man sitting by the fire, roasting a silver fox. "It's you." The weakened Ice Empress became more alert upon seeing him. "Did you save me?" She transformed back into her human form and tried to prop herself up to get closer to the man, but a sharp spasm of pain from her injuries made her flinch. "It was me. With such a strong bloodline, how could a little girl like you not even pass a heavenly tribulation?" Feng Chang asked. "Well, I've been slacking in my cultivation lately, I wasn't prepared," the Ice Empress pouted, trying to defend herself. Never mind. It's a good thing I was passing by today, otherwise your little scorpion life would have been over." Her proud and cute demeanor made Feng Chang find her very amusing. "Humph, even if you hadn't come, I would have passed it." The Ice Empress was extremely concerned with her pride and hated being indebted to others. Wasn't Feng Chang's statement making her owe him a life-saving favor? "It's just a heavenly tribulation, as if anyone can't pass it." Just as she finished speaking, she coughed violently, spitting out a few more drops of blood. "Stop trying to act tough. Eat this first." Feng Chang tossed her a dark, round pill, which the Ice Empress caught. All right. I'll just consider it a favor I owe you." She hesitated for a moment before finally choosing to eat Feng Chang's pill. Once the pill went down, her injuries immediately improved, and she recovered some mobility. Only then did she slowly shuffle closer. "The fierce dragon big sister who was with you last time, she didn't come?" The Ice Empress glanced around suspiciously and finally relaxed. "Oh, she's here. Right behind you. See, isn't that her?" Feng Chang said, pointing behind the Ice Empress. "Ah." The Ice Empress was so startled she nearly jumped up from the ground. Her small head whipped around, only to realize she had been tricked. "You." "Humph." She raised a small fist, attempting to threaten Feng Chang, but ultimately lowered it. "How bold of you to trick me. Do you believe I'll—" The words left her mouth before she remembered the terrifying strength of the man, no, the male spider, before her. She quickly cut herself off. "Believe you'll what?" Feng Chang sniffed the roasted silver fox. "Believe you can kill me?" "No, nothing." The Ice Empress stared at the silver fox in Feng Chang's hand, her eyes practically glued to it. She had expended a great deal of energy to pass the tribulation and hadn't eaten all day. She was already starving, and this detestable, rotten spider was actually tempting her. "Want some? If you want it, take it and eat." Feng Chang handed the roasted silver fox to the Ice Empress. She pursed her lips but ultimately refused with a firm attitude. "Humph, the great Ice Empress, how could I eat such handout food? I don't want it." "You really don't want it?" Feng Chang asked again, a playful tone in his voice. "I don't," the Ice Empress said righteously. She absolutely could not keep bowing her head to this man. "All right then. I'll just leave this here." Feng Chang casually hung the silver fox meat on a nearby low-hanging branch and stood up. "Since you're all right, I'll be on my way." "You're leaving?" Hearing this, the Ice Empress's eyes shifted without a trace. Feng Chang turned back, his tone slightly ambiguous. "What? Can't bear to see me go?" Who said that? "If you want to go, then go quickly. Don't ruin my refined mood for watching the snow." The Ice Empress pouted and turned her head away, no longer looking at Feng Chang. After a long while, she turned her head back, but Feng Chang was already gone from the snowy ground. The Ice Empress stomped her feet in anger. How could this rotten man not understand a girl's heart at all? So infuriating. Then she saw the silver fox meat Feng Chang had hung on the tree. After a brief hesitation, she walked over, snatched the meat, and began to gnaw on it in large bites. As she was happily eating, she felt a pair of large hands wrap around her small waist from behind. The Ice Empress first struggled violently for a few moments, nearly dropping the silver fox meat from her mouth. But when she sensed the aura of the figure behind her, she quickly gave up all resistance, allowing him to hold her. Chapter 253, Upheaval in the Divine Realm. While Feng Chang was enjoying his carefree days in the lower realm, a dark undercurrent was surging through the divine realm. Feng Chang had calculated everything, yet he had missed one crucial step. The Silver Dragon King, Guyu, and the Golden Dragon King were both born from the same body of the Dragon God, and they shared a close connection. The moment the Golden Dragon King perished, she sensed it. Coupled with the fact that Feng Chang happened to be away during this period, all the signs forced her to connect the two events. However, she was mindful of the bigger picture and did not publicize the matter. Instead, she waited for Feng Chang's return, planning to confront him face to face. But unexpectedly, the first to return were Xiao Bai and the others, bringing news that Feng Chang would be delayed for a few more days. Enraged, she immediately focused her divine sense, locking onto the Douluo plane. When she found Feng Chang enjoying a romantic escapade with the Ice Empress, the fire in her heart could no longer be suppressed. She was about to descend to the lower realm to deal with Feng Chang herself when Xiao Bai and the others quickly intervened, and a chaotic battle ensued between the two sides. Still in the land of extreme north, Feng Chang's brow furrowed as he looked towards the horizon. Just a moment ago, he had received a signal from Xiao Bai. A major incident had occurred within the divine realm, urging him to return immediately. I have to go. Absorb the things I left for you well, they will help you achieve godhood sooner, Feng Chang said hurriedly. He was about to fly into the sky when the Ice Empress grabbed him. You're leaving already, she pouted. Is there trouble at home? Feng Chang nodded. Is it that fierce dragon big sister from last time? Feng Chang nodded again. Most likely it's her. The Ice Empress pouted without speaking for a long while before finally muttering, fine, go on, go on. With that, she transformed into her true form and burrowed into a snowdrift. Feng Chang gave a wry smile and then quickly departed. He tore open a spatio-temporal rift in the air, his body slipping through. The next moment, he was back in the divine realm. At this moment, Guyu and Xiao Bai were locked in a fierce battle in the sky. On the ground, Di Tian had gathered the elites of the Dragon Clan and was in a standoff with the three little gold sisters and their group. They didn't yet know about the Golden Dragon King's death. They were simply supporting their master in her fight, ensuring Guyu wouldn't be bullied. Seeing Feng Chang return, both sides ceased their fighting and retreated to their respective camps. Xiao Bai shot Feng Chang a meaningful look, signaling him not to follow Guyu and not to provoke her. On the other side, Guyu slowly walked towards Feng Chang, her eyes fixed on him. What have you been hiding from me? Feng Chang gave a sheepish laugh. I just made a quick trip back to the Douluo plain, that's all. And Guyu's voice was hollow as she stood right in front of Feng Chang, not yielding an inch. And I looked up a few old friends, Feng Chang said, his confidence already wavering. Old friends? Female? A female scorpion, perhaps. Guyu's words were laced with ice, her tone growing heavier with each word. Feng Chang chuckled awkwardly, not daring to reply. He figured Guyu must have used his aura to locate him just now. The expected explosion of rage did not occur. Guyu gradually calmed down and asked again, what else? What else? Nothing, really, nothing else, Feng Chang insisted, trying to prevaricate. Do you need me to remind you? Guyu stared intently at Feng Chang, her voice dropping lower. Did you kill the Golden Dragon King? Hearing this, Feng Chang's pupils constricted. How could she know about this? The Golden Dragon King's status within the Dragon Clan was no less than hers. If the dragons learned of this, they would undoubtedly throw the divine realm into chaos. But Guyu's current behavior suggested she had no intention of telling the other dragons, even deliberately lowering her voice. Answer me, did you or did you not? Guyu continued to press, her expression becoming agitated. Feng Chang took a deep breath and nodded heavily, continuing in a voice only the two of them could hear, Guyu, listen to me explain. The Golden Dragon King's existence. Enough. Guyu interrupted him, her voice sharp as she questioned him, you clearly knew the relationship between him and me. Why would you do this? Do our many years of affection mean nothing to you? And you actually hid such a huge matter from me? Her sudden outburst confused the others. Xiao Bai and her group quickly understood what she meant, but the other gods watching, especially those from the Dragon Clan, were completely bewildered. Who could make Guyu so agitated? Although she had a fiery temper, she rarely lost control in public like this. Sigh. Fong Chong sighed. I know I've let you down by doing this, but I had no other choice. You should also be well aware that if I had told you, you would never have agreed. But if I hadn't done it, that fellow would have sooner or later brought disaster upon the divine realm, disrupting the balance between the various planes. Countless lives would have been lost. And what does that have to do with me? Tears welled up in Guyu's eyes, her voice choked with sobs. He and I are from the same body. Fusing with him to bring about the return of the dragon god has been my lifelong pursuit. But you personally destroyed it all. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to suppress him. I was afraid that at that point, you would no longer be you. I was afraid. I would lose you. Fong Chong no longer held back, shouting the words he had kept bottled up inside. Guyu froze, a flicker of hesitation appearing in her heart. But in the end, emotion triumphed over reason. She struck out at Fong Chong with her palm. The palm wind, carrying immense force, slammed into Fong Chang's chest. Caught completely off guard, Fong Chong was sent flying, crashing into a stone pillar behind him. Fong Chong! Xiao Bai cried out, her body instantly shooting forward to engage Guyu in battle again. But this time, she held nothing back, unleashing a killing blow from the start, leaving a half-foot-long gash on Guyu's body. Your Highness Guyu! Seeing her injured, Di Tian's eyes turned red. He immediately led the other dragons to attack, clashing with the high-level members of the Spider clan opposite them. The battle quickly escalated, soon engulfing the entire divine realm. Many of the dragon clan gods had always prided themselves on their noble bloodline, considering themselves superior to the spiders. But in reality, because of Fong Chong, the entire divine realm was under the control of the Spider clan. Even Guyu, the common lord of soul beasts in the eyes of the dragon clan, had ended up as one of his concubines. This had long been a source of pent-up frustration for the dragon clan gods. Taking advantage of the escalating situation, they threw all caution to the wind and launched a direct war against the Spider clan, to see who was stronger, the Spider clan or their dragon clan. On the other side, the Spider clan, having been arrogant and dominant for so many years, would not tolerate such a provocation. A swarm of smaller spiders immediately surged forward, surrounding the dragon clan gods. The battle grew increasingly fierce. Outside the two clans, the few other soul beast groups and human-aligned gods, like Air He and Bibi Dong, were in a difficult position. If they helped the Spider clan, it would only escalate the war. But if they did nothing, it felt like a betrayal to Fong Chong. Just then, Fong Chong, propping himself up with his hands, struggled to his feet. Then, ignoring his injuries, he once again charged towards Guyu, who was still fighting with Xiao Bai. Chapter 254, Subduing the Dragon Clan. The battle grew more intense. Fong Chang's body shot between Xiao Bai and Guyu, forcefully separating them. As for the other dragons, he paid them little mind. He knew in his heart that a battle between the Dragon Clan and the Spider Clan was inevitable. Today's incident had merely brought that battle forward. Besides, Guyu, while appearing impulsive this time, had still acted with some restraint. She had not revealed the matter of the Golden Dragon King, keeping the battle within a controllable scope. What are you trying to do now? Don't think a few flowery words can trick me into letting go of this grudge, Guyu said, pointing the tree of life in her hand at Fong Chong, her voice cold and furious. That's enough. Will you only be satisfied when the Spider Clan and the Dragon Clan end in mutual destruction? This time, Fong Chong did not placate Guyu, instead adopting a majestic and authoritative demeanor. If you love to fight, then by all means, continue. In any case, my Spider Clan's reproductive ability far exceeds your Dragon Clan's. You know full well who will suffer the greater losses in the end. Fong Chang's words snapped Guyu to her senses. Her chest heaved as she panted and retorted, so what you did just gets forgotten. After all, this concerned the Golden Dragon King, who could be considered her brother, or even closer. Guyu could never let go of his death. Furthermore, Fong Chang's behavior of hiding everything from her made her feel betrayed, which was perhaps the biggest factor in her current rage. Then what do you want? If you want a life for a life, you can take mine right now. I absolutely will not fight back, Fong Chong said, completely dropping all his defenses as he walked to stand before Guyu. You! Guyu raised her dragon claws, only to slam them back down again. She hated Fong Chong, but she also couldn't bring herself to strike him. Feng Chang had clearly calculated this. He stood there, blocking Gu Yu and facing her down. At the same time, he gestured to Xiao Bai, signaling her to leave and not to mind them. Xiao Bai acknowledged with a nod and retreated from their confrontation. She then charged towards Di Tian, who was wreaking havoc among the Spider clan. Di Tian's own bloodline was not weak, and he had served Gu Yu for many years, making him the implicit second-in-command of the Dragon clan in the Divine Realm. Now that Gu Yu had been temporarily placated by Feng Chang, if he could also be taken down, the Dragon clan's rebellion would surely be brought under control. When Di Tian saw Xiao Bai charge at him, he instinctively retreated a few steps and revealed his true form, attempting to clash with her head-on. But Xiao Bai possessed God King level strength and specialized in offense. How could Di Tian possibly withstand her? The moment they engaged, he was pressed into an absolute disadvantage. The Spider clan's morale soared, and they pressed their advantage, continuing to put pressure on the dragons. Gu Yu, I hope you can understand. My actions were truly not directed at you. You should be well aware of how the old Divine Realm ended, Feng Chang said, continuing to persuade Gu Yu now that she had calmed down slightly. Gu Yu remained silent, her eyes staring off into the distance, but one could sense that she seemed to be taking his words to heart. The old Divine Realm fell into such a great disaster because the human race rose up and rebelled against the divine beasts. In the end, even the dragon god was. Feng Chang continued. You should understand these principles. The reason this Divine Realm can maintain its current peace is largely because your Dragon clan does not possess the strength to fight the Spider clan. At the same time, you lacked a leader who was single-mindedly bent on leading the dragons to supremacy. That's why no major chaos erupted. But what about the Golden Dragon King? He represented the fierce and cruel side of the original dragon god. If he came to the Divine Realm, how would he tolerate the Spider clan? At that point, the Divine Realm would surely be washed in rivers of blood, and your Dragon clan would lose more than half its members. Excuses, all excuses, Gu Yu finally spoke. After all that, you're still speaking from the standpoint of your Spider clan. Aren't you just afraid that your Spider clan will lose its ruling status, and that you, the Spider Chief, will lose your throne as the Lord of the Divine Realm? I admit, I do have those thoughts, Feng Chang did not deny it. But do you really think your Dragon clan can defeat the Spider clan? Besides, among the current Spider clan, there are quite a few dragon spiders, you know. Gu Yu fell silent again. She knew very well, just as Feng Chang said, that no matter how strong the dragons in the Divine Realm were, there were only about 100 of them. The Spider clan, however, had thousands of gods. Faced with such a huge disparity in numbers, even with the two superpowered combatants of herself and the Golden Dragon King, the Dragon clan was no match for the Spider clan. Under these circumstances, what do you think the Golden Dragon King could have achieved upon his arrival? Lead the Dragon clan to glory? Or to destruction? Feng Chang's voice grew sterner. If he had not died, it is very likely the Dragon clan would have faced extinction. Gu Yu bit her lip, some of her core beliefs beginning to waver at Feng Chang's words. But even so, with things having come to this point, she couldn't just admit defeat. It wasn't just that she couldn't back down without losing face, she also couldn't answer to the Dragon clan. Just then, Feng Chang used telepathy to convey some ideas to her. Gu Yu was stunned at first, then after a moment of thought, she finally nodded. On the Dragon clan's side, Xiao Bai fought with increasing ferocity, beating Di Tian into a steady retreat. The other few dragons who came to his aid were all easily thrown aside by her. Finally, with a sneak attack from the three little gold sisters, Xiao Bai knocked Di Tian to the ground, her scythe-like front leg resting on his neck. Seeing that both their first and second-in-command had been defeated or had stopped fighting, the Dragon clan's morale plummeted. Their opponents also far outnumbered them. In the end, they could only unwillingly give up their resistance and allow the Spider clan to detain them. Surprisingly, after this incident, Feng Chang did not punish the Dragon clan. Instead, he proposed an idea, the establishment of a Divine Realm Council. He decided to relinquish his position as the common lord of the Divine Realm, and the Spider clan would no longer control it. Instead, an organization called the Divine Realm Council would be formed. This organization would have 10 representatives from various clans who would decide on all matters of the Divine Realm through a collective vote. In this newly established council, the Dragon clan, the Human clan, and the Spider clan would each hold 3 seats, with the remaining seat to be filled by one of the other Soul Beast clans. On the surface, this undoubtedly weakened the Spider clan's power significantly while greatly elevating the status of the Dragon clan. Even the resentful dragons could find no fault with this arrangement. In reality, however, the spider clan's seats were a given. The seat for the other soul beasts would almost certainly be taken by the God King level heir He. The 3 human seats could also be confirmed to be Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue, and Tang Linner, all of whom were on Feng Chang's side. Even on the Dragon Clan's side, you wouldn't oppose Feng Chang too much on major issues. So, in essence, the Divine Realm Council was still under Feng Chang's control. As for the future, the lifespan of a god is nearly endless. Barring any accidents, this situation would continue indefinitely. And just like that, a great crisis was diffused by Feng Chang. Chapter 255, Chapter 255, Grand Finale. The Council is established, homage from all corners. The Dragon Clan's rebellion was quelled, and in the process, the relationship between soul beasts and humans in the Divine Realm was also eased. At least on the surface, the upper echelons of the Divine Realm now seem to be in a state of equilibrium among the 3 factions of humans, dragons, and spiders. Both the Dragon Clan and the human faction were extremely satisfied with this outcome. And while there were some grumblings from the Spider Clan, everyone essentially understood that the real power was still in their hands, so no significant chaos ensued. Several days later, the Divine Realm Council held its inauguration ceremony. The threshold for ascending from the lower planes to become a god was lowered, allowing many powerful individuals who were just a step away to finally achieve godhood. Among them were Zhu Jing and Zhu Zhu. A large number of newly ascended gods, before they even had a chance to properly see this new world, heard the news of the council's inauguration ceremony and followed the crowd surging towards the Divine Realm's central plaza. The plaza had now been transformed into a grand hall capable of accommodating tens of thousands of gods. In the center of the hall was a wide, white stone table. Around the white stone table, 10 ostentatiously large stone chairs were arranged in a circle, each occupied by 1 person, or beast. At the head of the table, naturally, sat Feng Chang. To his left were the other 2 representatives of the Spider Clan, Xiao Bai and Little Gold. To his right were the representatives of the Dragon Clan, Di Tian and another dragon who had ascended from a lower plane and was already a first-tier god. Opposite them sat 4 figures, the Dark Devil God Tiger heir He, Tang Linner, Bibi Dong, and Qian Renxue. The 10 individuals around this stone table now represented the highest authority in the entire Divine Realm, and at the same time, could be considered its strongest combat forces. Big sister, it's him. Zhu Zhu, squeezed in the crowd, caught a glimpse of Feng Chang and was about to push her way towards him. Don't go, Zhu Jing quickly stopped her. Look at the occasion. There's no rush to find him right this second. Zhu Zhu pouted but nodded in understanding. Alright, I know. Now that they were in the Divine Realm, why worry about not having a chance to find Feng Chang in the future? It was indeed not the right time. More and more gods poured in from all directions. After the threshold for godhood was lowered, the number of gods in the Divine Realm probably exceeded 100,000, far surpassing the population before they had taken over. Among these 100,000 gods, the Spider Clan, or to be more direct, Feng Chang's descendants, accounted for more than half. The next most numerous were the humans. Although the original human gods from the old era had been almost completely wiped out by Feng Chang, a large number of new human gods had appeared since. Feng Chang did not suppress them. On the contrary, with the establishment of the Divine Realm Council, he directly elevated their status to be equal to that of the 2 great clans, the spiders and the dragons. This not only acknowledged the humans but also used them as a check to balance the Dragon Clan. The number of dragons was slightly less than that of humans, but at this moment, they were more moved than anyone. In the past, only Guyu had any real say among the higher echelons of the Divine Realm. And since she was also one of the matrons of the Spider Clan, it led to the Dragon Clan being the most powerless race in the Divine Realm, hardly different from any other soul beast. As a race that had always held themselves in high esteem, they were naturally unwilling to accept such a result. But after this, at least on the surface, they had become one of the 3 major races of the Divine Realm and had regained their voice. Seeing that the gods from all factions had more or less arrived, Feng Chang slowly rose from his divine seat. Thank you, fellow gods, for attending the inauguration ceremony of the Divine Realm Council today. On behalf of myself, Feng Chang, I thank you all. The moment his voice fell, a roar of cheers like a mountain torrent and a tsunami erupted from the hall. Life in the Divine Realm had always been dull and monotonous. A grand event like this was a rarity that might not happen even once in tens of thousands of years. The gods were naturally unwilling to miss it. After the cheers had subsided slightly, Feng Chang continued, the former divine realm was led by 5 great god kings, but it met its demise due to their selfishness. Not long ago, our divine realm also nearly fell into great chaos. Our brothers from the dragon clan rose in rebellion out of defiance towards me. As he said this, the expressions of the various gods in the hall shifted. The dragons were mostly filled with emotion and relief. They knew themselves that they were no match for the spider clan. To be able to secure their current status without paying too great a price was the best possible outcome. Most of the spider clan still looked a little heated, clearly, some were still displeased with the dragons. The most fascinating expressions belonged to those who had just become gods. They had missed such a momentous event by just a few days. Feng Chang continued, I do not blame our brothers from the dragon clan. On the contrary, I must thank them for waking me up, for making me understand that the divine realm does not belong to our clan alone. Thus, I have chosen to establish the Divine Realm Council, to have all clans govern the divine realm together. The Divine Realm Council will have 10 seats. The Spider Clan, the Dragon Clan, and the Human Clan will each hold 3 seats, while other soul beasts will share 1 seat. Of course, this is primarily based on the current population of gods and is not immune to changes in the future. Cheers erupted once more, but this time, the voices of the Dragon Clan were the loudest, while the other soul beast races besides the spiders and dragons looked noticeably more somber. The Divine Realm Council will convene on the last day of each month. Any god may propose their own ideas for the future development of the Divine Realm, and the 10 representatives will make the final decision through a vote. If a 5-to-5 tie occurs, the side on which the other soul beast representative, that is, the god of slaughter, He, votes will be victorious. This time, the eyes of the other soul beasts lit up. This was a way of elevating their status in disguise. Under certain circumstances, it gave their faction the final say. The other 3 factions looked at each other but didn't say much. After all, if the tie-breaking vote were given to any one of them, it would invite dissent. Since the other soul beasts only had 1 seat, giving them this power could be considered compensation. After explaining the rules of the council, Feng Chang announced another piece of news that electrified all the gods. I believe everyone has noticed that we have lowered the threshold for ascending from the lower planes. As long as one's strength in a lower plane is sufficient, and they pass an assessment by the Divine Realm Council to be deemed of worthy character to become a god, they may enter the Divine Realm without the restriction of needing a god seat. Of course, gods who enter the Divine Realm through this method, because they have not obtained a god seat, will be slightly weaker than gods who do. They will need to continue to gradually improve themselves in the future. This was equivalent to giving many people a chance to enter the Divine Realm. After all, there were only so many god seats, and creating one's own required condensing a massive amount of faith power, which was no easy task. For the Divine Realm, this was also beneficial for increasing its overall strength while simultaneously limiting the emergence of too many threatening existences in the lower planes, ensuring the supreme status of the Divine Realm. But at the same time, because of the limitation of god seats, it ensured that gods who possessed one could still maintain a considerable status, so this group of gods wouldn't have too many complaints either. And for gods like Zhu Jing and Zhu Zhu, who already possessed sufficient faith power but were just a little short in their own cultivation to condense a god seat, they could create their own after cultivating in the Divine Realm without being too affected. Now, I declare that the Divine Realm Council is officially established today. The first session of the Divine Realm Council begins now. Any god who has any suggestions for the Divine Realm may boldly put them forward. We will consider them seriously. Finally, my thanks to you all. As Feng Chang finished his speech, thunderous applause filled the hall. Gods from all corners spontaneously presented their long-cherished treasures to the Divine Realm Council. In an instant, the hall was filled with rare and exotic treasures, a magnificent sight to behold. And as the de facto controller of the Divine Realm, Feng Chang felt a great deal of emotion watching this scene. To think that he had transmigrated from being an ordinary person in another world to this one, and had even become a spider, hunted and nearly killed. How tragic was that? Back then, he never would have imagined that he would one day have such a day. But now, he had become the spider of spiders. The end.